The Shadows. The Black Dagger Brotherhood. Book 13. By J. R. Ward. Prologue. Territory of the Shisby. Grand Palace. The footprints he left on the white marble were red. Red as a Burmese ruby. Red as the core of a fire. Red as the anger in his marrow. The blood was Treslatha's own, but he felt no pain. The murder weapon he'd just used, a sterling silver paring knife about as long as his hand and as narrow as his forefinger, was still in his palm. It was dripping, but that was not the source of the stain he was leaving behind. He had been injured in the fight. His hip, his thigh, maybe his shoulder, he wasn't sure. The corridor was a mile long and sky-high, and he did not know what awaited him at its termination. A door, he prayed. There had to be a door of some kind. This was the way out of the palace, so there had to be an exit. And when he came unto it, he had no idea how he was going to break out. But he'd also had no clue how to kill another living male, and he'd done that minutes ago. Further, he had no plan for what was on the far side of the palace enclosure or how he was going to get over the territory's retaining walls. No clue where to go, what to do. All he knew was that he couldn't be in that cell anymore. It was luxurious enough, with silken sheets on a feather bed, and a bath that had its own pool, and a private chef to feed him. He had books written by the Shadow Masters at his disposal, and a full team of care specialists, from healers to bathers to exercise commandants. As for his clothes, his now torn vestments were studded with gems from the treasury, diamonds and emeralds and sapphires cascading down his robes. And yet his body was regarded as far more valuable than the largesse it bore. Trez was the sacred fatted calf, the prized breeding stallion, the male whose birth chart had proclaimed he was to sire the next generation of queens. He had not yet been called into sexual service. That would come in time, when the princess he was to mate had reached her astrological maturity. Trez looked over his shoulder. No one was coming after him. But that would change as soon as the crumpled body of that guard he'd overpowered was found, and that wasn't going to be long. There was always someone watching. If only he could. Up in front of him, a door that was flush with the wall slid back, and a massive figure draped in black stepped directly into his path. SX, the Queen's executioner, had his chainmail hooding in place, his features covered by the metal weave. But the sight of his face was unnecessary. His voice, deep and evil, was pure menace. "You killed one of my males." Trez shuffled to a halt, his dragging robes stilling on the floor. Glancing down at the knife in his hand, he knew that the flimsy weapon was going to get him nowhere against the shadow he now faced. The silver blade had been designed to cut pears and apples, not even tenderloin meats. And the executioner was not like that guard. "You are trying to leave." SX didn't take a step forward, but seemed closer anyway, which is not only unacceptable from my point of view, but against the law. "Then kill me in punishment," Trez said in a tired voice. "Rip my body asunder and bury me in pieces outside of the territory like the traitor I am. I would do just that, in retribution for your taking the life of my guard." SX crossed his heavy arms over his thick chest. "But the very beating of your heart and breath within your lungs is divine. So that avenue is not open to me or you." Trez closed his eyes briefly. His parents had been thrilled with the news that one of their two fraternal sons had been born upon the perfect moment in time, a preordained, stars-aligned split second that would transform the familia blessing for them, with attendant riches and social position. A curse for him that had robbed him of his life whilst ever still he lived. "Do not even think about it," the executioner said. As Trez lifted his lids, he found that he had put the knife to his own throat. His hand was trembling badly, but he was pushing the blade in enough to nick the skin over his artery. His blood, warm and smooth, caressed over his clenched fist. Trez's laughter sounded crazy to his own ears. "I've nothing to lose except a life sentence for the crime of being born." "Oh, I think you do. No, don't look away, you're going to want to see this." The executioner nodded at the open doorway and something was pushed out. "No!" Trez yelled, his voice echoing up and down the corridor. "No!" "So you recognize him?" SX uncoiled his arms and pulled up his sleeves, deliberately flashing bloody knuckles. In spite of my work. Then again, the pair of you have been together for how long? Trez's vision went in and out of focus as he sought his brother's eyes. There was no gaze to hold. Iam was not conscious, his head lolling to one side, his face beaten until it was so swollen the features were distorted. His body was bound in a worn leather sleeve that ran from below his knees all the way up to his shoulders and was secured by a brass buckle system. Stains, new and old, darkened the brown of the straps and dulled the glow of the metal pieces. "Give him to me," Essex commanded. As the executioner grabbed onto the back of the hold, he lifted Iam's limp body from the floor with no more effort than he might put into raising a flask of wine. "Please," Trez begged. "He is not of this, let him go." For some reason, his brother's dangling lower legs registered with nauseating clarity. Only one of Iam's shoes was on still, the other having been lost in whatever abduction and torture had occurred. And both feet were pointing inward, the big toes touching, one tilted in unnaturally from a broken ankle. "Now, Trez," Essex said, "did you think your decision wasn't going to affect him? I'm telling you to put the knife down. If you do not, I'm going to take this." The executioner jogged Iam's limp body up and down, "and I'm going to wake it up. Do you know how I'm going to do that? I'm going to take this." In his free hand he flashed a serrated knife and put it into its shoulder. "Then I'm going to twist until it starts to scream." Trez began to blink away tears. "Let him go. This has nothing to do with him. Put the knife down. Let him." "Shall I demonstrate?" "No. Let him." Essex stabbed Iam's shoulder so hard, the blade cut through the leather and went into the flesh. "Twist?" Essex barked over the scream. "Yes? Or are you dropping that butter knife?" The clatter of the silver hitting the marble floor was overpowered by Iam's harsh, dragging breaths. "That's what I thought." Essex jerked the knife out and Iam started to moan and cough, blood speckling the floor. "We're going back to your quarters. Let him go first. You are not in a position to make demands." Guards came out of that hidden door in a swarm, all black-robed figures with chainmail masks. They didn't touch him. They weren't allowed to. They surrounded him and began to walk, pushing him along with their bodies, forcing him back to the place he had escaped. Trez fought the tide, rising up on the balls of his feet, trying to see his brother. "Don't kill him," he shouted. I'll go, just don't hurt him." Essex stood where he was, that notched, bloodied blade catching the light as he held it aloft, as if he were considering major organs for the next stab. "It's up to you, Trez. It's all up to." Something snapped. Later, when the white light had faded from Trez's vision and the cresting wave receded, when the roar was silenced and a strange pain in his hands began to ride up his forearms, when he was no longer standing but on his knees, he would realize that the first guard he had killed that night was far from his last. He would realize that he somehow murdered with his bare hands all who had surrounded him. And Essex was still standing there with his brother. More than the deaths he caused, and the horror at Iam's imprisonment with him, more than the copper-scented blood that was so red and now not just marking his footprints, he would remember the soft laugh that percolated through the mesh links covering the executioner's face. A soft laugh, as if the executioner approved of the carnage. Trez did not laugh. He began to sob, lifting bloody, torn hands to his face. "The astrological charts did not lie," Essex said. "You are a force in this world, well suited for procreation." Trez slumped to the side, landing in the blood, the jewels embedded in his robes digging into his flesh. "Please let him go. Return to your quarters, voluntarily and without hurting anyone else." "And you'll let him go? You're not the only one who can kill, and unlike yourself, I have been trained in the art of making living things suffer. Go back to your quarters and I will not make your brother wish, as you do, that he had never been born." Trez looked at his hands. "I didn't ask for this. No one asks for life." The executioner hiked Iam's body up higher. "And sometimes they do not ask for death. You, however, are in the position to control the latter when it comes to this male. So what are you going to do? Fight against a destiny you can't change and sentence this innocent to a wretched, prolonged suffering? or fulfill a sacred duty many before you have found great honor in providing our people. Let us go. Let us both go. It is not up to me. Your chart is what your chart is. Your lot was determined by the contractions of your mother. You can no more fight this than you could fight them. When Trez finally tried to stand up, he found the floor slippery. The blood he had spilled. And when he was on his feet, he had to scramble through the gruesome tangle of bodies, stepping over lives that he knew had not been his to take. The footsteps he left on the marble were red. Red as a Burmese ruby. Red as the core of a fire. And the ones he left now were parallel to his first set of tracks, heading away from the escape he had so desperately sought. It would have heartened him to know that in some 20 years, 3 months, 1 week, and 6 days from this moment, he would get free and make it stick for quite some time. And it would have shocked him to the numb core of his soul that he would, sometime after that, voluntarily return to the palace. The executioner spoke the truth that night. Destiny was as uncaring and influential as the wind to a flag, carrying the fabric of an individual's existence this way and that, subjecting that which it rocked to its whims without an inquiry as to what the banner may have desired, or may have prayed for. 1. Shadows Nightclub, Caldwell, New York. There was no knock. The door to the office just flew open like someone had hit it with C4. Or a Chevy. Trez Latimer looked from the paperwork on his desk. Big Rob. Cannonball. As his security second-in-command stuttered and went into all kinds of hand-flapping, Trez glanced over his shoulder at the 20-by-10-foot one-way mirror behind all his Captain Kirk, Command Central. Down below, his new club was poppin', humans milling around the converted warehouse's open floor space. Each one of the poor sick bastards representing a couple $100 of profit, depending on what their vice was and how much of it they needed to juice up. It was opening night at Shadows, and he'd expected trouble. Just not the kind that would make a veteran bouncer go 12-year-old girl on him. What the fuck is going on? He demanded as he got up and came around. You the guy Find your vocab fast, Trez thought. Or I'ma have to bitch slap some words into you, my man. Finally, the bouncer choked out. Need to see this for yourself. Trez followed Big Rob out and jogged down the stairs. His office was self-locking. Not that he had any secrets shut in there. He did, however, have a couple of nice leather sofas, and some video monitoring equip that could go the eBay route. Plus, he didn't like people in his spaces on principle. Silent Tom is containing the issue, Big Rob called out over the noise as they hit the ground floor. Like it's a chemical spill? I don't know what it is. T.I.'s about the money was so pumped it formed a physical presence in the air, becoming something that Trez had to fight through as they made their way past the security guy guarding the entrance to the private lounge's hallway. As with his other club, the Iron Mask, there had to be little slices of nobody can see for his customers. It was tricky enough running a prostitution ring in Caldwell, New York, without having people flash their slap-pin body parts out in the open. Back here, Big Rob said. Silent Tom was a wall of human in front of the closed door of the third private room down. But Trez didn't need to have any reveal for him to put 2 and 2 together. His nose added that math up just fine. The sickly sweet stench of a lesser permeated the hall, prevailing over the sweat and sex of the humans that were all around. Lemme have a look, he said grimly. Silent Tom stepped aside. Still moving, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, the Slayer probably was. Those fuckers had to be killed in a specific way or they just kept on keeping one if they were in pieces. We're going to have to call an ambulance, Big Rob said. I did it. I didn't mean to. Trez held up his hand. You're fine. And hold off on the 911. Opening the door, he grimaced as the stench ramped up, and then stepped inside the 10-by-10-foot room. The walls and floor were painted black, the ceiling mirrored, a single inset light glowing softly overhead. The Slayer was curled up in the far corner under the built-in fuck bench, moaning and bleeding an oil slick that smelled like dead roadkill mixed with fresh-baked oatmeal cookies and Johnson & Johnson baby powder. Nauseating. And once again it put him off Mrs. Fields, which he did not appreciate, and children, which he didn't care about. He checked his watch. Midnight. Shex, his head of security, was enjoying a rare evening off with her mate. John Matthew and Trez had to force the female to take the break. because it was the only time that Weaker Helrin was off his rotation with the Black Dagger Brotherhood. He was going to have to deal with this himself. Trez stepped back out into the hall. Okay, so what happened? Big Rob discreetly flashed a handful of small cellophane packets with powder in them as well as a wad of bills. We found him pushing this. He got mouthy. I popped him and then he fought back was a fucking demon. And when he pulled the knife I realized I was in trouble. I did what I had to do. Trez cursed as he recognized the symbol stamped on the heroin bags. It was nothing human and the second time he'd seen it. It was the vampiric old language and the shit was on a lesser again. This time as a dealer, he took the drugs and put them in his pocket. Let his bouncer keep the cash. You were lucky you weren't killed. I'll talk to the police. Everything's on tape. Trez shook his head. We're not involving the CPD. We can't just leave him in there. Big Rob glanced at his mute partner. He's going to die. It was the work of a moment to overpower the humans' minds. Both of them. As a shadow, Trez was like any other vampire, capable of barging into a cerebellum and rearranging thoughts and memories like they were armchairs and sofas in a living room. Or maybe removing them from the house altogether. Big Rob's body instantly relaxed and he nodded. Oh sure, we can hang here. No problem, boss, and don't worry, you don't want no one in there? You got it. Trez clapped the man on the back. I can always count on you. Heading back to his office, he kept up with the cursing. He'd gone to the brothers months ago, when he'd first found a slayer with this shit on him. And he'd meant to follow up even more with them. But life had gotten in the way, things like the Hisby coming after him and Selena and him. The mere thought of the chosen female made him close his eyes and falter his feet on the stairs. But then he threw off the sting. 'Cause it was either that or go into a black hole tailspin. The good news? He'd spent a lot of time over the last 9 months trying to pull his mind, his emotions, his soul off the topic of Selena. So he was used to this kind of power lifting. Unfortunately, she remained a constant preoccupation, as if he had a low-level fever that dogged him no matter how much he slept and attempted to eat right. And on some nights, it was a lot more than preoccupation, which was why he'd had to leave the Brotherhood mansion at times and crash back at his condo at the Commodore. After all, bonded males could be dangerous, and the fact that he wasn't with her and shouldn't be meant absolutely nothing to that side of him. Especially when she was feeding fighters who could not, for whatever reason, take their mates' veins. It was straight up crazy. She was a virtuous servant of the scribe virgins, and he was a reformed sex addict with a life-in-prison type sentence hanging over his head, and yet, according to his cock and balls, this was a recipe for true love. Yup, there was some righteous math for you. God, he was almost relieved he had a slayer leaking all over one of his sex rooms. At least it gave him a bomb to dismantle, which was better than staring out at that anonymous crowd of strangers who were feeding their own addictions thanks to the women and booze he supplied them with. While he waited for the other shoe to drop back home. At the Hisby. 2. The Pit. Brotherhood Mansion. Rage glared over the top of the Caldwell Courier-Journal. From his vantage point on V and Butch's leather sofa, he had more view than he wanted of a shirtless Lassiter playing with himself. Foosball, that was. The fallen angel was working V's table like a pro, flashing back and forth between the two sides and hurling insults at himself. Question, Rage muttered, as he rearranged his injured leg. Are either of your personalities aware that you're schizo-freakin'-phrenic? Your mama's so stupid, Lassiter dematerialized and reformed on the far side, spinning the rods. She thinks a California dime is something you dial a phone with. V came over and took a load off. That's multiple personality disorder, Hollywood. Not schizophrenia. The brother put a leather pouch of tobacco and a sheaf of rolling papers on the stack of Sports Illustrateds, just as Lassiter fired off a shout of triumph. Oh, look, V said under his breath. The idiot is finally winning. Rage grunted as he tried to find a better position for his leg. He and V should both have been out fighting, except a lesser had gone Gordon Ramsay on him with a rusty knife and V had a gunshot wound through the left shoulder. At least they'd both be back online in another 24 hours, largely thanks to Selena. Without her being so generous with her vein, they wouldn't be able to heal so fast, especially given that neither of their mates were capable of meeting their nutritional needs that way. But Man, this sucked, sitting around like a couple of cripples. And then there was the Lassiter factor. The pit was mostly as it always had been. Full of gym bags, stereo and computer equipment, that foosball table, and a TV the size of a city park. SportsCenter was on, talking about college football along with the NFL. There were Dead Soldier Grey Goose bottles everywhere. And Butch's wardrobe was now spilling out into the hall. Oh, and yup, Schoolboy Q's Hell of a Night was banging on the speakers. But it wasn't exclusively a bachelor pad anymore. Lingering in the air was Marissa's signature perfume something Chanel, and Doc Jane's medical bag was on the coffee table. Those vodka Ditis? Only from this afternoon and tonight, and V was going to pull a tidy-up before he crashed. And then there were the Journal of the American Medical Association and the People magazines. Oh, and the kitchen was clean, with fresh fruit in a bowl and a refrigerator full of things other than Arby's leftovers and soy sauce packets. Rage had dipped his toe into that Frigidaire pond as soon as he'd come in, snagging a half-gallon of mint chocolate chip ice cream. That was about a half hour ago, and he was feeling peckish again. Maybe it was time to head back to the main house. As Jeezy's Holy Ghost broke in, Lassiter started rapping. Rapping? Why did you invite him over? Rage asked just as V extended his tongue to lick one of his hand-rolls shut. And Jesus, when the hell did you pierce that? I didn't. He followed us across the courtyard. And a month ago. Why would you do that to yourself? V shot an evil smile across the sofa, his lids falling low over his diamond eyes. Jane likes it. Rage went back to his newspaper. TMI, my brother. Like you wouldn't do the same if Mary wanted it. Doc Jane asked for that? Like your goatee ain't enough shit going on with your pie hole? Come on. All he got was another of those smiles. Moving on, he focused on the horoscopes. Okay, so what sign are you, Lassiter? I'm fabulous, the fallen angel flashed to the other side, with the sun rising in the kiss my ass quadrant. And before you keep asking, I was made, not born, so I don't have a birthday. I'll give you a funeral date. V cut in. How about a shirt? Rage turned to the next page. Just a shirt. Would it kill you to cover up? Angel? No one needs to see that. Lassiter gave things a pause and then started pulling a Channing Tatum against the table, going all Magic Mike over the goal while he moaned like he was orgasming. V covered his eyes. Never thought I'd pray for blindness. Rage wadded up the paper and threw it at Lassiter. Oh, come on, asshat. I want to use that thing sometime. Rage's phone threw off a seizure, vibrating against his ass until he leaned to the side and dug it out of the back pocket of his leathers. Yeah, he said without looking at the number. Trez's voice was low. I got an issue. What's doing? Incapacitated lesser in my club. I've done a scrub job on my bouncers, especially the one who fought him, but this ain't going to keep. Rage got to his feet. Be there in 5. Thanks, man. Ending the call, Rage nodded at V. Come on, I know we're redshirt, but this is not a fight situation. Don't need to ask me twice. Where are we going? Lassiter straightened from his grind. Field trip. No. I can be useful as well as decorative, you know? V started to arm himself, grimacing as he strapped on his dagger holster and slipped in a pair of sharpened shinies, handles down. Doubt we'll need a battering ram. Maybe we'd get lucky. Rage headed for the door. But I wouldn't bet on it. I don't want to stay here by myself. And you ain't that decorative angel. Outside, the night was all about the fall, cold, crisp September air, making Rage's sinuses hum and his beast surge under his skin as he walked across the courtyard to the great stone mansion's entrance. Man, he couldn't wait for his Mary to get home from her work at Safe Place. All that talk about tongues and females liking them in certain places okay, it had only been about 3 sentences, but that had been more than enough had gotten him tight. 10 minutes, 2 40s, a pair of daggers, and a 3-foot length of chain later, he dematerialized down to Caldwell's meatpacking district with V, both of them reforming across the street from Trez's new joint. Shadows was located in a rehabbed warehouse, and as usual with any of the Shadows places, there was a line snaking down the block, humans standing like cows about to go into a feeding shed. As music bumped, Flashing lights and laser beams pierced the thousands of glass panes, making the place look like a 3-story tall psychedelic trip trapped under a tin roof. As the pair of them walked around back, there were all kinds of turned heads, but whatever. Human women had a way of noticing vampires. Maybe it was a hormonal thing. Maybe it was the black leather. Certainly wasn't that goatee. Come on now. And yeah, there might have been a time in the past when he would have had to take advantage of the dubious wares, but no more. He had his Mary, and that was more than enough for him. V was the same with his Jane. Well, Jane plus a healthy dose of whips and chains. Sicko. The rear entrance of the club was a double-doored, triple-lock stretch of staff only, and it obviously had a security camera somewhere, because the instant they approached, a bouncer opened things up. Are you? Yeah. V barged in. Where's Trez at? This way. Dark halls. Dumb, drunk humans. DD working girls. And then there was Trez, standing outside a black door under a black light. The shadow made an impression, even from 30 dim feet away. He was tall and had an inverted triangle for a torso, big heavy shoulders dumping into a tight waist, with thick thighs and long legs holding the production off the floor. His skin was the color of the mansion's mahogany dining room table, his eyes black as midnight, his hair trimmed down to nothing but a pattern on his skull. All of that was just pretty window dressing, though. The truth was that he was more dangerous a commodity than anything you could buy at a gun show. Shadows were deadly, capable of tricks even members of the Brotherhood were impressed by, and their kind usually kept to themselves, sticking to the Shisby's territory way outside of the city. Trez and his brother Im were exceptions to that rule. Something to do with revenge. Not that Rage had ever asked. Where is it? V asked as he clapped hands with the shadow. In here. Rage did the same, greeting the shadow with a hard embrace. How you doin'? We got ourselves a complication. Trez stepped back and opened the door. And not like you're thinking. The dead slayer was moving on the floor, writhing its arms and legs slowly. Things were broken in various places, one foot pointing in the wrong direction, an elbow cocked at a wonked-up angle, and there was a good deal of leaking going on, the floor puddling with the Omega's oil-black blood. Nice work, Rage said, taking a grape Tootsie Pop out of his jacket and popping the wrapper. Bouncer did this? Big Rob. Trez put his hand out. And here is the complication. In the center of his palm were a bunch of nothing special packets of drugs. Wait a minute. V picked up the things with his gloved hand. Just like the ones you gave to Butch, true? Exactly. Yeah, this is dealing. Did anything come of this shit earlier? Butch talked to Assail, and Assail denied he was doing business with them. And that was it. With nothing else to go on, we had other priorities. Feel me? Rage bit down to the chocolate center as he leaned in and did some WTFing of his own. The drugs were marked with a red stamp of the old language symbol for death. The cry. Assail was going to be in some serious ass shit if he was using the enemy to get his product onto the streets. V dragged his free hand through his black hair. Now I know why you didn't just stab this thing back to the Omega. My bouncer said the Slayer came in with the crowd and worked his way around, doing bit deals. He was asked to leave, argued, attacked, and then it was time for some lights out when Big Rob took care of business. First time this particular lesser's been around, but that's not saying much because it's opening night. Bottom line, though, is I don't let people deal in my joints, human or otherwise. Don't want to be on the CPD's list of things to do any more than we already are. As the pair of them kept talking, Rage sucked the white stick clean and found himself sizing up the shadow. Cutting into the convo, he demanded, "Why don't you come to last meal anymore?" V's diamond-hard glare swung around. "My brother, focus." "No, I'm serious." He propped his hip on the black wall. "What's up, Trez? I mean, our food not good enough for you?" Cue the throat clearing on the shadow side. "Oh no, yeah, I'm just busy, you know. Opening this. And when was the last time you fed? You look like shit." This house threw up his hands. "Hollywood, will you get in the game? You know, I used Selena tonight and her blood is amazing. It all happened so fast." 1 minute V was jawing at him while he was bringing up the very salient point that the shadow needed to take a vein. The next, Trez's racket-sized palm was locked on his neck, cutting off all his air supply, while the guy bared his teeth and snarled like rage was the enemy. In the blink of an eye, and in spite of that nasty shoulder wound, Vishouse counterattacked the shadow, tackling him in a total body slam as Rage grabbed at that thick wrist to pull the grip free. Incredibly, it got them nowhere. Even with V's close to 300 pounds trying to pry Trez off and all of Rage's tensile strength getting thrown into the mix, the shadow was brick wall going nowhere, barely moving. And then the three of them had something to really worry about. Rage blinked, and when he opened his eyes, brilliant light flooded the cramped, black space. "Fuck!" V gritted. "Let him fucking go, Trez. We got problems." Beneath Rage's skin, his beast surged to life, awoken by the mortal threat. "Trez, let go." Something got through to the shadow, whether it was all that light, or the fact that Rage's features were already starting to morph, and he loosened his hold just a little. V took it from there, throwing the shadow to the slick floor and jumping on him, a black dagger flashing out and being put directly to the jugular. On a sagging curse, Rage coughed and breathed deep a couple of times. Shit. His beast had a hair trigger on a good night, when he was well-fed, well-fucked, and properly exercised. But when someone tried to kill him, even if there might have been a good goddamn reason for it, clearly the shadow had bonded with the Chosen, 'cause that reaction had male hormones all over it. "I'm sorry," Trez mumbled. "I don't know what came over me. Swear on my brother's life." "Why didn't you—" Rage tripped over his own words. "Tell us you bonded with her?" There was a pause. Then Trez said, "I shit." V added a string of curse words. "You gonna stay put, Shadow? Or am I slicing the front of your throat open?" "I'm good. Swear." A moment later, V came over. "Rage? My brother." Rage put his palms to his face and let himself slide off the vertical until he was ass on the floor. "Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out." They already had a lesser in the club. His beast was the last kind of patron they needed. "Breathe in. Breathe out." "What's going on with him?" Trez asked. "Don't ever aggress on that motherfucker," was the last thing Rage heard before the world receded like smoke in a draft. 3. In the most sacred hall of the Hisby's Grand Palace, Essex stood on the far side of a door that had no knob, no handle, hardly any seam to distinguish the panel from the wall it was set into. On the far side, he could hear the infant crying, and the sound, that plaintive entreaty for help, aid, succor, went into his ears and through to his soul. His hand shook as he put it to the cool expanse. His daughter, his offspring, the only one he would probably ever have. The infant was not alone in the ceremonial room. There was the high priest Ans Lai, the chief astrologer, and the treasury, a position charged with witnessing and recording events such as this. The baby had been wrapped in a pure white blanket of woven wool by the nursemaid before being taken in there and left behind with those three males, to cry for a father who would not come to save her. Essex's heart pounded so violently the whites of his eyes registered the rhythmic pressure. He had not expected this reaction, but mayhap this precise fervor was why he had not been allowed to touch the child or be alone with her. Ever since the Queen had given birth to her approximately 6 hours ago, he had been permitted to view her twice, once after she had been cleaned and just now, as she had been rendered into that white marble room that had no windows and only one door that locked from the inside. The second of her birth had determined this, demanded this. That was what custom dictated. The stars had aligned in such a way that his daughter was not to be the heir to the throne, and thus she had to be. "Get in there," his heart screamed. Stop this before." Silence. Suddenly there was silence. A sound like that of a wounded animal vibrated up his throat and out of his mouth, and Essex curled a fist, banging it into that door so hard, fissures formed in a star pattern, radiating outward from the point of impact. Distraught and deadly, he knew he must needs retreat before he did something as unthinkable as what had just been done. Tripping over his black robing, he wheeled around and stumbled down the corridor. He was dimly aware of banging into the walls, his momentum bouncing him left and right, his shoulders slamming into the more slick white marble. For some reason, he thought of a night many years before, at least 2 decades ago, when he had waited by the exit for Treslath, the Anointed One, to come down and attempt to escape. Now he was doing what that male had done then. Escaping, whilst in fact not freeing himself at all. Unlike Trez, who had not been allowed to leave the palace, Essex, as the Queen's executioner, was permitted to. He was also the one who was responsible for monitoring all comings and goings. There would be no delays for him, and that would save lives this night. That silence, that horrible, resonant silence, cannibalized his mind as he wound through the maze of halls, nearing the very exit Trez had sought. That male, too, had been condemned, the position of the stars the moment he was born more dispositive than nature or nurture. Those constellations, so distant, so unknown at the time of birth and unknowable in maturity, determined everything. Your status, your work, your worth. And his daughter, like Trez, had been born to a portent that had been a death sentence. 9 months they had awaited her birth, society coming to a kind of standstill with the Queen pregnant. Such fanfare, as there had been only one other pregnancy in the 2 centuries of the current monarch's reign, and that had yielded the princess. Of course, the fact that the current conception had been by the Queen's executioner had been far less momentous and never publicly acknowledged. Better that it had been an aristocrat, a second cousin of royal blood, a male marked as significant by his birthing charts. Or even better, some kind of immaculate miracle. Alas, no. The sire had been he who had started as a servant and gained trust, access, and, much later, the sacred act of sex. But that was all largely insignificant in their matriarchal tradition. The male was as always a secondary afterthought. The result, the infant and the mother, were the most important. There had been a chance, when the child had come out, that as a female, she might surpass the current heir to the throne, depending on the stars. Although that would have resulted in another death, as there could be only one heir to the throne, the sitting princess would have had to be ritually killed. All had waited for news. With the time and date properly recorded, the chief astrologer had retreated to his observatory and completed his measuring of the night sky. Essex had learned the fate of his infant before the general population, but after the courtiers, the birth would not be announced. The Queen would reaffirm her current daughter. All would continue as it had been. And that was that, the personal tragedy for him buried under court protocol and reverence for royalty and long-standing astrological traditions. He'd known all along that this was a possibility, but either through arrogance or ignorance, he had discounted the terrible reality. This terrible reality. When he finally burst out into the night, he drew breaths that he released in puffs. He had never expected an intersection between his personal history and this star-determining system that ruled everything. Rather stupid of him, really. Bracing his hands on his knees, he bent over and vomited into the cropped, dying grass. The expulsion seemed to clear his head a little, to the point where he almost wanted to do it again. He needed to do something. Anything he couldn't go back into the palace was liable to kill the first shadow he came to just to cleanse the pain. His rescue, such as it was, came from duty. With this event, there was official business to be conducted, which, in his role as enforcer, he was required to discharge. It was quite a while before he could calm his mind and emotions sufficiently to dematerialize, and when he was able to scatter his molecules, he proceeded out of the walls of the territory with a strange sense of commiseration. He was quite certain that the Queen was feeling nothing at this moment. As a result of that star chart, the innocent life that had been cut short had been devalued to the point of worthlessness, in spite of the fact that what had been born had come out of that royal womb. The alignment of stars was more significant than the alignment of DNA. That was the way it had always been, would forever be. In spite of the fact that it was but September, as he traveled toward downtown Caldwell, it was the coldest night he had e'er known. For the chosen Selina entered the training center through the back of the office's supply closet, and as she emerged, she jumped at the tremendous figure behind the desk. Torment, son of harm, looked up from the computer. "Oh, hey, Selina." Surprise. As her heart rate regulated, she put her hand to her chest. "I didn't expect to see anyone herein." The brother refocused on the blue glow of the screen. "Yeah, I'm back to work. We're going to open things up again. Open what? The training center. Tor leaned back in the ugliest green leather chair she had ever seen. And as he spoke, he stroked the arm as if it were a precious work of art. Back before the raids, we had a good program set up here. But then so many members of the Glimmerer were killed during the attacks, and those who did survive left Caldwell. Now, people are returning, and God knows we need the help. The Lessening Society is ramping up like rats to a warehouse. I wondered what all these facilities were for. You're going to see it firsthand. Maybe, she said, but only if they moved fast. Are you all right? The brother asked, jumping up. With an abrupt spin, the world tilted around her. Twirling her head on her spiner, was that the room itself? Either way, Torment caught her before she hit the floor, scooping her up in his arms. I'm okay. I'm all right, I'm fine, she said. At least, she thought she spoke those words out loud. She wasn't sure, because Tor's lips were moving and his eyes were locked on hers like he was talking to her. But she couldn't hear his voice, her own, anything. Next thing she knew, she was in one of the examination rooms in Vicious's Shellen. Doc Jane was peering down at her, all dark green eyes, short blonde hair and roaring concern. The chandelier overhead was too bright, and Selena raised her palm to cover her face. Please, this is unnecessary. All of a sudden, she realized she could hear herself, and the world, once dulled and diluted, came back in sharp detail. Honestly, I am fine. Doc Jane put her hands on her hips and just stood there, as if she were a barometer making some kind of a reading. For a moment, Selena was struck with fear. She didn't want them to know that. Did you just feed someone? The Brotherhood's physician asked. About an hour ago, and I didn't eat. I forgot to eat, which was not a lie. Do you have any medical conditions I need to know about? No, which was a lie. I'm perfectly healthy. Here, Tor said, pressing something cold into her hand. Drink this. She did as she was told and discovered it was Coke, in a red can that said, share with Buddy, on the side. And actually, the stuff did revive her. This is good. Your coloring is getting better. Doc Jane crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back against one of the stainless steel cabinets. Keep drinking, and maybe you should consider calling someone else in for... No, she said sharply. I will complete my duty. The importance of coming here, and making her vein available to the brothers and others who were not able to feed from their mates, was the only thing keeping her going. It was the connection to normal life, the grounding of a job that was of significance, the metronome of nights and days without which she would consume herself with a bad destiny over which she had no control. The reality was that her time was running out and she was never sure when her last moment was going to come, when the last time she did anything was going to happen. And that made being here in service absolutely critical. As she continued to nurse the soda, many things were said, questions asked on the physician's part, answers given on hers. The vocabulary didn't matter, she would utter anything. Any lie, partial truth, or false construction to get free of this tiled room and continue on to her last visit of the night. I shall complete my duty. She forced a casual smile onto her face. And then I shall rest. Promise. After a moment, Doc Jane nodded and the skirmish, at last, was won. The war, however, was a different beast entirely. I'm just fine, Selena said, hopping off the table. Really and truly. Come and see me if it happens again. Okay? Absolutely. She smiled at the two of them. I promise. As she left the exam room, she supposed that the lie should have bothered her. But she didn't have the luxury of conscience anymore. She was in a sprint against death, and nothing, not even the people she valued or the male she loved, could get in her way. For her, survival, such as it was a solo endeavor. Back at Shadows, Trez had to take a moment to cough his larynx back into position before sitting up. One thing you could say about this house? The brother did the dominating thing well. But whatever, shit was getting a little too real over there in the corner. Across the dim space of the sex room, Rage was curled into a ball, eyes shut, breath going in and out of his open mouth with such a measured rhythm, he was either hypnotizing himself or in a fucking coma. What is he doing? Trez asked, trying not to turn into a monster. Trez popped his eyebrows. Literally. Godzilla. Only purple. Jesus, I thought that was just gossip. Nope. V palmed a black dagger and lifted it over his shoulder. With a Vishyushahastab, the brother obliterated the Slayer's remains by nailing the thing in the empty chest, the second bright light of the night flaring blue-white as a blowtorch before disappearing and taking the majority of the stinking remains with it. The flash didn't take care of the grease spot, but Trez had outfitted these rooms with a drain in the center and a hose hookup discreetly mounted under the bench. Humans could get messy, too. So you've bonded, huh? V said as he took a load off and watched over his brother like a pack animal guarding a fallen wolf. I'm sorry, what? Selena. You've bonded with her. Trez cursed and scrubbed his face. Ah no, not really. A very wise person once told me lie to anybody you want, just never yourself. Look, I don't know. So is that why you've been gone from the house so much? Trez considered staying on the blow-smoke train, but what was the use? He'd just attacked a male he respected, a male who, P.S., was totally and completely in love with his own female, just because the guy had taken the vein and nothing else off a chosen train to be of service in that way. If that didn't put the bonded male stamp on his forehead, he didn't know what would. Trez shook his head. Fuck me. Fine, I've bonded and I can't be around her feeding you all. I mean, I know it's a necessary service and it stops at the vein, yada yada yada, but it's too dangerous. I'm liable to do that. He nodded at rage at any moment. She won't have you? I know it can't be because of fury. He respects the shit out of you. Yeah, he and the pre-male who was responsible for all of the chosen were cool. Too bad that wasn't the issue. It's just not going to work out. Why? Can we get back to why a lesser has a sales drugs on him? No offense, but I just cut you some huge slack by not turning your jugular into a sink drain. Think you can do me the honor of being honest? Trez looked down at his hands and flexed the fingers out in a fan. Even if I hadn't slept with 1,000 human women, I'm not exactly a free man. Rev said your debt to him is more than repaid. The tie that binds me is not to him. So who owns your leash? My queen. There was a long, low whistle. In what way? Funny that he'd spent so much time with the Brotherhood and never told them anything about the anvil over his head. Then again, for so long all he'd done was try to pretend it wasn't there himself. I'm supposed to service the heir to the throne. When did this happen? Birth. Mine, that is. V frowned. The queen know where you are? Yeah. You should have disclosed this to us before you moved in. Not saying we wouldn't have harbored you, but your people can be very particular about who they associate with. We got enough problems without a diplomatic issue with the Hisby. There may be an extenuating circumstance, though. As his phone started to vibrate in his shirt pocket, he reached in and shut it off without looking at who the call was from. I've been in neutral, with the possibility of either a head-on collision with a semi or a swerve that could save me. Selena know any of this? She knows some of it. The brother inclined his head. Well, it's your story to tell, at least with respect to the chosen. As it impacts Wrath and our throne, though, all bets are off. Any night. I'll know any night the queen's due to give birth, literally any moment. I keep nothing from my king. Trez felt his phone go off again and he silenced it a second time. Just tell him the dice are still rolling. We don't know what we got. Maybe the star chart will not match mine and then I'll be free. We'll pass that on. There was a period of silence, and then Trez started to squirm. Why are you looking at me like that? When there was no answer, he got to his feet and brushed off his ass. And still those diamond eyes stared at him. Hello? What the fuck? You're running out of time, the brother said in a low voice. On two fronts. Trez's phone went off again, but he wouldn't have answered the damn thing even if he'd wanted to. What are you talking about? There are two females, and in both cases you're running out of time. I don't know what the fuck you're. Yeah, you do. You know exactly what I'm talking about. No, because there was only one ticking time bomb in his life, thank God. Is Rage going to wake up? Or does he need a crash cart? This is not about him. Well, it ain't about me either. Seriously, does he require medical help? No. And that is not what we're talking about. Wrong pronoun, buddy. I'm not in this conversation. Besides, who knew, maybe if the Shisby shit went his way, he could work on the situation with Selena. After all, if he wasn't the anointed one, he was free to be. Shit, unless he gave up his work here, he'd still be a pimp. In recovery from his sex addiction. Who was going to need therapy to get over bad destiny PTSD. Yeah, wow. Bachelor of the Year over here. And hell, it wasn't like Selena seemed to miss him and he didn't blame her. His past with all those human women, even though he'd stopped with the whoring as soon as he'd kissed her, was nothing romantic. It was downright disgusting. The months of celibacy hardly made up for his efforts to deliberately stain his physical body. I'm having a vision of you. V rubbed his eyes. Look, unless you need me, for you, the statue will waltz. As Trez's phone went off again, he found that the Hebes had overtaken every square inch of his body. With all due respect, I have no clue what you're talking about. Take care of that brother for however long you need to. No one's going to disturb you here. Be present, even when you think it will kill you. No offense, V, but I'm not hearing this. Later. 5. In the training center's medical suite, Luches, son of Lowstrong, lay on his back in a hospital bed with his torso and head propped up on pillows. His broken body was stretched out before him, rather like a landscape raked by bombs, scars, and missing pieces, transforming that which had previously functioned normally and well into a hodgepodge of painful, debilitating dysfunction. His left leg was the biggest problem. Ever since he had been rescued from that oil drum the Lessers had imprisoned him in, he had been in a period of rehabilitation. Odd word for what was really going on for him. The official definition, as he had looked it up on a tablet, was to restore someone or something to its former state of normal functioning. After so many months of physical and occupational therapy, however, he was confident in concluding that the nightly mental and bodily grind of movements both small and large was getting him no closer to his former self than it was successfully turning back time. The only things he knew for sure were, he was in pain, he still couldn't walk, and the four walls of this hospital room, that were all he had known since he had been locked in that cramped stasis, were driving him insane. Not for the first time, he wondered how his life had come to this. And that was stupid. He knew the facts so well. The night of the raids, the Slayers had infiltrated his family's regal home, as they had so many others. They had slaughtered his father and his maman, and done the same to his sister. When they had come to him, they had decided to spare his life so that he could be used as a guinea pig, a test for whether a vampire could be turned into a lesser. Incapacitating him, they had packed him away in an oil drum at some location and had stored him in the Omega's blood. There had been no experimentation, however. They had lost interest in him or forgotten about him, or some other outcome had transpired. Unable to get free, he had suffered in the black viscous void, living but barely alive, waiting for his doom to come, for what had felt like an eternity. Unsure whether he had been in some way turned. His mind, once a thing he had held with great pride for its scholarly achievement and capacity, had become as crippled as his body, twisting in on itself, once clear pathways of thought tangling into a dark nightmare of paranoia and terror. And then his brother, the one he had never had time for, the one he'd looked down upon, the one he'd always felt so superior to, had arrived and become his savior. Quinn, the deviant with the blue eye and the green eye, the family embarrassment with the critical defect, the one who had been kicked out of the house and therefore not at home when the attack occurred, had turned out to be the only reason he had gotten free. That male had also turned out to be the strongest member of the bloodline, living and working with the Black Dagger Brotherhood, fighting with honor, defending the race against the enemy with distinction. Whilst Luches, the former golden boy, the heir to the mantle that no longer existed, was now the one with the defects. Karma? He lifted his now mangled hand, staring at the stubs that were all that were left of 4 out of his 5 fingers. Probably. The knock upon the door was soft, and as he inhaled, he caught the scents on the other side. Bracing himself, he pulled the sheets up higher on his thin chest. The chosen Selena wasn't alone, as she had been last evening, and he knew what this was about. "Come in," he said in a voice he still didn't recognize. Ever since his ordeal, his speech had been huskier, deeper. Quinn came in first, and for a moment Lucius recoiled. Whenever he had seen his brother previously, the male had been in civilian garb. Not tonight. He'd clearly come fresh from the theater of conflict, black leather covering his powerful body, weapons strapped on his hips, his thighs, his chest. Lucius frowned as he noticed two particular fighting implements. His brother had a pair of black daggers upon his sternum, the handles facing down. Strange, he thought. It was his understanding that such blades were reserved only for members of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. Mayhap they allowed their soldiers to wear them as well now. "Hey!" Quinn said. Behind him, the chosen Selena was silent as a ghost, her white robes floating around her slender body, her dark hair woven up high on her head in the traditional style of her sacred order. "Greetings, sire," she said with an elegant bow. Glancing down at his leg, Lucius wanted desperately to get out of bed and pay her the respect she was due. Not an option. The limb was, as always, wrapped up tight in white gauze from toe to knee, and underneath that sterile dressing, flesh that would not heal, the heat of the infection simmering like a pot of water on the verge of breaking into a boil. "So they tell me you've stopped feeding," Quinn said. Lucius looked away, wishing there was a window so that he could feign distraction. "Well?" Quinn demanded. "Is that true?" "Chosen," Lucius murmured. "Will you kindly permit us a moment alone? But of course, I shall await your summoning." The door shut silently, and Lucius found that all of the oxygen in the room appeared to have departed with the female. Quinn pulled a chair over to the bedside and sat down, propping his elbows on his knees. His shoulders were so wide, the leather jacket he had on creaked in protest. "What's going on, Lucius?" he asked. "This could have waited. You shouldn't have come in from fighting. Not according to your vital signs. So the doctor called you in, did she?" "She talked to me, yes." Lucius closed his eyes. He cleared his throat. "Before all of this, I'd had a vision of what I would be doing, what my future was going to be. You were going to be like father. Yes, I wanted all the things I had been taught defined a life as worth living." He lifted his lids and glared at his body. "This was not it. This I am as a young is. People tending to my needs, bringing me food, washing me, wiping me. I am a brain trapped in a broken vessel. I do nothing for myself." "Lucius." "No." He slashed his mutilated hand through the air. "Do not placate me with promises of some future health. It's been 9 months, brother mine, preceded by a captivity in hell that lasted a century. I'm done with being a prisoner. Done with it. You can't kill yourself." "I know." "Then I do not enter the fade. But if I don't eat and I don't feed, that," he jabbed a finger at his leg, "will get the best of me and carry me off. Not suicide. Death by sepsis isn't that what Doc Jane is so worried about." With a sharp motion, Quinn took off his jacket and let it land on the floor. "I don't want to lose you." Lucius put his hands over his face. "How can you say that after all the cruelty in our household? Not your doing. That was the rents. I participated. You apologized. At least that was one thing he'd done right. Quinn, let me go. Please, just let me go." The silence lasted so long, Lucius began to breathe easier, thinking that his argument had been accepted. "I know what it's like to not have hope," Quinn said roughly. "But destiny can surprise you." Lucius dropped his arms and laughed bitterly. "Not in a good way, I'm afraid. Not in a good way. You're wrong. Stop. Lucius. I'm telling you. I'm a fucking cripple. So was I." Quinn pointed to his eyes. "All my life." Lucius turned away, staring at the cream-colored wall. "There's nothing you can say, Quinn. It's over. I'm tired of fighting for a life I don't want." Another silence stretched out. Eventually, Quinn cursed under his breath. "You just need to feed and get your strength back. I will refuse her vein. You might as well accept this now and not waste any further time on arguments I find unpersuasive. I am done." As Selena waited in the corridor, exhaustion cloaked her in heavy folds that were no less real for being invisible. And yet she was antsy, fidgeting with her robing, her hair, her hands. She did not like time that was unconsumed by her duties. With nothing to occupy herself, her thoughts and fears became too loud to contain within her skull. And yet she supposed there was a utility in this solitude, if she could stand to take advantage of it. What she needed to do as she stood out here was practice her goodbye. She should try to compose the words she wanted to speak before she ran out of time. She should get up the courage that was going to be required to say aloud that which was in her heart. She was going to follow through on the impulse to tell Trez goodbye. Of the many people she would leave behind, the Primale and her chosen sisters, the brothers and their Shellens, Trez was the one whom she mourned already. Even though she hadn't seen him in many, many nights. Even though she hadn't been alone with him in many, many months. In fact, after they had ended their relationship or whatever it was, he had all but moved out of the mansion. No matter what time she had come or gone, she had not seen him face to face, and only on occasion caught a glimpse of his big shoulders as he headed in an opposite direction from her. That he was avoiding her had been a treacherous relief at first. It was going to be hardest leaving him, and harder still if they had continued their assignations. But lately, as her time grew shorter and shorter, she had come to decide that she needed to tell him. Dearest Virgin Scribe, what was she going to say? Selina looked up and down the corridor, as if the perfect little monologue might obligingly march on by, at a pace leisurely enough so that she could memorize it. For all she knew, he had forgotten their time together. By his own admission, he was well versed in finding female diversions of the human variety. No doubt he had wiped the slate well clean. And then there was the reality of him being promised to another. She dropped her head into her hands. For her entire life, she had taken comfort and purpose from her sacred Dudaso. It was a shock to discover that as she drew closer and closer to her demise. The one thing she was driven to get right was her departure from a male who was not her own, with whom she had had an affair of the very shortest duration. There had been many nights that she had spent in her bedroom up at the great camp, attempting to convince herself that what had happened with Trez was pure folly. But now, as time was running out, a strange clarity was focusing her. It mattered not the why, only that she accomplished the goal of telling him how she felt before she died. She did not want to approach him too soon, however rather embarrassing to pour out her soul to a potentially indifferent vessel and then linger for nights, weeks, months. If only her expiration came with a date, as if she were a carton of milk. Quinn emerged from the hospital room, and the tight expression on his harsh face cleared away her tangle of preoccupation. "I'm so sorry," she murmured. "He is refusing again? I can't get through to him. The will to live can be complicated." She reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. "Know that I am here for you both. If at any time he changes his mind, I shall come. You are a female of worth, you really are." He gave her a quick, hard embrace and then stalked off down the corridor, as if he were leaving the facility. But then he paused in front of the closed door to Doc Jane's main examination room. After a moment, he pushed through. As she prayed there was a solution for the two brothers, another wave of exhaustion. The bigger brother of the one that had swept her off-kilter in front of Torment, shambled through her body, making her throw out a hand to the wall lest she fall down. Panic overtook her, her heart beating wildly in her chest, her head flooding with do this, do that, run away. What if this was an attack? What if this was her final? "Hey, are you all right?" Training her wild eyes toward the sound, she found that Torment was coming out of the exam room. "Aye." All at once, the whirling sensation receded unexpectedly, as if she had been approached by a mugger who, having been confronted by the brother, had reconsidered his attack. Beneath her robing, she lifted one leg and then the other, finding none of the deadly resistance she was so terrified of. "Selina?" he said as he strode toward her. Leaning back against the wall, she went to brush over her chignon, and discovered that her forehead was damp with sweat. "I believe I shall tender myself up to the sanctuary." She blew out her breath. "I shall refresh myself there. It is needed." "That is a great idea. But are you sure you'll be able to?" "I'm just fine." Closing her eyes, Selina concentrated and, with a twirl of the world and a spin of her molecules that her brain, rather than something in her body, initiated. She was relocated up to the scribe virgin's sacred, peaceful place. Instantly, sure as if she had taken a vein, her body was both eased and strengthened, but her mind did not follow sway in spite of the lovely greens of the tree leaves and the blades of grass, the pastel colors of the tulips that were perpetually in bloom, the resplendent white marble of the dormitory, the treasury, the temple of the sequestered scribes, the reflecting pool. She felt pursued even though she was in arguable safety. Then again, having a mortal disease of indeterminate duration made it difficult to tell the difference between symptoms that were on the normal spectrum and ones that had greater portent. She stayed where she arrived for quite some time, fearing that if she moved, she might trigger the expression of her disease. But eventually she went upon a wander. The temperature of the still air was perfect, neither too hot nor too cold, and the sky overhead glowed a blue that was the color of a cornflower sapphire, and the baths gleamed under the strange ambient light, and she felt as though she were alone in a dark alley in downtown Caldwell. How much time? She wondered. How many more promenades did she have left? Shivering, she pulled her robing closer to her body as a familiar sense of sadness and impotence barged into her, crushing her chest, making it difficult to breathe. But she did not give in to tears. She had cried them all out some time ago, the whymes, what-ifs, and need more times over now proof that even boiling water could be gotten used to if you stayed within it long enough. She had come to terms with the reality that not only had she not been granted a full life, she had not really lived much at Talon, so, yes, of course she must tender a goodbye to Trez. He was the closest she had gotten to something that was hers, something private rather than prescribed, attained, for however briefly, rather than assigned. In saying farewell to him, she was acknowledging that part of her life that had been her own. She would approach him on the morrow. To hell with pride. After a while, she discovered that her feet had taken her to the cemetery, and given the direction of her thoughts, she was not surprised. Chosen were essentially immortal, brought into existence long ago, as part of the scribe virgin's breeding program, where the strongest males were mated to the most intelligent females to ensure the survival of the species. In the beginning, the female breeding stock were quarantined up here, with the pre-male serving as the sole male for insemination. As millennia passed, however, the role of the chosen evolved such that they served the scribe virgin spiritually as well, recording the history of the race as it unfolded upon the earth, worshipping the mother of the species, and serving as blood sources for unmated members of the Brotherhood for whom some broke rank, and accepted mortality in exchange for love, freedom, the chance to bear young who would not be condemned to rigid roles. And then the current pre-male had come along and relaxed even further the roles. Selena looked in through the graveyard's arched trellis. The marble statues of her sisters managed to loom o'er her in spite of the fact that they were quite some distance away and sequestered within their verdant bordering. For all the good the ancient breeding program had done, there had been one treacherous result from it, one prison that, however modern thinking this pre-male was, he could not exempt Selena and her sisters from. Deep in the cells of the chosen, there lay dormant a critical weakness, a defect that came about precisely because of the limited pool of breeding that was supposed to make vampires invincible. A sacrifice to the intention of strength. Proof that the mother of the race could, and would, be curtailed by Mother Nature. The statues beyond filled her with terror. The elegant figures within the encircled acre were not actually made of stone, not in the sense that they had been carved from blocks. They were the frozen bodies of those who suffered from the same disease she had. These were dead bodies of her sisters who had walked the path her own feet trod upon, frozen in poses that they had chosen, sealed in a fine mineral plaster that, coupled with the strange atmospheric properties of the sanctuary, preserved them for eternity. The trembling came over her anew as a wave, and once again the quaking did not last. This time, however, the cessation did not usher in a return to normalcy. As if the sight of those frozen in the final stage had been some kind of inspiration for what ailed her. The large joints in her lower body locked tight, and then so did her spine, her elbows, her neck, her wrists. She became utterly fixed in place, immobile whilst fully aware, her heart continuing to beat, her eyes undimmed, her panicked mind hyper-aware. With a shout, she attempted to shake herself free of it all, tried to pull her legs up, fought to move her feet, her arms, anything. There was but a slight give on the left side, and that rendered her off balance. Upon a pitch and spin, she landed face first on the ground, the fine filaments of grass getting into her nose, her mouth, her eyes. Knowing she was in danger of suffocating, she put all the strength she had into wrenching her head to the side so that her air passages were clear. And that would prove to be the last move she made. From her vantage point, she was a camera overturned, the odd-angle view of the sanctuary like something projected upon a screen. Blades of grass close up and big as trees, with the reflecting pool's temple far in the distance, nothing but the roof showing. "Help!" she called out. "Help!" Straining against her bones, she tried to remember the last time she'd seen any of her sisters up here. It had been too many nights ago, and even then, no one came this far into the landscape, the cemetery being rarely visited at its peripheral site save for sacred remembrance rituals that were not due to occur for months. "Help!" With a colossal pull, she fought against her body. But all that transpired was a twitch of her hand, the fingers dragging against the lawn. That was it. Tears flooded her eyes and her heart hammered, and she wished absurdly that she had not asked for an expiration date. From out of the depths of her emotions, an image of Trez's face, his almond-shaped black eyes, his cropped black hair, his dark skin came to the forefront of her mind. She should have said her goodbye sooner. "Trez," she moaned against the grass. As her consciousness receded, it was a door that shut softly, but solidly, blocking out the world around her. Such that she was unaware, sometime later, when a small, silent figure approached her from behind. Floating above the grass, a brilliant light spilling out from beneath flowing black robes. 6. Salvatore's restaurant, outside of Little Italy, Caldwell. With a curse, I.M. ended the call that had just come through on his cell phone and braced his upper body on the counter in front of him. After a moment of arrhythmia, he yanked on his wool peacoat, the black one with the .40 in a hidden pocket on the left side and an 8-inch hunting knife stitched into the lining on the right. He might need the weapons. "Chef? You okay?" He glanced across the industrial kitchen at Antonio DiCenza, his executive chef. "Sorry. Yeah. I gotta go and I already started the mise en place." He picked his cell phone back up. "You can finish it tomorrow." Antonio took off his toque and leaned a hip against the massive 12-burner stovetop. All the equipment used for dinner service was cleaned up, the lingering steam from the dishwashers making the 40 by 20-foot kitchen seem like something out of the Amazon rainforest. Too quiet, I.M. thought, and the brightly lit place smelled like bleach instead of basil. "Thank you, chef. Do you want me to stew the tomatoes before I leave?" "It's late. Go home. Good service tonight." Antonio wiped his face off with a blue and white dish towel. "Thanks to you, chef. Lock up for me? Anything you want." With a nod, I.M. left the kitchen and cut through the tiled delivery hall to the back exit. Outside, 2 of his waiters were loitering around their cars and smoking, their tuxedo jackets off, their red bow ties loose and hanging from their open collars. "Chef," one of them said, straightening. The other immediately came to attention. "Chef." Technically, he was more boss than chef here at Sal's, but he did do a lot of the cooking and recipe R&D himself, and the staff respected him for it. Hadn't always been that way. When he'd first stepped in to take over the Caldwell institution, he had not exactly been welcomed. Everyone from the waiters to the chefs to the busboys had assumed he was an African American, and the deep pride and tradition of Italian ownership, cooking, and culture would have worked against anyone who didn't have Sicilian blood in his veins. As a shadow, he understood the deal better than they knew. His people didn't want anything to do with vampires or symphathsans, certainly never those rats without tails humans. And Sal's was one of the most famous restaurants in Caldwell, not just a throwback to the Rat Pack era of the 50s, but a place that had actually served the chairman of the board and his slick boys. With its flocked wallpaper, hostess stand, and formal everything, it was Sardi's North and had always been owned and managed by Italians. Over a year into his ownership, though, everything was all good. He had proved himself to everyone from the customers to the staff to the suppliers, not just stepping into Salvatore Gadet III's shoes, but filling them. Now, he was treated with respect that bordered on worship. Wonder what they'd think of him if they knew he wasn't from Africa. He did not identify as American, and more to the point, he wasn't even human. A shadow was in their midst. "I'll see you tomorrow," he told the two men. "Yes, chef." "Night, chef." I am nodded at them and strode around the far corner. As soon as he was out of sight, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and dematerialized. When he reformed, it was on the 18th floor of the Commodore, on the terrace of the condo he owned with his brother. The glass slider was wide open, the long white drapes billowing in and out of the dark interior like ghosts trying and failing to escape. There had been two possible destinations for him, here or Shadows, and he'd picked their bachelor pad because of what was waiting inside. There was news from the Hisby, and all things considered, I.M. would rather be the messenger to Trez than the mail they'd sent. Putting his hand into his coat, he found the butt of his gun and stepped inside. "Where are you?" "Over here," came the deep, quiet response. I.M. pivoted to the left, toward the white leather couch that was against the far wall. His keen eyes adjusted in a heartbeat, and the enormous black shape of the Queen's executioner came into focus. I.M. frowned. "What's wrong?" The sound of ice cubes in a club glass twinkled across the silence. "Where's your brother?" "It's opening night at the club. He's busy. He needs to answer his phone," SX said roughly. "Has the Queen given birth?" "Yes, she has." Long silence, with nothing but the sound of those ice cubes to break it up. I.M. inhaled and caught the scent of Bourbon as well as an acrid sadness that was so great. He released his hold on his gun. "SX." The executioner burst up from the sofa and strode over to the bar, his robes swirling after him like shadows thrown in a great wind. "Care to join me?" the male asked as he poured more into his glass. "Depends. What's your news and how does it affect my twin?" "You're going to need a drink, right?" "Great." Without further comment, I.M. walked over and joined SX at the bar. It didn't matter what went into which glass, whether there were ice cubes, if there was a splash of tonic. He drank what turned out to be vodka down and poured some more. "So it wasn't the next queen," he said. "The young that was born." "No." SX went back over to the couch. "They killed it." "What?" "It was decreed. He waved his glass around over his head stars. "So they killed the infant." "My daughter." I.M. blinked, drank some more, and then thought, Jesus, if the Queen could do that to an innocent young born of her own body, the Hisby's leader was capable of anything. "So," SX said more evenly, "your brother is once again Her Majesty's prime concern. There is a mandatory period of mourning and I shall depart to join in that. But following the enclosure ceremony and its attendant rituals, I will be sent to collect the Anointed One." The enclosure ceremony was the formal entombing of the sacred dead, a rite that was reserved for members of the royal family only, and the mourning would last a number of nights and days, after which it appeared their reprieves had run out. "Shit," I.M. breathed. "I am happy to inform your brother, but no, I'll do it." "I thought so." I.M. sat down in the chair next to the executioner. Looking over, he traced the male's features. SX had come from worse than the lower class. The male had been born of servant parents but, through his brawn and smarts, had risen to seduce the Queen. It was an unprecedented ascension through the strata of social levels. "I'm sorry," I.M. whispered. "Whatever for. Your loss. It was decreed. In the stars." The male's casual shrug was belied by the way his voice cracked. Before I.M. could say anything further, SX leaned in. "Just so we're clear, I will not hesitate to do whatever is necessary to bring your brother home and provide him bodily to the purpose for which he was born." "You've already said that." I.M. likewise sat forward and locked eyes. "And get real, you don't actually believe that astrology bullshit, do you?" "It is our way. And that means it's right?" "You are a heretic. So is your brother. Let me ask you something. Did you hear the infant scream? When they killed your kid? Did you?" The attack was not unexpected. The executioner launching at him with such force his chair was blown backward and the pair of them ended up on the floor, SX straddling I.M. while shaking with rage. "I should kill you," the male growled. Get angry with me if you want. I am shot back. But be honest, at least with yourself. You're not quite so duty-proud anymore. Are you? Essex shoved himself away and landed on his ass. Putting his head in his hands, he breathed hard, as if he were trying to pull a composure job and losing the fight. I'm not going to help the pair of you anymore, the executioner said hoarsely. Duty demands to be served. I am sat up and thought that the constellations under which his brother had been born were like a disease, something unvolunteered for, embedded in the life that was lived, a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. Trez's detonation had been put off for so long. It would not be denied any longer, however. Not for the first time I am wished that he had been born before Trez. He would much rather have been the one cursed, the bearer of the burden. It wasn't that he wanted to be imprisoned for all his life, with nothing but repeatedly trying to impregnate the heir to the throne for a pastime. But he was different from Trez. Or maybe he was fooling himself. What he was clear on. He would do anything he had to in order to save his brother. And he was prepared to get really damn creative. By the time Trez came back to check the private lounge, Rage had woken up from his coma, trance, nap, whatever it was. And although V's verbal diarrhea had been a real ball slapper, as the owner of the club and the guy who'd attacked first, Trez felt like he needed to make sure the brother was okay. How we doing in here? He said as he re-entered. As Hollywood slowly sat up, it was clear he was trying to re-enter reality, returning from some mental destination that had been far from the club. Hey, Sleeping Beauty, V muttered as he took out a hand-rolled and a lighter. You back? You can't smoke in here, Trez said. This house cocked a brow. What are you going to do? Kick me out? Don't want to get shut down on my first night. You got bigger problems than the Department of Public Health. Fuck you, V, Trez thought. You need something? He asked Rage. I got all kinds of things that don't have alcohol in them. Nah, I'm all right. The brother rubbed his face and then looked over. So you've bonded with that chosen, huh? I even have food, if you want. Come on, man. Rage shook his head. You just tried to eat my lunch. Trez glanced at his watch. Actually, it was over an hour ago. I mean, what's the problem? Why don't you get with her? You're still a little pale. Fine. You want to hit the mute button. That's your business. Cue. Awkward. Silence. OMG, this was the best fucking night, Trez thought. What next? A meteor hitting Caldwell. Nah, probably just his club. So I'll take the drugs, V said, pocketing the cellophane packets. You get any more? The third goddamn flash in the room was bright enough to blind, and Trez put up an arm to cover his face as he fell back into a defensive stance. Oh, fuck! One of the brothers barked. Bomb? Deadly Slayer retaliation? All that new electrical wiring failing on an epic scale. Or maybe he shouldn't have given the universe a suggestion about the whole meteor thing. As Trez blinked the spots in his vision clear, it turned out to be a case of none of the above. A figure was standing where the great burst of light had flurried, a figure that was about as impressive as a garden gnome gone goth. Whatever it was 4 feet tall, covered from head to foot in black robing and evidently the source of illumination. From beneath the hem, brilliant light glowed, like maybe La Perla had gone Las Vegas Strip under there. Abruptly, Trez stopped breathing as he put the math together and came up with the impossible. Holy shit, that was the... Hello, mother, Vishouse said dryly. Scribe Virgin. I have come for a purpose. The female voice was hard as crystal and just as clear. And it must be served. Really? V took a drag on his hand-rolled. You gonna take candy from a baby? Or is it kick-a-puppy night? The figure turned her back on the brother. You! Trez recoiled, his head banging into the wall. Excuse me? You're not supposed to make inquiries of her. V bit out. Just FYI. Me? Trez repeated. What do you want me for? You are summoned by one of mine own. You taking him to Disneyland? V muttered. Lucky you. Trezbit, she's probably only tight with Maleficent, the Shadow Man, Cruella. How do you know so much Disney shit? Rage cut in. Come with me? The Scribe Virgin said, extending her robed arm. Me? Trez blurted a third time. You have been summoned. Selena, he breathed. Rage shook his head. Should I just get the marshmallows? 'Cause you are about to get toasted for those questions, buddy. That was the last thing Trez heard before a swirling vortex of energy claimed him and carried him off to God only knew where. As the sense of having been transported disappeared, he steadied himself on his feet with a shout, both arms punching out from his torso. His head spinning so badly, he figured he was going to dreidel it to the ground. A sudden awareness of his surroundings stopped all that. Parkland. He'd been relocated to some kind of postcard-perfect parkland. Rolling green lawns interspersed with top-heavy trees, blooming flower beds, and, in the distance, white marble buildings of Greco-Roman extraction. Except the horizon struck him as all wrong. A forest boundary offered a verdant stretch of green off in the distance, but there was an unnatural quality to it, the same trees seeming to mark the acreage, as if nature were on a repeat pattern. And overhead, the sky was likewise an all wonky, its milky brightness appearing to have no distinct source, like there was just an enormous fluorescent light up there. Where am I? When there was no answer, he twisted around. The small robed figure was gone. Great. Now what did he do? Later, he would wonder what exactly made him turn and start walking then running. A noise? His name? Some instinct? He found the body on the far side of a rise in the undulating ground. Whoever it was face down, in the traditional garb of a chosen female, the soles of the sandals. Selena! He shouted. Selena! Skidding to a halt, Trez dropped to his knees. Selena? Her black hair was a mess, the traditional twist of her chignon ratted and sloppy, falling over her face. As he lifted the tangle, her skin was paper white. Selena, he wasn't sure whether she was injured or had collapsed, and with no medical training, he had no clue what to do. Breathing, are you breathing? He put his ear down on her back. Then he leaned across her and took her arm to check for a. Oh God! The limb was stiff, as if rigor mortis had set in. Except when he placed his 2 fingers on the inside of her wrist, there was a pulse. Selena moaned and her foot twitched. Then her head jerked against the grass. Selena? His heart pounded so hard, he could barely hear anything. What happened? No reason to ask if she was okay. That was a resounding fucking no. Are you hurt? More moaning as she seemed to struggle against something. I'm going to roll you over. Bracing himself, he took her arm and began to try to move her, but he had to stop. Her position did not change. Her contoured limbs and stiffened torso were so rigid. It was as if he were dealing with a statue made of stone. Oh, shit! At the sound of Rage's voice, Trez jerked his head up. V and Rage had materialized out of nowhere, and while he had always liked the two of them, at the moment, he could have kissed the pair of warriors. You gotta help me, he barked. I don't know what's wrong with her. The brothers knelt down, and Vishouse went for that wrist, checking the pulse. She can't seem to move, but I don't know why. She has a pulse, V murmured. She's breathing. Shit, I need my stuff. Can we get her to where the fuck are we? Trez demanded. Yeah, I can transport her. No one moves her but me. He heard himself growl. The position paper was hardly a benet in this situation. The bonded male in him, however, didn't give a fuck. Conversation rolled out between the brothers, but damned if he heard any of it. His brain was tripping over itself, snippets of the past couple of months filtering through as he tried to look for signs that there had been something wrong with her. There had been nothing that he'd seen or heard of through the grapevine. If she'd only collapsed, it might have been the result of offering her vein too much, but that wouldn't explain the fact that her body had seized up in the way it had. She seemed to have literally turned to stone. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. Rage. Give me your hand. Trez put his palm out and felt himself get lifted to his feet. Before they could talk at him, he said, I have to carry her. She's mine. We know. Rage nodded. Nobody's going to touch her without your permission. We need you to pick her up, then V will help you both back. Okay? Gone now. Gather your female. Trez's arms were shaking so badly, he wondered whether he'd be able to hold her in his arms. But as soon as he bent down, a profound sense of purpose wiped away all the nerves and trembling. The goal of getting her to the training center's clinic gave him a physical power and a mental clarity that he had never known before. He would die in the effort. God, she weighed so little, less than he remembered. And beneath the robes he could feel her hard bones, as if she were wasting away. Just before that whirlpool effect overtook him again. His eyes shifted to a thick row of stocky trees that were broken by a trellis. On the far side of the arch, there was a courtyard of some kind in which marble statues of females in various poses were set up on pillars. Had she been on the way there? For some reason, the sight of those statues terrified him to the core. 7. Standing in front of the long mirror in her bedroom, Layla tried to pull the supposedly loose coat around herself, but getting what seemed like its copious folds across her belly was like asking a throw blanket to cover a king-size bed. Looking down, she could no longer see her feet, and for once in her life, her breasts were big enough to create some serious cleavage beneath her robing. Given the breadth of her, it was hard to believe she still had months to go with the pregnancy. Why couldn't vampires be more like humans? Those rats without tails took 9 months to do this. Her species? Try 18. Glancing over her shoulder, she checked herself out in the dresser's mirror across the way. According to the various human birthing shows she'd watched on TV, she was supposed to feel all aglow. Revel in her body's changes. Embrace the miracle that was conception, incubation, and impending expulsion. Guess humans really were a different race. The only positive thing she took from this experience, and arguably it was the only thing that mattered, was that her young was active and seemingly healthy. Regular checkups with Doc Jane had indicated that things were progressing with perfect order. Milestones met and surpassed. Stages entered and departed with grace. That was it for the positives. The rest of the experience? No thank you kindly. She detested the way she had to heave herself to her feet. The big melons sitting on her chest made it hard to breathe. The swelling in her ankles and hands turned elegant limbs into tree trunks. And then there were the surging hormones that made her want to do things she felt pregnant females really shouldn't do, especially given who she wanted to do them with. Stop it. Just stop it. Dropping her head into her hands, she struggled with the piercing guilt that had been her shadow these past months, dogging her close as her own skin, heavy as a suit of chain mail. Unlike the pregnancy, which had a termination date for all the discomfort and worry, there was no relief to be had with her other situation. No terminal event, at least not one that came with any joy. She had made her bed, however. Now she must lie in it. Going over to her door, she cracked the panels and listened for footsteps. Voices. The sound of vacuum cleaners. When there was nothing, she stepped out into the hall of statues and looked left and right. A quick check of her watch told her she had about an hour and a half before dawn would force her return to the Brotherhood mansion. Stepping out, she wanted to jog, but she could barely manage a fast walk as she headed in the direction of the staff quarters. Her route to the exit was pre-planned and well-utilized, and she had the timing down to a science. 6 minutes for her to get down the back stairs and out into the garage. 2 minutes to the car that she'd been given to use and had told people she was taking out on a regular basis to clear her head. 16-minute drive into the tracts of farmland east of town. 2-minute walk up that field to the maple tree, where she would find Layla. She tripped over her own feet as she wheeled around. Blay was at the head of the hall of statues and in his fighting dress, his leathers stained and his face exhausted. Hello, she replied. Have you come off the field? Are you heading out? Blay frowned. It's awful late. Just for a short drive, she said smoothly. To, clear my head. Dearest Virgin Scribe, she hated the lying. Well, I'm glad I caught you. Quinn's not doing so well. Layla frowned and walked back toward the fighter. The father of her young was one of the most important people in her life, as was Blay. The mated pair were her family. Why? Luches. Blay stripped his dagger holster off his chest. He's refusing to feed, and Quinn's just hit the wall with it. It's been almost a month. Longer. Ordinarily, if a healthy male vampire took the vein of a chosen, he could easily go several months between feedings, depending on his activity level, stress, and general health. However, for someone who was as ill as Luches, Much more than a week or two could quickly become a death sentence. Where is Quinn now? Down in the billiards room. They called me off the streets early because Blay shook his head. Yeah, he's not doing well. Layla closed her eyes and put her hand on her belly. She had to go. She had to stay. I have to take a shower. Blay glanced over at the door to the room he and Quinn shared. Is there any way you could sit with him until I get down there? Oh, yes, of course. Blay reached out and squeezed her shoulder. You're going to need to help me with him. This is getting... I know. She took off her coat and didn't bother putting it back in her room. She just tossed it on the floor in front of her own door. I'll head down right now. Thank you. God. Thank you. They embraced for a split second and then she waddled off, heading for the grand staircase and the male who had given her the most priceless gift of this child she carried within her womb. There was nothing she would not do for Quinn or his Helrin. She was, however, very aware of the male who was waiting for her at this very moment, under that maple tree, out in that field. Her conscience tortured her, especially as she passed by the open double doors of the king's study. Through the regal doorway, she saw the throne behind the great carved desk and was reminded of why she had struck the deal she had. Selling her body to the head of the band of bastards had been done to keep all of them safe here at the mansion. The deal had not yet been consummated on account of her pregnancy. However, something that had surprised her at first. Ecker was a brutal warrior, one who not only had the reputation, but the actual character, for doing harm to others and enjoying it. And yet with her, he seemed content to bide his time before he collected his due. On a regular basis they met beneath that tree and talked, or sometimes simply sat in silence, his eyes roaming all over her as if, well, sometimes she thought that he seemed to take strength from just staring at her, as if the visual connection was a kind of vein from which he needed to draw regularly. Other times, she knew he was picturing her naked and she told herself to be offended by that, scared by that, worried over that. Lately, however, a strange curiosity about him had taken root under her fear, a curiosity tied to his powerful body, his narrowed eyes, his lips, even though the upper one was ruined. She blamed it on her hormones and tried not to dwell on the urges. The only thing she needed to keep in mind was that as long as she continued to meet with him, he had sworn on whatever honor he had that he would not raid the compound. After all, the only reason he knew where they were was because of her. Indirectly, perhaps, but it felt like the security leak was solely her fault. The whole thing was a deal with a devil, executed to keep those whom she cared for most safe. She hated the lies, the double life, the guilt and the fear that sooner or later she would have to live up to her end of the bargain. But there was nothing she could do. And tonight, her family had to come before her fraud. Down in the training center's main exam room, Trez was having an out-of-body experience as the whirling transportation stopped, and he once again had to recalibrate his location. Thank God they'd made it over in one piece. Now, if only there was help to be had here. Cradling Selena's stiff, contorted body in his arms, he glanced over his shoulder. Doc Jane V's Schellen was standing off to the side in full doctor garb. Blue scrubs, green nitrile gloves, little booties on her feet. She didn't approach Selena, however. She just stayed where she was, staring at them, for what seemed like forever. Shit. Trez was no doctor type, but generally speaking, when someone with the big doctor in front of their name had to take a TO when they first saw a patient. Not a good sign. Rage and V were across the way, and they were likewise gawking at him and Selena, as if they also had no clue how to help. Doc Jane cleared her throat. Trez. I'm sorry, what? Will you let me look at her? Trez frowned. Yeah, come on. When Doc Jane didn't move, he started to lose his temper. What the hell's the problem? Your fangs are bared and you're growling. That's the problem. He pulled a quick self-check and discovered, gee whiz, he had in fact gone all Cujo on them, sinking his weight down into his thighs, flashing his hardware, and making a sound like an industrial mower in the back of his throat. Yeah, sorry. At that point, he noticed that he'd also backed into a corner and was holding Selena to his chest like someone was going to try to take her from him. So I should put her down on the table. That would be a good place to start, V pointed out. His body took its own sweet time as he gave it the command to move forward, and in the end, only the fact that she needed treatment by someone who had half a brain and a stethoscope got him anywhere close to the center of the room. Leaning down, he put her on the stretch of stainless steel and he shuddered because he might as well have been handling a wooden chair. Her body stayed in the exact same position she had been in when he'd found her. Legs outstretched, torso twisted, arms curled up to her chest. And almost worse, her head remained at that bad angle, wrenched around in the opposite direction of her shoulders as if she were in great pain. His hand shook as he brushed her hair from her face. Her eyes were open, but he wasn't sure she was conscious. She didn't seem to focus on anything. Periodic slow blinks the only indication she might be awake, might be still alive. Trez put his face in her line of sight. "You're at the training center. They're going to..." As his voice faltered, he ordered himself to get the fuck away and let Doc Jane do her job. Crossing his arms over his chest, he backed off until he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. It was rage, and Trez was pretty sure that the gesture was part compassion, part insurance in case the bonded male in him decided to grab the reins again. "Let them do their thing," Hollywood said as Elena, who was Rev's Shellen and the nurse, burst through the door. "Let's just see where we are." Trez nodded. "Okay. Yeah." The good doctor leaned down and looked into Selena's opaque eyes. Whatever she said was too soft to hear, but Selena's pattern of blinking changed, although it was hard to know whether that was a good or a bad thing. Blood pressure, pulse, pupils. The first 3 checks went quick, but Jane didn't waste time announcing what the results were. She and her nurse just kept working fast, taking Selena's temperature, putting in 4 into the back of her hand because the crooks of her elbows were locked up. "I want an EKG, but I can't get to her chest," Doc Jane said. Then she glanced over her shoulder at her mate. "Do you know any syndrome that causes this? It's like a full-body seizure except her pupils are reactive." "I don't. You want me to call Havers for a consult?" "Yes, please." As V stalked out of the room, Jane shook her head. "I need to know what's happening in her brain, but we don't have an MRI here or a CT scan. So we're taking her to Havers," Trez said. "He doesn't have that technology either." "Fuck." As Rage's hold tightened on him, Trez focused on Selena's face. "Is she in pain?" "I don't want her in pain. Honestly," the doctor said, "I don't know. And until I get a handle on her neurological state, I don't want to give her any drugs that would depress function. But I'll move as fast as I can." It seemed to take an eternity, time grinding to a halt as all he could do was watch the complicated medical dance going on around that table. And Rage stayed right next to him, playing babysitter sentry while Trez straddled the extremes of shitting in his pants and wanting to blow his brains out with no grace whatsoever. And then the chosen Cormia burst through the door. The instant the female saw Selena, she gasped and brought both hands up to cover her mouth. "Dearest Virgin Scribe." Doc Jane looked over from taking a blood draw from a vein on the back of Selena's other hand. "Cormia, do you know what could have?" "She has the disease." Everyone went still, except for Cormia. The chosen rushed to her sister's side and smoothed Selena's dark hair, murmuring to her in the old language. "What disease?" Doc Jane asked. The old language translation is roughly, "the arrest." The chosen wiped at her eyes. "She has the arrest." Trez heard his voice cut into the silence. "What is that? And is it communicable?" Jane interjected. As sunrise threatened in the east, Ecker, leader of the band of bastards, reassumed his form in front of a modest colonial. The house, which he and his soldiers had been using as a lair for nearly a year, was located on the far side of a boring cul-de-sac in a neighborhood full of middle-class humans halfway through their journey to the grave. Throw had secured the rental with an option to buy on the theory of hiding in plain sight, and the property had worked satisfactorily. There were lights on in the interior, illumination bleeding out around the seams of the pulled drapes, and he imagined what his warriors were doing inside. Fresh from fighting lessers in the alleys of downtown Caldwell, they would be shedding their black blood-stained clothes and partaking of the victuals contained in the icebox and the cupboards of the kitchen. They would be drinking as well, although not blood to make them stronger, and not water to rehydrate them, but rather alcohol as an internal salve to treat fresh contusions, cuts, abrasions. Abruptly, The nape of his neck began to tingle in warning, informing him, as if the burning of the exposed skin upon his hands did not, that he had little time to get safely indoors. And yet he had no interest in going in there, seeing his soldiers, consuming food before he retired upstairs to that nauseating raspberry bedroom suite. He had been denied that which he had counted down the hours for, and the disappointment was like his body's response to the gathering dawn. His skin ached, his muscles twitched, his eyes strained. His addiction had not been served. Layla had not come this night. With a curse, he took out his cellular device and dialed a number based on a pattern he had memorized on the numerical screen. Putting the phone up to his ear, he heard his heart pounding over the ringing. There was no personalized voicemail greeting activated on the account, so after 6 tones, an automated announcement detailing the number came over the connection. He did not leave a message. Heading over to the door, he braced himself for an onslaught of noise and chaos. His bastards would inevitably be riding waves of adrenaline, the afterburn of their high-octane existence taking a while to dissipate. Opening things up, Ecker froze halfway across the threshold. His 5 fighters were not, in fact, talking over one another as they passed around bottles of alcohol along with surgical tape and gauze for their wounds. Instead, they were seated on the available furniture that had been rented to them along with the home. There was no drink in any hand, and not even the metal-on-metal sound of guns being cleaned and daggers getting resharpened. They were all there. Zypher, Siphon, Balthazar, Sin, and Throw, the one who hadn't belonged, but had become indispensable. None of them were meeting his eyes. No, that was not true. Throw, his second in command, was the only male staring at him. Also the only of the group who was standing. So he had been the one to organize this whatever it was. Ecker shut the door behind himself, and kept his weapons on. "Have you something to say?" he inquired, staying by the door, meeting Throw's stare straight on. His second in command cleared his throat, and when he spoke his accent was that not just of the upper class, but of the highest of vampire social orders, that of the Glimmera. "We are concerned about your direction." The male glanced around. "Of late." Indeed. Throw appeared to wait for something further in response. When none came, he uttered a curse of frustration. "Ecker, where has your ambition gone? The king has a single, half-breed heir, and you suddenly forget about our collective quest for the throne? You put our goals aside as if a bowl now empty of its contents. Battling the lessening society is a full-time endeavor. Mayhap if you were in fact fighting. The slayers I killed tonight were of my imagination, then? That is not all you do at night." Ecker bared his fangs. "Be of care where thee tread the now." Throw cocked his brow in challenge. "Shall I not say it in front of them?" As he felt his male's eyes swing over to him, he wanted to hit something. He had thought his meetings with Layla had been unwitnessed. Clearly, that was a miscalculation. And if he told Throw to stay silent, he might as well condemn himself to something worse than what he had been doing. "I have nothing to hide," he growled. "I beg to disagree. You spend too much of your time under that maple tree, like some lovesick." Ecker materialized in front of the male, such that a mere inch separated their faces. He did not touch Throw, but the soldier stepped back nonetheless. His second in command did not back all the way down, however. "Do you wish to tell them who she is? Or shall I? She is irrelevant, and my ambitions are restrained by no one." "Prove it." "To whom?" Ecker tilted his head and jutted out his jaw. "To them? Or is it you who has the problem? Prove that you are not going soft." In the blink of an eye, Ecker withdrew his steel dagger and pressed it to the male's jugular. "Here? Now?" As Throw gasped, the sharp tip nicked his flesh, a line of bright red blood gracing that so shiny pale blade. "Shall I prove myself on you?" Ecker said darkly. "Would that suffice?" "You are distracted," Throw snapped, "by a female. You are weakened by her. And you are deranged. I choose not to kill the rightfully elected king of the race, and that is a crime over which you attempt to secure a mutiny among my fighters. You were so close. We nearly had the throne. The dominoes were aligned, The Glimmerer was going to do your bidding. Ecker pressed that dagger in again, ending the tirade. Is this traitorous meeting about my ambition or yours? Permit me to inquire precisely whose loss you are mourning. You are not leading us anymore. Let us ask them. Ecker broke off and stalked around the room, looking at the bent heads of his soldiers. What say you all? Are you going with him or staying with me? As curses broke out in the tense air, he pivoted to Thro. Because that is what you're doing, is it not? Presenting them with a choice, either you or me. So, I say, let us proceed to the endgame with all due haste. Where dost thou stand, bastard's mine? There was a long pause, and then Zephyr lifted his eyes. Who is she? That is not the question I posed to you. That's the question we want answered. Ecker felt his temper rise. She is none of your business. There was no way in hell he was going to explain the liaisons with his chosen. Zephyr's nostrils flared as he took a deep breath. Jesus, you've bonded with her. I have not. I can smell it too, someone said. Who is she? She is of no consequence. Thro spoke up, loud and clear. She is a chosen, who lives with the Brotherhood. And here with the chaos he had previously anticipated. The room erupted with male voices, all of them talking over one another, snippets of the old language mixing with English and German curse words. Meanwhile, Thro took out a pristine handkerchief and pressed the white square to the wound at his throat. I fail to understand why she meets with you. Just what do you have over her? There must be some kind of inducement money? Or is it a threat of some kind? Ecker let the insult stand, as it wasn't just close to the truth. The male had hit the nail on the head. The only reason the chosen Layla met with him was that he knew the location of the Black Dagger Brotherhood's mansion, and she was terrified he was going to sack the property. There had been one night, nearly a year ago, when he had followed her blood trail and stumbled upon the great secret. And Thro was writhe had leveraged the discovery to his benefit. She had promised him her body in exchange for his keeping the site sacrosanct. And though he had yet to call upon her in a carnal way, out of respect for her pregnancy, her virtue, and her station, he would have her. Eventually, he would take what was his and mark her as his own. Shit, had he bonded? Ecker refocused on Thro and his bastards. Let us concern ourselves with this mutiny and not anyone's imagination. So what say you? All of you. There was a long pause. Any of you. He supposed, as he awaited a response, the fact that Thro remained upright and breathing was proof that Ecker had, in fact, somewhat softened. Trained by the bloodletter, he had not forgotten what he had learned in the war camp, but of late, he had come to realize that brute force and bloodshed were simply one means to an end, and there were others that could be more effective. For example, wrath had proven the point with the way he had handled the final assault against his throne. That king and his mate had shut down even the most foolproof attack against his rule, and they had done so not only without one life being lost, but with a castration so complete, the very powers of the Glimmerer had been stripped away. And Wrath, as a leader now chosen by his people, had unassailable power. Thro broke the silence, addressing the fighters. I believe I have made myself clear. I feel strongly that we should resume the quest for the throne. We shot Wrath once, we can get at him again. He might be democratically elected, but he cannot continue to rule if he isn't breathing. And then we need to remarshal support within the now disenfranchised Glimmerer. By coordinating a constitutional strategy with the former members of the council, we can argue that Wrath overreached his powers and— You are a fool, Ecker said quietly. Thro spun around and pegged him with a hostile glare. And you are a failure. Ecker shook his head. The people have spoken. They chose to put Wrath on the throne he had previously inherited. And there is no fight to be won when there is not one front, but 1,000. Traditional laws and cultural norms are flimsy mantles of power and influence. Democracy, however, when it is truly exercised, is a stone fortress that cannot be surmounted, blown asunder, or burrowed under. What you fail to understand, second in command, is that there is nothing further to battle with, assuming that you are conducting this assault with any hope of prevailing. Thro narrowed his eyes. Tell me something. Has your chosen been educating you? I don't think I've ever heard anything close to that come out of your mouth before. Ecker forced himself to stay quiet. He and his fighters had been banded together long before Thro had come into the mix. But if those males could not see past this ill-fated ambition, then Thro could have them all. Eker would bow to none herein. In the silence that followed, Thro looked around at the fighters who had once shunned him for his dandy weakness, but had grown to respect him as a warrior over the last 2 centuries. Manipulation is most successful when waged by one of the female sex. Think not that he speaks propaganda the now, fed to him by precisely that which can most seduce his mind, his body, his emotions. You have smelled the bonding for yourself. Know that the soul follows the heart, and his is no longer with us, with our goals, with what we may accomplish. This is not strength that addresses you, but the sort of weakness he once deplored in others. See? Even now, he stays quiet. Eker shrugged. I have no taste for pontificating. Did you even know the definition of that word 6 months ago? Thro countered. What say the lot of you? Eker glanced around with a sense of abiding boredom. The choice is yours, but know this. Once it is made, like ink in the skin, it is indelible. Zephyr was the first to get to his feet. I have but one allegiance. With that, he went over to his gear and unsheathed his steel dagger. Slicing his own palm open, he approached Eker and put out his hand. Eker shook what was proffered and found that he had to clear his throat. Balthazar was next, taking the same knife and cutting himself, putting forth his blood, and Siphon moved with equal efficiency, pledging himself. Sin watched it all with lowered lids, staying still. He was, as always, the wild card, but even he rose and came across to Eker. Taking the blade, he stabbed his palm and twisted, his upper lip curling up as if he liked the pain. Eker accepted the last of his soldier's vows, and then he looked over at Thro. Bringing his dripping red palm up, he bared his fangs and hissed, biting his own flesh and then licking the combined blood clean. As if this would go another way, he smiled cruelly. You have never been one of us. Thro's handsome face twisted into a nasty expression. You forced me to join you. You did this to me. But you shall undo it, is that correct? Fine, I gave you your freedom a year ago. Let your ambition exercise your destiny if you wish, but once you walk out that door, it is a permanent closure. You are dead to us, your deeds your own and no one else's. Thro nodded once. So be it. The male marched across and picked up his holsters and his coat, then went to the door. Pivoting, he addressed the group. He is wrong about much, but most especially the throne. A war with 1,000 fronts? I think not. All that must needs be done is eliminate wrath. Then the mantle shall be assumed by the strongest hand, and that male is no longer among this group. The fighter closed the door behind himself with a clap. Eker ground his molars, knowing damn well Thro must have set up a contingency plan before he made his bid to them aller. He wouldn't have been so nonchalant about leaving with mere minutes before dawn. Thro had gambled and lost except only when it came to the lot of them. Where would this take him next? Eker had no idea. But Wrath should well be worried. There was some shuffling around, throat clearing, and then, of course, commentary. So, Zephyr blurted, you gonna tells us what color her eyes are? 'Tis the least you could do, Balthazar interjected. Paint us a picture. A chosen. How in the world did you? All at once, the house was back to normal. Male voices crowding the air. Drinks being summoned and poured. Bandages coming out to wrap up those injured fighting hands. Eker exhaled in a relief he was shocked to feel, but he wasn't fooled. Though his fighters had stood by him, he now had a new enemy against whom to fight, and Thro, thanks to Eker's very own training of the male, was dangerous indeed. Taking out his phone, he glanced down and found that his call had not been returned. Given the state of Thro's defection, it was imperative that he get hold of his chosen, and now he worried that mayhap Thro had gotten to her first, and that was why there had been a no-show. So, Zephyr said, whatever is she like? Cue a sudden silence, which seemed to have crashed through the noise, and he was shocked to find that he wanted to tell them. He had held this in for how long? With halting words, he said, she is the moon in my night sky, and that is the beginning, middle, and end of it. There is no more to be told than that, and never shall I speak of her again. As he departed and went over to the stairs, he could feel their eyes on him, and they were not regarding him with disdain. No, try as they might to hide it, there was pity flowing from them, an acknowledgment of the ugliness of his face, and the mismatched nature of a romance for him with any female, much less one of chosen status. He paused with his hand on the balustrade. By sunset tomorrow, have all provisions and property packed up. We must needs leave this location and find another. This house is no longer secure. Mounting the stairs, he heard the acquiescence of his fighters, and felt a stinging gratitude that they had picked him to continue to lead them. In opposition to Throw's more obvious intelligence, breeding, background, and looks. Let us hear it for the deformed, he thought as he shut himself in his bedroom. Though much had been lost to him over the centuries of his life, courtesy of his harelip and his coarseness, those soldiers below valued him, and he valued them in return. I am returned to the Brotherhood's great stone mansion just before sunrise, jogging up the steps to the cathedral-like entrance, and pushing his way into the vestibule. Following protocol, he put his face into the security camera's eye and waited. A moment later, the inner door opened and a cheery old puss greeted him along with the rich sense of a well-cooked last meal. "Good late evening, sire." Fritz, the butler, said with a bow. "How ever are you? Hey, listen, have you seen my brother? I'm trying to find." "Yes, he's returned." I am nearly cursed with relief. "That's great. Just great. At least the poor bastard was home safe and in a secure environment. But, Christ, Trez could at least have shot a text back that he was alive. How many times had that cell of his been unanswered?" From over on the left, a fast-moving shadow leaped up from the mosaic floor, going full-blown missile right at him. I am caught goddamn cat, also known as Boo, in his arms. He absolutely despised the animal, especially lately, as the fleabag had started sleeping with him during the day. All that cuddling, purring. Worse, he was getting used to the torture. "Clinic. Sorry?" I am scratched the cat's throat and made Boo's eyeballs roll back. "I didn't hear a thing that you just said. My apologies." The butler bowed again, even though it was not his fault. "The chosen Selena has fallen ill and been taken unto the clinic. Trez is attending her as she is being treated. I believe the Primale and Cormia have gone down there as well. I'm sorry to say, but her condition appears to be quite serious." Damn it, I am closed his eyes and let his head fall back on his spine. They'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop, but that was supposed to have been about the Hisby. Not the chosen his brother had been so attracted to. What's wrong with her? I do not believe a diagnosis has been ascertained. Shit. Okay. Thanks, man, I'll go. The chosen Layla appeared in the archway of the billiards room, Quinn and Blay tight on her heels. "Forgive me, but did I just hear something about Selena?" Letting the butler field that one, I am headed off for the hidden door beneath the grand staircase, and he was not surprised when the others quickly fell in behind him. Just as he punched in the code to open the sealed panels, a cell phone went off. "Is that you again?" Quinn asked. Layla silenced the ringer. "It's just a human misdialing. You want V to block the number? Oh, there's no reason to bother him. Here, give it to me and I'll see." Layla returned the phone to the folds of her robing. "They won't call again. Let's go." After a subtle beep sounded, I.M. pulled things open, and they descended a shallow staircase to a second locked door. On the far side of that was the underground tunnel that ran from the mansion to the training center, and farther still to the pit where V and Butch lived with their mates. With each stride down the concrete-walled, short-ceiling stretch of here to there, the tightness in I.M.'s shoulders increased, the muscles along his spine clamping up so hard that the pain reverberated all the way to his temples. When they emerged into the office, Tor looked up from the computer. "It's a convention down here tonight." "Selena's sick," Quinn muttered. The brother got to his feet. "What? I just saw her like an hour ago. She was going to feed Luchas and..." Which was how they ended up with 5 sets of shoes and shit-kickers heading into the corridor. The training center was a huge subterranean facility that included everything from an Olympic swimming pool, a target range, a weight room, a PT suite, and a full-size gym, to equipment rooms and a complement of classrooms that had been used for trainee teaching before the raids. There were also extensive medical facilities with surgical suites and recovery rooms, and that was what they were gunning for. The fact that people were clustered around the closed door of the examination room was not a good sign. Fury, Cormia, Rage, and Vishouse were in anxious wait mode, pacing, staring at the floor, twitching. "Oh, thank God," Fury said as he saw I am. "Trez is going to be glad you're here. We were trying to get hold of you." Probably why his own phone had been going off, but he'd been ignoring the thing while leaving the condo and going to try to find Trez at Shadows. "They're X-raying her," V said. "That's why we're out here. Trez isn't leaving her." Layla frowned. "Why are they doing that? Did she break a—" Cormia went over to the other Chosen and took Layla's hands. Soft words were exchanged, and then Layla gasped and weaved on her feet. As Quinn steadied her, I am decided that whatever it was, he needed to get in there. "I'm not waiting," he said, putting the cat down and pushing the door wide. At first, he couldn't figure out what he was looking at. As the heavy panel shut behind him soundlessly, he focused on what looked like table legs on the examination platform. Except it was Selena. Her slender calves and thighs were bent, separated abnormally and held rigid at bad angles, as if she were in great pain, and it wasn't just her lower body that was affected. Her head position was all wrong, and her arms were twisted up against her chest. Even her fingers cranked into claws. She looked as if she were in some kind of seizure. Doc Jane was moving a large piece of machinery into position over Selena's shoulder, and her nurse, Alina, was following behind so that the various cords didn't get tangled. Trez was by Selena's head, his trembling hands stroking that black hair. He didn't even look up. Didn't seem to be aware that someone else had entered the room. Wasn't even breathing. "Okay. Alina, the plate?" The doctor accepted something that was the size of an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, but had the thickness of a finger. Wires connected to one end of it led to a laptop that sat on a rolling table. "I'm going to try to get the elbow here." The plate was slid under the joint, and then Doc Jane glanced at Trez. "Do you want to hold this one as well?" He nodded and reached over, doing the duty. "I won't move this time. These are digital X-rays, so we can just do it over. Okay?" The doctor gave Trez's arm a quick squeeze. "We're going to step behind the partition now." Doc Jane looked up and jumped a little, as if she, too, were so intent on her patient. She hadn't known he'd come in, either. "Oh, I am good, but listen, you might want to leave while we—" "I'm going nowhere. I can't," Trez cursed. "I can't keep this steady." Without a word, Iam went across the tiled floor and put his hand on his brother's, stopping the vibration. "Let me help." Trez didn't jump, didn't start, but his eyes shifted over, and oh God, those eyes, they were black pits of sadness. And that was when Iam knew that this was not bad, but bad. The male wasn't terrified. He was already in mourning. Trez wasn't immediately sure who his savior was. Didn't recognize the hand that joined his own, even though it looked almost exactly like his. Didn't track the new scent in the room. It wasn't until he looked up that he saw Iam, of course, as if it would be anyone else. The image of his brother got wavy. "Iam, she's—" He couldn't say the words. His thought processes literally flatlined, sure, as if he'd had a stroke or something. "Let's hold the plate," Iam said. "Together. You should be behind the lead thing." "No." Trez wasn't surprised Iam hung in, and he mouthed a thank you, because he didn't think his voice was functioning any better than his brain or that hand of his was. "Let's get as still as we can," Doc Jane said. Then there was a brief whirring sound from the machine, and Doc Jane and Alina came back at the table. Iam was the one who handed the plate over, and good thing, because Trez would have dropped it. Screw his hands, his whole body was shaking. "Thank you," Doc Jane said. "I think we have enough now. Do you want to call the others in?" Trez shook his head. "May I have a moment with her? We need to stay in to look at the X-rays." "Oh yeah, I know. He glanced to the door, and knew those people had as much right to be in here as he did. Actually, they had more." "Trez," Doc Jane said gently. "However you want it, that's how we'll do it." But what did Selena want? He wondered, not for the first time. "Look," Doc Jane murmured. "There doesn't seem to be an emergency issue right now. There will be time for the others to come in later, and if her condition changes, we'll make different choices depending on where we're at. Okay. He nodded toward his brother. But I want him to stay. His brother nodded and brought over a chair, but not for himself, as it turned out. He shoved it under the backs of Trez's knees, and functioning joints being what they were, a total collapse of the vertical happened but quick. As his ass smacked into the seat, he thought, yeah, he had been feeling a little lightheaded. Probably a good idea to get off his feet. With not a single word, I.M. took a load off on the floor beside him, and it was incredible how just having the male in the room calmed him. Trez refocused on Selena. She still had not moved from the position he'd found her in, and all those hard angles of her body were a total nightmare. In fact, this whole thing just seemed so devastating. From what Cormia had said, the arrest was a disease that struck a tiny minority of chosen females. In all of history, there had been only a dozen, maybe fewer, who had suffered from it, which meant the statistical chance of getting the disorder was very small. Unfortunately, the condition had been uniformly fatal. Goddamn it, he didn't want any of those females to be sick. But why her? Of all of them, in the entire history of the race, why did Selena have to be one of the ones cut short like this? And it was a horrible way to die. Frozen in your own body, unable to communicate, trapped in a fading prison until everything went dark in you. He closed his eyes. Shit, what if she didn't want him here? He had bonded, yes, and everyone else was treating him with the respect that a bonded male would have in this situation, even as they wondered how it had happened without them knowing. The problem was, he and Selena weren't mated. In a relationship. Even dating. Hell, they hadn't even spent 2 minutes together in months. Trez. With a jerk, he popped his lids. Doc Jane was in front of him, her forest green eyes alert and grave. I've looked at the x-rays. He cleared his throat. Maybe the others would like to be here for this? Shit. Should he step aside so Cormia or someone could hold her hand? Would that be better? His body would hate that, and so would his soul. But this was not about him. A lot of people came in, more than there had been, and he nodded at Tor. Quinn and Bland was glad that Layla was there, along with Cormia and Fury. Forcing himself to his feet, he went to step back. But the pre-male came over and eased him down into that chair again. You stay where you are, Fury said, squeezing his shoulder. You're right where you need to be. Trez let out some kind of croak. It was the best he could do. Doc Jane cleared her throat. I've never seen anything like this. She called something up on the big computer screen by the desk. It's as if the joints themselves have turned to solid bone. The black and white image was of what appeared to be Selena's knee, and Doc Jane indicated different areas with the head of a silver pen. On X-ray, bones register white and pale gray, whereas connective tissue like ligaments and tendons don't offer that kind of contrast. Here, she drew a circle around the joint. There should be dark patches in between the cap and the socket. Instead, it's just solid bone. The same is true for the joints in her feet, her elbow, her... More of those images flashed up on the screen, one after another, and all he could do was shake his head. It was as if someone had poured cement into all the junctures. What's particularly worrisome is this. A new picture became visible. This is her arm. Unlike the other joints, the bone growth appears to be spreading and invading into the musculature. If this continues, her entire body. Stone, Trez whispered. Oh God, those marble statues in that place he'd found her. That wasn't a courtyard, that was a cemetery. Full of the females who had suffered and died from this. The only thing I'm aware of that is remotely like this is a human disease called fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. It's an extremely rare genetic condition that causes bone to form where muscles, tendons, and ligaments are, and it results, over time, in a total restriction of movemento, the point where patients must choose the position they want to be locked into. The growth of the bone happens sporadically and can be triggered by trauma or viruses, or can be spontaneous. There are no treatments for the disease, and surgical removal of the growth just triggers further genesis. What Selena's going through is like that, only it seems to have occurred all over her body at once. Trez twisted around to the two healthy chosen in the room. Has this ever been treated? At any time in the past? Did someone try to find a way to stop it? Layla looked at Cormia and the latter spoke up. We prayed that was all we could do, and still the attacks came. So this is an episode of some sort? Doc Jane asked. Not the terminus? I don't know how many of these she's had. Cormia brushed a tear off her cheek. Usually there is a period of them before the final one from which they do not recover. Doc Jane frowned. So the body unlocks? How? I do not know. Trez spoke up to the Chosen. Did either of you have any idea she was sick? No one did. Cormia leaned against her Helrin as if she needed his support. But considering the condition she's in now, I believe she must be toward the end of the disease. It's my understanding that the early episodes affect only parts of the body. This is all of hers. Trez deflated on his exhale, his strength expelling out of his mouth. The only thing that kept him from breaking down was the possibility that Selena might be aware of what was happening, and he wanted to appear to be strong for her. Doc Jane leaned her hip against her desk and crossed her arms. I can't imagine how the joints can recover from this kind of state. Cormia shook her head. The attacks, those few I've seen, come on fast and then I don't know what happens. Hours or a night later, they start to be able to move again. After a period of time, they regain mobility, but it always happens again. Always. They also choose a position, Layla said quietly as she, too, brushed at tears. Like the humans you spoke of, our sisters always chose. They would tell us how they wanted to be and we would make sure. There were more things said, questions asked, explanations given to the best of people's abilities. But he had stopped tracking. Like a train gathering speed, his mind, his emotions, his sense of total impotence and all his regrets started to churn along a defined path, gathering speed and intensity. He hated that her hair was a mess and he couldn't fix it. He hated that there were grass stains on her robing, bright green smudges where her knees had hit the ground. He hated that her shoes had fallen off. He hated that he couldn't do one fucking thing to save her. He hated the burden he carried with the Hisby and everything it had made him do to his body, because maybe if his parents hadn't sold him to the Queen, he wouldn't have fucked all those humans, and maybe he would have been even slightly worthy of her. And then he wouldn't have missed all those months. And maybe he could have seen something or done something or, like the conversation around him, the thoughts continued to pelt their way through his brain. But he couldn't track them any more than he could whatever else was going on in the exam room. A violent roar had overtaken him, tsunami through him, wiping everything away except a rage that could not be held in. Trez wasn't aware of moving. 1 minute he was holding on to Selena's hand carefully. The next he was at the door to the examination room, then he was through it, his body exploding forward, more momentum than coordination. Running, going by the jerks in his vision and the passing walls of the concrete corridor, he was running. And there was a lot of noise. The empty hall was echoing with some kind of tremendous noise, like the gear of a great machine had locked or was grinding. Something tackled him from behind before he reached the exit into the parking garage, an iron bar hold locking around him. Of course. Drop it, came the shout in his ear. Drop it, come on now. Drop it. Trez shook his head. What? Drop the gun, Trez. Iam's voice cracked. I need you to drop the gun. Trez froze except for his panting breath, and tried to make sense of what his brother was saying. Oh Jesus, Trez, please. Shaking his head, Trez gradually became aware that there was, in fact, someone's 40 in his right hand. Probably his own. He always wore one in the club. And what do you know, the muzzle was up against his own temple, and unlike back with those X-ray plates, his hand wasn't shaking at all. Drop it for me, Trez. With his finger on the trigger the way it was, his brother obviously didn't dare try to take control of the weapon for fear of causing a discharge. You gotta put the gun down. At that moment, everything became clear. Him bursting up, bolting fast, breaking out of the exam room and into the corridor, running down toward the parking garage as he palmed his weapon, intending to blow his brains out as soon as he was free of the training center. He'd had the conception that maybe, if there was actually a fade, he and Selena could meet on the other side and come together in a way they never could down on Earth. Trez, she's still alive. Don't you do this. You want to kill yourself? Wait until her heart stops beating, but not before that. Not one fucking moment before that. Trez pictured Selena back on that table and thought, shit, I am as always was right. The shaking returned as he began to lower his arm, and he moved slowly for fear of some twitch setting the 40 off. But he didn't need to worry about that. As soon as that muzzle was out of the range of his gray matter, his brother took over, disarming him quick as a breath and putting the safety in place. Trez stood there numbly as IM patted him down and removed a couple more weapons, and then he allowed himself to be led back to that examination room and the group of people standing shocked and still around its door. Not before she was gone, he told himself. Not while she was still here. Unfortunately, he feared that was not likely to be very long at all. 10. Paradise, blooded daughter of Abalone, first advisor to the king, frowned at the screen of her Apple Lappy. She'd set herself up here in her father's library ever since he'd started working each night for Wrath, son of Wrath, because in the old rambling Tudor mansion, Wi-Fi was strongest at this desk. Not that a good signal was helping her at the moment. Her Hotmail account was full of unread messages, because with iMessage on her phone and her Twitter, Instagram, and FB accounts, there was no reason to sign into it very often. So hold up, what was it called? She said into her cell. New trainee class. Peyton, blooded son of Pathone, replied. I forwarded it to you, like, an hour ago. She sat forward in her father's chair. There's just so much junk in here. Let me resend. Wait, I got it. She clicked and then clicked again on the attachment. Wow, it's on official letterhead. Told you. Paradise scanned the date, the personalized greeting to Peyton, the 2 paragraphs about the program, and the closing. Holy, it's signed by a brother. Torment, son of harm. Well, if it's a fake, someone's going to catch some serious. But did you see in the second paragraph? She refocused on the words. Females? Whoa, they're accepting females. I know, right? There was a bubbling noise and an exhale as Peyton took another hit. It's unprecedented. Paradise reread the letter, this time more carefully. Operative words leaped out at her. Open tryouts for the training program. Females and civilians welcome to take physical performance test for entrance. Sessions taught by the Brotherhood themselves. Tuition? Nada. What are they thinking? Peyton muttered. I mean, this is supposed to be for the Glimmer sons only. Not anymore, apparently. As Peyton went off on a commentary about the fairer sex and traditional roles at home and in the field, Paradise sat back in the leather armchair. Next to her, logs set by the household's dog Jen crackled with orange flames in the marble-faced hearth, the warmth hitting one side of her face and half of her body. All around, her father's library glowed with yellow light and polished mahogany and the gold accents on the spines of his collection of first-edition books. The mansion they lived in was one of Caldwell's grandest, with 40 other rooms that were kitted out with equal luxury to this one. If not even greater, beautiful silks hung from diamond-paned leaded windows. Fine oriental rugs stretched out across polished floors. Oil paintings of ancestors were mounted up the stairwells and featured prominently over mantels and sideboards. Fine china was set at a formal table for every meal, food cooked and served by the extensive staff. She had lived here with her father for years upon years, tutored by other ladies of the Glimmer in all the things that made an aristocratic female mateable. Clothing, entertaining, etiquette, being the chatelaine of an estate. And what was it all leading up to? Her presentation party, which had been delayed, as with the Brotherhood's training program because of the raids 2 years ago. Plans for her were likewise going to be reinstated, however. What was left of the aristocracy had moved back to Caldwell proper from their safe houses, and as she was of age, being at least 4 years out of her transition, it was time for her to find a mate. God, how she dreaded all that. Hello, Peyton said. You still there? Sorry, yes. She jerked the phone away from her ear at a loud crackling sound. What are you doing? Opening up a bag of Cape Cod potato chips. Crunch. Munch. Oh. My hell, these are amazing. So what are you going to do? I still have half an ounce left, so I'm going to finish it and a bag of chips. Then probably crash. No, about the training center program. My father's already told me I'm going. It's fine, whatever. I haven't really been doing anything for 3 years now, and I would have matriculated in when they first opened the facility up, but well, you remember what happened. What they don't know can't hurt them. Besides, I have First Amendment rights. She rolled her eyes. Okay, for one, you're not human, so their constitution doesn't apply to you. And two, that's about freedom of speech, not freedom to light up. Whatever. As Peyton took another hit, she pictured his handsome face, and his broad shoulders, and his very blue eyes. The two of them had known each other all their lives, their families having intermarried for generations, as all members of the aristocracy did. It was the worst-kept secret in the Glimmer that his parents and her father had recently started talking about them getting mated. The great bass sound of the front entrance's door knocker brought her head around. "Who is that?" she said, getting to her feet and leaning forward so she could see out into the foyer. Their butler, Frederica, strode across the floor, and though her father never answered the door himself, he, too, came out of his private study across the way. "Master," the butler said, "are you expecting anyone?" Abalone pulled his suit jacket back into place. "A distant relative. I should have told you, my apologies." "I gotta go," Paradise said. "Have a good sleep." There was a pause. "Yeah, you too, Perry. And you can call me if you get the bad dreams." "Okay. Sure. Same for you. Day back at you." As she hung up, she was glad her friend was still around. Ever since the raids had gone down and so many of their class had been slaughtered, the two of them had used the phone lines to pass the sometimes forever hours of daylight. The connection had been indispensable in the immediate aftermath of the raids, when she and her father had gone out to the Catskills, and she had rattled around that big barn of a Victorian for months. Peyton was a good friend. As for the mating thing, she didn't know how to feel about that. Going around the desk, she jogged across to the foyer until her father caught sight of her and shook his head. "Out of sight, Paradise. Please." Her brows popped. That was the code for her to take cover in the hidden tunnels of the house. "What's going on? Please go." "You said it was a relative?" "Paradise." Paradise ducked back into the library, but she stayed by the archway, listening. The soft creak of the massive front door opening seemed very loud. "It's you," her father said in a strange tone. "Frederica, please excuse us, will you?" "But of course, master." The butler walked off, crossing briefly over that part of the foyer Paradise could see. After a moment, the door into the back half of the house closed. "Well," a male said, "are you going to invite me in?" "I don't know. I'm going to die out here, in a matter of minutes." Paradise fought the urge to put her head around the molding and see who it was. She didn't recognize the voice, but the precise pronunciation and haughty accent suggested it was someone from the aristocracy, which made sense, considering he was a relative. "You are wearing the vestments of war," her father countered. "I do not abide them across my threshold. Is it my associations or my weapons that frighten you more?" "I am not afeard of either. You were beaten, if you recall. But not defeated, I'm sorry to say." Clicking sounds suggested someone was handling things made of metal parts. And then there was a clattering, as if something hit the front stone stoop. "Here, then, I am naked before you. I am utterly unarmed, and my weapons are on your doorstep, not within your walls. I am not your cousin. You are my blood. We have many common ancestors. Spare me, and whatever message your leader wishes to send to the king, have him do it through. I am no longer affiliated with Ecker. In any way. I beg your pardon? Ties have been cut." There was an exhausted sigh. "I have spent these months since the election that returned Wrath to the throne trying to convince Ecker and the band of bastards to disengage from their treason. Even after such entreaty and reasoning, such extended pleading for a smarter course, I am saddened that I cannot dissuade them from their folly. Finally, I just had to leave. I sneaked away from where they stay, and I now fear for my life. I have nowhere else to go, and when I spoke with Celaya back in the old country, she suggested that I pay you a visit." Their distant cousin, Paradise thought. She recognized that name. "Please," the male said, "lock me in a room if you have to. I am a loyal servant of the king's. Then do not turn away a tactical advantage." "What are you suggesting?" "In return for safety under your roof, I am prepared to tell you everything I know about the band of bastards. Where they spend the daylight hours. What their patterns are. Where they meet during the night. How they think and fight. Surely that is worth the use of a bed. Paradise couldn't stand it. She had to see who it was. Inching out, she curled her body around the archway and looked past her father's stiff shoulders. Her first thought was that the male's leathers and ragged button-down shirt did not match his intonation. Her second was that his eyes were bruised. They were so tired. He did indeed appear to have come from the war's front lines, something sickly sweet staining the air that brushed by his body as it entered the house. The male noticed her immediately, and his face registered something that he quickly hid. Her father glanced over his shoulder and shot her a glare. "Paradise," he hissed. "I can understand why you hesitate," the male said, his eyes never leaving hers. "Indeed, she is precious." Her father turned back around. "You must go." The male dropped down to one knee and bowed his head, putting one hand over his heart and lifting the other, open-palmed, up to the heavens. In the old language, he said softly, "I hereby swear upon our common ancestry that I shall bring no harm to you, your blooded daughter, or any living thing within these walls, or may the scribe virgin cut my life off afore your very eyes." Her father looked back at her and slashed his arm through the air, an order for her to get out and stay gone. She put her hands up and nodded, all, okay, okaway. Moving quickly, she went back into the library and across to the panels by the fireplace. Reaching under the third shelf from the floor to the hidden trigger point, she pressed the lever and was able to push the entire load of books out and over on the well-oiled track. With a quick slip, she emerged into the fully finished hallway that ran in a square around the first floor of the house, providing access, both visual and actual, to every room through hidden doors and viewpoints. It was like something out of an Alfred Hitchcock movie. Closing herself in, Paradise went to the shallow stairs that were all the way in the back, and as she ascended them, she wished she could hear what they were saying. As usual, though, she was in the dark. Her father never told her anything about anything. It was part of his old-school mindset. Well-bred females didn't need to be bothered with things like mysterious, long-lost relatives who showed up unannounced and armed to the teeth. Or, say, where the head of the household was working, how much he was earning or what his net worth was. For example, when her father was appointed first advisor to the king, that was all she was told. She had no idea what his job was like, what he did for the king and the Brotherhood. Heck, she didn't even know where he went each night. She believed he truly thought he was sparing her. But she hated being in the dark about so much. At the top of the hidden staircase, she went forward about 15 feet and stopped in front of an inset panel. The latch was to the left and she flicked it free. Her bedroom was everything girly and soft, from her frilly bed to the lace at the windows to the needlepoint rugs that were like slippers you didn't have to wear. Going over, she turned the lock on her door, knowing it would be the first thing her father would check whenever he came upstairs, and if he didn't make it to the second floor because he was staying with their guest, he was going to make Frederica come and do a test turn of the knob. At her bed, she sat down, kicked off her loafers, and flopped back on the duvet. Staring up at the canopy, she shook her head. Locked in her room, cut out from any action. Immediately after the raids, it was the only place she had wanted to be, the only way to feel safe. But those nights of terror had turned into months of worry, which had transitioned into an uneasy normalcy that had devolved into just plain life in general. So that now she felt trapped. In this room, in this house, in this life. Paradise glanced at her closed, locked door. Who was that male? She wondered. 11. Selena became slowly aware that she was no longer in the sanctuary. She did not recognize where she was, however. Her brain was slow to process both the signals from her body and the cues from her environment, as if the attack had frozen not only her flesh, but her mind. Gradually, however, it occurred to her that there was no more grass in her face, no trees or temples off in the distance, no soft sound of running water from the baths. She tried to shift her head and groaned. Selena, the face that entered her vision brought tears to her eyes. It was Trez. Sure as if she had conjured him out of a dream, he was right before her, and she drank him in. His smooth dark skin, his almond-shaped black eyes, his tight-cut black hair, the looming presence of his heft and height. Her first instinct was to reach out to him, but a blaze of pain stopped her, making her gasp. "Doc Jane," he barked. "She's awake." "Trez?" she said. "Trez, wait. I need to tell you something." "Doc Jane." "No, don't worry about that. I need to." "She can't breathe." Things happened so fast. All at once, a mask was pushed onto her face, and something forced her lungs to inflate. Voices exploded around her. A shrill beeping sound suggested an alarm was going off. Someone tried to straighten her out, and her joints roared in protest. Oh, wait. It was her trying move. She was trying to sit up to see what was going on. "She's moving." That was Tresh was sure of it. Her arm moved. "She's in cardiac arrest. Can you flatten her chest?" The pain that came next was so great. She screamed. "I'm sorry," Trez said into her ear, his voice cracking. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. But I've got to get you flat." Selena screamed again, but she didn't think it registered as sound. And then her vision blurred, starting with the peripheral and heading to the center, as if a fog were rolling in from all sides. Suddenly, she was staring at the medical chandelier, which meant they'd somehow managed to get her on her back. Then came pressure on her shoulders, spine, arms. Her vision went in and out, that blurriness receding and returning as great waves of pain racked her. "I don't want to break anything," Trez gritted out. So it was his hands on her wrists, forcing her flat. "I need to get in there. Now." Doc Jane appeared on the opposite side of the table, and in her hands were palm-sized blocks with curly cords hanging from the ends. "Get her robing off." Doc Jane looked in another direction. "You males gotta leave or he's not going to let us get to her torso." That alarm was so loud now, a solid continuous sound, no longer broken by intervals. "Clear," Doc Jane ordered. A lightning strike hit Selena's chest, popping her torso up off the table, cracking each and every one of her vertebrae, busting her spine out of its hold. As she slapped back down on the exam table's thin mattress, there was a brief, striking pause during which the three people around her, Doc Jane, the nurse, Elena, and Trez, all stared at her. She focused on Trez, and that was when she saw a fourth who was standing directly next to him, a big body turned away, a dark head tilted down and to the side. Oh good. She was glad he was there for Trez. Selena opened her mouth underneath the mask, looking directly into her shadow's black eyes. If only she could tell him. Chaos lit off around her once more, her lungs punching against her ribs, voices igniting, people shifting positions. "Stop bagging her," Doc Jane shouted. "Clear." A second powerful current plowed through her, contorting her torso. This time there was no pause. That hard, powerful push into her lungs returned immediately and happened over and over. "What do we do now?" Trez asked in a choked voice. "Oh, dearest Virgin Scribe," he was crying. "Trez," she thought at him. "I love you." Trez was living and dying by the vital sign machine that was about a foot behind the head of the exam table. A rope's worth of wiring connected Selena to its onboard computer, and the screen showed all kinds of info that didn't mean much to him. The one thing he did get, however, and get very goddamn clearly, was that the yellow line across the bottom was supposed to peak and valley at regular intervals as her heart beat. It wasn't going up and down in a nice, steady pattern even after the thing went haywire when Doc Jane put the paddles on the center and side of Selena's torso and sent all that electrical charge into the Chosen's chest. Flat. It was flat again. Elena kept bagging, her hands biting into a pale blue balloon that forced air into Selena's rib cage. And meanwhile, Trez stared at that yellow line, willing it to jump, willing it to respond to a beat of Selena's heart. Damn it, beat! Something brushed his face and he jumped back only to find that Selena had actually reached up to him, her pale, slender hand extending in a series of jerks like the joint was rusty. "Selena," he said, dropping down so she didn't have to strain. "Selena." He kissed her palm, her fingers, and then he let her brush his cheeks. Her eyes were incredibly blue, luminous, glowing. And for a moment, everything faded away so that it was just the two of them. The walls of the exam room, its equipment and personnel, even his beloved brother, disappearing from them. Her lips started to move under the clear plastic mask. Okay, okay, okay. He had no idea what she was saying. Can you stay with me? Please stay, Haredon, go. She was moving, and that was good, right? Selena. Shit, her eyes were rolling back. Selena. We're losing her. There was no conscious thought involved for him. The instant Doc Jane barked those 3 horrible words again, he blew his form apart and blanketed Selena's body with his molecules, his energy, his soul, surrounding her above, around, below. He threw himself into her, pushing through her skin, getting in deep, sharing everything he had in hopes that he could somehow do what the crash cart couldn't, that he could somehow bring her back. And then it happened. Sure as if Selena reached out with her hands and grabbed what he had to give. A vital pull latched onto his essence, drawing him in, taking from him. That's right, he thought. Use me. I have a heartbeat, someone said. She's breathing. He heard the commentary not as sound, but as the thoughts of other she didn't stop, though. Too early. Not enough had been given. And yet all too soon, his strength started to fade, his energy draining in a flush, not anything that was gradual. As much as he wanted to keep helping her, he knew he had to get back into physical form or he was going to get stuck in vapor, and that was a death sentence. Not until she was gone, he told himself. And he could help her again after he. Trez landed on the tile floor like he'd been pushed down. All hard knocks and bad smacks. From his vantage point, he got a close look at Doc Jane's red Crocs, Elena's blue ones, and his brother's knees as the male immediately crouched down next to him. Iam was all action, no delay, hooking a hold under Trez's pits and dragging him back to Selena's head, lifting him up when he couldn't stand, kneel, or even hold his torso to the vertical. No clue what Doc Jane and Elena were doing, the pair of them making their rounds of Selena's prostrated form with all kinds of medical equipment. The door from the corridor burst open. Manny Manello, the human doctor who was Jane's medical partner, was in civilian clothes and a full hassle, like he'd been in a rush to get back to the training center. Wrong gender. Considering Selena was naked. Trez's lip curled up off his suddenly descended fangs, a growl percolating out of him. Traffic was a bitch, Manny said. I'm so sorry. You need to leave, Doc Jane hollered as she looked up from checking Selena's eyes with a light. Unless you want to get bitten. As Manny shot him a look that was full of eyebrow, Trez could feel the strength coming back to him. And he wasn't the only one who noticed. Iam wrapped heavy arms around his chest. I'll be out in a second for a consult, Doc Jane said to her partner. Roger that. Manny lifted a hand to Trez. Sorry, man. You had to respect his turnaround time, Trez thought as the guy disappeared. She has limited mobility in her arms, fingertips to shoulders, Elena announced as she went to the base of the table and took hold of Selena's leg. Hip socket, knee, ankle, same. Vitals are stable, Doc Jane reported. I want another set of x-rays as soon as I'm sure she'll stay with us. Jane glanced over at Trez. You brought her back. You saved her life. As if she heard the words and understood them, Selena looked over at him. Trez opened his mouth to respond, and didn't make it. Like someone had unplugged him from the world. Everything faded to black and he went floating into unconsciousness. The only thing he was aware of, even after he passed the fuck out, the steady beep 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 of the machine marking Selena's heartbeat. 12. Brownswick School for Girls. Caldwell, New York. Denzel got it right in American Gangster. The best drug dealers were good businessmen, and it didn't take nothing from Harvard to get there. Mr. C, Forliser of the Lessening Society, weren't no fucking suit with a bullshit piece of paper framed on his wall. But he was born and bred on the streets and damn good at moving product. As sundown happened outside his broken office windows, he kept bundling his cash. The stacks of ragged 20s kept together with rubber bands he'd stolen from the copier stations at FedEx office. Didn't look like much, but that was something the movies usually got wrong. Mr. C leaned down and handfulled another fist of crumpled, stained Andrew Jacksons out of the hefty bag on the floor. His men were required to empty their pockets every dawn here in the headmaster's office, and even if it took him all day, nobody helped him count. At this point, after nearly a year of being in business, he had roughly 100 carriers working for him, the number floating up and down depending on how his recruiting efforts kept up with the Black Dagger Brotherhood's killing efficiency. His idea for putting the lessening society all in one place, in this defunct prep school, had been smart. He could run the Slayers like a military unit, housing them together, keeping them on a schedule, monitoring every breath and each sale personally. There was a fuckload of rebuilding to be done. Soon after the Omega had come to him and elevated him to Forlaser, he'd realized the promotion was for shit. The society had had no money, no real guns or ammo, no crib, no organization and no plan. All that was different now. An unusual, uneasy alliance had solved the first problem, and that was taking care of the second and third. The fourth was on him. At this point, all he had to do was keep shit gaining. Make sure his men were in line. Track the cash coming and going. Start collecting some war toys. Once he was probably armed, he was going to slaughter the Black Dagger Brotherhood and go down in history as the one who'd finally gotten the motherfucking job done. Mr. C finished the count just as the last threads of light were draining out of the now-night sky. Getting up, he strapped on a pair of 40s and put the bundles of cash into a duffel bag. The total was $400,000. Not bad for 48 hours of work. As he left, there was no reason to lock up anything because access was everywhere. The headmaster's office had windows like sieves and doors that hung off their hinges, and on a larger scale, the decrepit grounds of the rotting boarding school were lined by an iron fence with more broken sections than ones that were upright. What kept people out? The Slayers that roamed the property constantly, sentries whose sole job was to jack anyone who came too close. Good news? The place was rumored to be haunted, so when those punk-ass 15-year-olds tried to come walkin', a couple of Omega tricks took care of that little problem. Bonus? His boys liked freaking the fools out, and it was better than killing the bitches. Dead bodies were a pain in the ass, and he didn't want the human police involved. After all, there was one and only one rule in the war against the vampires. No humans were welcome at the party. Outside, Mr. C got into his black-on-black Lincoln Nav and turned around on the unmowed, dead grass. In the twilight, he could sense his boys moving over the grounds even though he couldn't see them. The echo of the Omega's blood in them better than GPS chips shoved up their asses. So, yeah, he knew one of his crew had been lost last night. He'd felt the death as a shock under his pasty white skin. Fucking Brotherhood. And the dumbass who'd been slaughtered had had cash and drugs on him, so that was a net loss of at least $5,000. On any given night, he had 20 to 25 dealers out on the streets at a time, each working in shifts of 4 hours. Shifts were critical. Anything longer than 240 minutes and the Slayers had too much asset on them, too much to lose if they got picked up by the police, rolled, or killed by the Brotherhood. Too much to get a bright idea over. He'd learned how to handle his business from back in the day, when he'd still been human and a bit player on the street, looking to get large. And the no-bullshit truth? The Omega fucking needed him, not the other way around. The route he took to get to his supplier was different every time, and he was careful to track any cars behind him in case he was being followed by CPD or ATF. Likewise, there was no communication over the phone with his wholesaler. Technological advances on the part of local and federal agents made that shit too risky. Plans were set or changed upon meeting, and if there was a no-show on either side, a contingency arrangement previously made meant they knew the when and where to reconnect. None of his men knew the identity of his supplier, and he needed to keep it that way. He'd been where they were now. Last thing he wanted was someone making a run at him. And the fact that his wholesaler was a vampire? Funny shit. This week's exchange was scheduled for 90 minutes after sundown, out near, but not too close to, the quarry. It took him a good 45 minutes to highway travel it to the vicinity, and then it was a case of slow as you go. The road into the 1,000-acre parkland was a single-laner that was as well-traveled as an abandoned goat path, and maintained about as good as a crack house. Trees and underbrush choked the shoulder, turning the thing into a tunnel, and wetlands warning signs glowed in his headlights. He cut the illumination about 200 yards in. As with his suppliers, he'd had the SUV modified to operate on blackout, and his eyes took only a second to adjust. Thank you, Omega. The turnoff he was looking for came a quarter of a mile up on the left, and he took the dirt path even slower. In the past, when he'd been a human and he'd pulled this exchange shit, his heart had always beat fast as he rolled up on it. Now, not only didn't he have any cardiac equipment left in his chest, but there was no getting juiced in the slightest. Thanks to his boss's modifications to his chassis and his brain chemistry, he could handle anything that went down with or without conventional backup like guns and ammo. So he weren't worried. Even though nearly $1 million was about to switch hands between two criminal elements. When he finally got to the meeting place, his partner's Range Rover was already in the squat clearing, having crushed the saplings and bushes in a K-turn, so it was headed out. As he pulled up driver's side to driver's side, they both put their windows down. The vampire who ran the importing side of the business was straight-up Dracula. Black hair brushed back, eyes that were like the laser sight on a Glock, mouth full of fangs, vibe like he enjoyed hurting people. His brain functioned as Mr. C's did, however. "400, Mr. C said, reaching over and snagging the duffel. As he held it out the window, the vampire took it and traded an identical one. 400. 48, Mr. C asked. 48. 149 and 40. Sundown. 90. Sundown. 90. They put their windows up at the same time and the vampire hit the gas, heading off without any lights on. Mr. C pulled the same efficient about-face and followed the way out. The second they came to the paved lane, the supplier went left and he went right. No witnesses. No complications. Nothing out of sync. For two confirmed enemies on opposite sides of the war, they got along damn good. Abalone, son of Abalone, reformed in front of a historic house in one of Caldwell's wealthiest zip codes. This was the 271st night he had come unto the beautiful manse. It was daft to count, of course, but he couldn't help it. With his Shellin having passed, and his daughter on the verge of being presented to the Glimmerer for mating, this position of his as first advisor to Wrath, son of Wrath, was the only anniversary he had to look forward to. There was not a night that he did not take pride in living up to his father's legacy of service to the throne. Or at least that was typically the case. For the first time, however, he felt as if he were letting both his sire and his king down. Approaching the front door, he swallowed hard and fumbled with the copper key the Brotherhood had given him nearly a year ago. As he pushed his way into the mansion, he took a deep breath and smelled Murphy oil soap and beeswax and lemon. It was the scent of wealth and distinction. The king had yet to arrive, and Abalone took out his cell and checked to make sure he hadn't missed any callbacks. None. Those 3 times he had dialed Wrath and left voicemails had not resulted in any return communication from the king. Unable to remain still, he went into the parlor on the left with its soft yellow decor, life-size painting of a French king, and the newly arranged stuffed chairs that lined the walls like it was a luxury doctor's waiting room. Signing into his computer at the desk by the archway, he could not sit down. Wrath had reassumed the venerable tradition of taking audiences with civilians, and what had long been a vital connection between the rulers of the race and their citizenry had evolved into a curious mix of the old and the new. Appointments were now arranged by text and email. Confirmations were sent in the same manner. Inquiries were cataloged on an Excel spreadsheet that could be sorted by date, issue, family, or resolution. Old law statutes were likewise searchable not in their ancient tome form, but as part of a database created thanks to Saxton. The face-to-face interaction, however, remained unchanged and ancient, nothing but the subject and the king, communicating in privacy, reaffirming that important bond and strengthening the fabric of the race. Abalone had created and was maintaining the new modern record-keeping procedures, and the system was proving invaluable. With the volume of requests ever increasing, however, the number had more than quadrupled in the last 3 months alone. He was beginning to drown in the paperwork and the scheduling. The delays were unacceptable, a disrespect to both Wrath and the petitioners. Accordingly, it was becoming evident that he was going to need help. He had no idea where to find it, though. Trust was an issue. He needed someone in whom he could place absolute faith. The trouble was, he didn't know where to start the search, especially as the only people he knew were aristocrats, and the Glimmerer had not only been the source of the treasonous plots that had nearly taken Wrath off the throne, They were also disenfranchised from having had their political power stripped from them. It would be folly to assume the dissenters had magically disappeared. And that was just one of the reasons Throw's uninvited appearance on his doorstep at dawn had been so disquieting. Forcing himself to focus, Abalone printed out the evening's dockets and then went into the makeshift throne room to check that all was as it should be. It was. The space that had been previously used for dining was now where audiences with wrath were held, but, typical of the king, everything was low-key. There were no golden seats, nor ermine robes, nor velvet drapes, nor carpets of grand majesty. Just a number of armchairs set facing each other in front of a fireplace that threw off cheerful flames in the autumn and winter, and sported fresh flowers from the garden during the spring and summer. The logs were already set, and he went over and lit them. The true throne, the one that Wrath's father had sat in, and his sire before that, was back at the Brotherhood's mansion. Or at least that was what Abalone had heard. He had never been to the secret compound and had no interest in knowing its location or paying the facility a visit. Some information was too dangerous to be worth knowing. And in the end, that was the only reason he hadn't kicked out his cousin halfway through the day when it became obvious that the king was unreachable. Even if Throw overtook Abalone, the male would learn nothing of consequence. Nothing that could harm Wrath or the Brotherhood. This location was guarded by brothers whenever Wrath was on the premises, and the brother Vishouse had insisted on installing bulletproof glass, flame-retardant siding, steel mesh around the dining room and kitchen, and other security measures that Abalone couldn't begin to guess at. This residence was now as fortified as Fort Knox. He was not afraid of the band of bastards here, or the lessening society. Besides, Throw had merely retired to a guest room and slept as if recovering from a vital injury. As aggression went, he had been no more trouble than any other guest could have been. Yet, as minutes continued to pass, Abalone paced around the audience room. "You all right?" Abalone wheeled around so fast, his bally loafers squeaked on the polished floor. "My lord!" Wrath had somehow managed to make it not just into the house, but into the very room without making a sound, and not for the first time, Abalone found himself in awe of the male. The king was nearly 7 feet tall, and so broadly muscled. His warrior nature was a physical presence that made one want to put one's hands over one's head and submit just to get that out of the way. With his black hair falling from a widow's peak down to his hips, and black wraparounds hiding his blind eyes from everyone but his beloved queen, he was both aristocratically handsome and brutally overbearing. And then there were the tangible representations of his exalted station. The black diamond ring on the middle finger of his dagger hand, and the dense tattoos of his lineage that ran up his inner forearms. The male was always a bit of a shock, no matter how many hours Abalone spent in his presence. But that seemed especially true on a night like tonight. The king bent down and released his seeing-eye dog, George, from his halter, and then he looked over his shoulder. "Butch? Give me a minute in here, will ya?" "You got it." The brother with the Boston accent closed the sliding doors, and as the panels locked into place, Abalone could honestly say that he never thought he himself would seek an audience with his ruler. Wrath's nostrils flared. "You got something on your mind." For some reason, Abalone felt like getting down on his knees. "I attempted to reach you, my lord." "Yeah, I know. I was having a rare day down in Manhattan with my shellin'. I didn't get the messages until about 5 minutes ago. Figured whatever it was, we could do it face to face." "Yes, indeed. So what's doing?" Dearest Virgin Scribe, this must be what it was like to be unfaithful to a mate, Abalone thought. "Aye. Whatever it is, you can tell me, and we'll deal with it. I received a visit this morning just before sunrise, from a cousin of mine. And that's not good news? It is Throw." Instead of a recoil or a curse, the king laughed softly, rather like a great feline would purr when presented with the prospect of a meal. "Wheels within wheels. You didn't tell me he was a relation of yours." "I did not know. I received a phone call from my third cousin once removed. I believe the tie is through marriage. If I had had any idea—" "Don't worry about it. You can't help what's in your family tree." Again those nostrils flared. "Guess he wasn't welcome at your house, was he?" "No, my lord. I let him in only because he offered information on the band of bastards. He states that he has left them and is prepared to reveal their location, strategy, positions. The king smiled, revealing fangs as long as daggers. Then by all means I want to meet with him. Abalone gave in to his instinct, walked over and lowered himself onto the bald wooden floor. My lord, you must know that. The king laid his hand on Abalone's shoulder, and that palm was so great, it seemed to engulf Abalone's entire torso. Your loyalty is to me and me alone. I can smell it. I can feel it. Ditch the guilt. He at your house now. Yes. Then I'll go to him. Would you not rather send an emissary? I got nothing to hide, and I'm not scared of him or Ecker's little band of girls. They tried to kill me once, remember? Didn't work. Tried to dethrone me? Still here. They can't fucking touch me. As if wrath could read minds, he held out the black diamond, and Abalone clasped what was offered, pressing his lips to the sacred stone that had been warmed by the great male's flesh. Butch, Wrath called out. Call the Brotherhood. We gotta make a social call. The brother hollered back on the far side of the door as the king moved his face downward as if he could look into Abalone's eyes. Now, first advisor, I want you to reschedule the first 2 hours of my audiences. Aye, my lord. Right away. And then we're going to your house. Whatever you command, my lord. Whatever you command. 13. Trez's savior from his captivity turned out not to be a person. It wasn't even an object, really. His freedom, when it came, was courtesy of an unassuming vent located in the upper right corner of the vast suite he was imprisoned in. 3 nights before his eventual escape, he had been lying flat, contemplating absolutely nothing, when a flush of cool air hit the jewels on his robing and chilled his skin. Frowning, he looked up and saw the grate screwed into the smooth white wall. First-generation security cameras watched his every move, so he knew better than to show any specific interest. But it got him thinking. Shadows could dematerialize, and they could also smoke out, which allowed you to travel vast distances and stay invisible when you got wherever you were going. He had tried both many times and failed, and at first, he relegated any thought of ventilated escape to failure on that basis. But the next night, for no particular reason, he looked down at what they had put on his body. The gems, the sparkling, precious gems that he had assumed were set in gold. The metal was silver in color. White gold, yes, unless it was stainless steel, which was the one thing vampires, even those of shadow lineage, couldn't dematerialize through. He had looked across the marble room to the bathing suite. Even when he was in the bath, when his body was ritually cleansed, they kept him festooned with sapphires and diamonds, collars of the gems set upon his neck and shoulders and wrists and ankles before he got into the water. As soon as he was out, the chain mail of jewels was locked upon his flesh yet again. He closed his eyes. Why had he never considered this before? It had taken him 2 further nights, 2 cycles of dawn and dusk, before he had developed a plan. The schedule of feedings, bathings, exercise, and study was never the same, as if purposely manipulated to a lack of pattern, and IM's comings and goings were likewise random, for as he was not the anointed one, he had certain freedoms of movement, certain allowances to go out into the palace for exercise or nutrition, although even that was not set in stone. During his deliberations, Trez had been assiduous about changing nothing about his effect, his attitude, his habits, but internally his mind had been crafting, testing theories for complications or potential failures. He had anticipated tarrying for even longer, but the moment came unexpectedly, courtesy of a dropped meal tray. A maidservant had slipped on the freshly polished marble floor, and food and plates and silverware had gone everywhere. IM, ever the helpful one, had volunteered to help deal with the mess, and he and the maidservant had left in search of cleaning aids out in the corridor's supply closets. Click went the lock on the hidden cell door. And that was that. Moving fast, Trez had unclothed his body, tearing the fine mesh and the gemstones off of himself, ripping free the fasteners, popping all manner of buckles, belts, and securities. Then, naked and bleeding from the effort, he had closed his eyes and concentrated. His anxiety had been so great, he had nearly failed, especially as he heard shouts outside of his door, the security cameras having reported his activities with alacrity and accuracy. His conviction that this was his one and only chance had given him the grab to reach down and pull some greater strength out from his core. Just before he went airborne, SX had burst through the door, and they had locked eyes for a split second. Then it was up and out through the air vent. Poof! He had followed the duct system by staying with the current that ran against him, figuring that the draft would show him the way to the great outdoors. He'd been right. Moments later, he had scrambled out into the night, expelling himself high above his previous confines. So shocked that he had gotten away with it that he had nearly reformed and fallen to the roof of the palace. A quick collection of his wits and he had been off, with no direction, no further plan, no supplies, no money. But freedom was priceless and would eventually lead him to cross paths with a vampire who had changed the direction of his life. Trez? Buddy? Trez exploded out of his sleep just as he had that venting system, and for a split second he had no fucking clue where he was. A heartbeat later, though, a pair of amethyst eyes directly in front of his face brought everything back. The training center? Selena. The present, not the past. Selena. Revenge put a hand out. Whoa, easy. They're almost finished bathing her. Bathing her. Trez rubbed his face and looked around, seeing a whole lot of concrete wall. Christ, he was so exhausted. He'd crashed in the corridor outside of the examination room in the 4.2 seconds it had taken for him to sit his ass down and take a deep breath. Revenge grunted as he used his cane to help himself down to the hard concrete floor. Stretching his legs out, he folded his full-length mink coat around his thighs, even though it was no colder than 68 degrees. My Elena called me. Rev gave Trez the once-over and, going by his tight expression, didn't like what he saw. I would have been here sooner, but I was dealing with business up north. How are your colonists? Still psycho? How are you? I'm great, Your Highness. Don't try to fuck me, okay? Sorry. Trez let his head fall back against the cool wall. I'm not at my best. Rev glanced at the exam room's closed door. Where's I am? Locker room. I think he went in there for a shower. Knew he'd be down here with you. Yeah. There was a stretch of quiet. And then Rev said, How long have we known each other? 1,000,000 years. The Sin Eater laughed tightly. Feels that way. Yeah. So why didn't you tell me? About. When Rev just popped a brow, Trez took a shuddering breath. Of course the guy wanted to know about Selena and the bonding. Look, I didn't even want myself to be aware of how I felt about her. I just you know what I was like with the whores. How the hell am I bringing that to the table with someone like a chosen? But now this, for fuck's sake, all that wasted time. Not that we would have been together necessarily, but maybe I could have helped. Or, although, from what the other chosen had had to say, it seemed like the disease or disorder or whatever the fuck it was going to have its own course regardless of what anyone did. I got some experience with that, Rev murmured. When I met Elena, she didn't know that I was half Sin Eater, much less the heir to the throne of the Symphoths. I sure as shit wasn't in a big hurry to tell her, but it wasn't like I could hide the tracks in my arms or my impulses or who I was. And Remy, I had the same night job you do now. Not exactly good news to bring on home to the little female. I fought it for as long as I could, and when the truth came out, I knew she was going to leave, was convinced of it. For a while she did, and I had nothing but love for her anyway. In the end, though, worked out. Trez wished he could take some inspiration from that. Selena's going to die. Maybe, maybe not. Listen, I'm no fan of my subspecies, but we have know-how up north. Let me see what I can bring back for you. Trez cranked his head around and stared at the guy. You don't have to. Stop it. Trez had to look away. Don't make me cry. I hate feeling like a pussy. You do the same for me. You've already saved me once. I like to think we saved each other. Trez thought about the night the pair of them met. The how and the where, up in that cabin on the mountain, the one that was the first structure Trez had run into when he'd finally dropped himself out of the air, also the one where Rev had had to do the duty with that nasty Symphoth princess who'd been blackmailing him. Trez had taken shelter when Rev had arrived and fucked the bitch standing up a couple of times. Afterward, she had left him in a mess on the floor, the poison she'd put on her skin having leveled revenge. Caring for the guy had only seemed natural. And in return, he and that purple-eyed bastard had become brothers of a sort. To the point where, when I.M. had turned up on the outside, the three of them had fallen in together, Trez's loyalty and gratitude indenturing him and his kin to the Sin Eater. If he knew one and only one thing about revenge after all these years, it was that he was a male of worth. In spite of being a pimp and a club owner, a degenerate and a reprobate, an evil-hearted, sadistic SOB he was, and always would be, one of the finest males Trez had ever known. "I'll get going then," Rev said. With another round of that grunting, the male got to his feet, and when he was on the vertical with that mink coat dusting the bald floor of the training center, he cleared his throat and didn't look at Trez. Not a surprise and kind of a gift. Trez didn't deal well with big emotions either. "Thank you," Trez said roughly. "Save the gratitude for if I bring back something worth having." "That's not what I'm talking about." Rev leaned down, offering his dagger hand. "Anything I got is yours." Trez had to blink hard, then pass his hand over his eyes. "Your friendship's all I need, my man, 'cause it's pretty damn priceless." As I.M. walked out of the men's locker room, he checked to make sure the buttons on his shirt had been done up properly. The shower lasted only 5 minutes, tops, but the water had been ice cold, and he guessed he felt a little more with it. Hard to tell with all the brain fry he had going on. He stopped as he looked up and saw Trez and Rev linked by their palms. For some reason, the quiet moment between the males took him back to the night Trez had escaped. So strange the paths that crossed when you least expected it. Rev glanced over as the pair released their grips. "Hey, I.M. "Hey, man." Like they were at some kind of funeral, the two of them met in the middle and did the backslapper embrace guys rocked when there were too many feels in the air. A moment later, Rev left without a backward glance, striding down to the office, his floor-length mink billowing out behind him, his red cane plugging into the floor to keep his balance. "Glad he showed," I.M. said as he glanced at the shut door of the exam room. "Guess they were still cleaning Selena up. What a fucking night. Day. Whatever it was." "Yeah." I.M. checked his watch. "Well, what'd you know? It was 8 p.m. After sundown. They'd been here for like over 12 hours straight. So are you going to tell me what's on your mind?" I.M. dropped his arm and looked at his brother. "What are you talking about? Come on, man." Trez let out an exhausted curse. "You think I can't read you? Really?" I.M. paced down a couple of yards. Came back. Went down again. "More good news, huh?" Trez muttered. "Yeah. Get it off your chest. At least one of us will feel better." "Doubt it. Like shit can get worse?" "The Queen gave birth. And not it." Trez closed his eyes and seemed to sag in his own skin. "Unbelievable timing. It's why SX was calling you. He tracked me down when you didn't answer and... yeah, there you go." Trez blew out his breath. "You know what my fantasy is? It ain't porn. It's good news. For once in my fucking life, I'd love to have some good news." "They're in mourning." When Trez just shook his head, I.M. felt like hell all over again. "We have a week and then they're going to want their living, breathing dildo back, huh?" As Trez focused on the closed door of the exam room, he appeared to age before I.M.'s eyes, the skin of his face seeming to melt from the bone structure underneath, the corners of his eyes dragging down, his mouth going lax. "Trez, tell SX I want to meet with him. I can't leave now because of..." "You're not actually thinking of going back, are you?" Trez's stare didn't leave that closed door. "Trez, answer me. You're not thinking about going back." As the silence stretched out, I.M. cursed. "Trez? Hello? I've got to meet with SX. But it has to be after." Trez cleared his throat. "Yeah, afterward." I.M. nodded because what else could he do? There was no blaming the guy for that kind of prioritization. Unfortunately, the SHISB was not going to be so understanding. But that was where I.M. came in. No way anyone was muscling his brother while this shit with Selena was going on. He didn't care what he had to do. Trez was going to be free to care for his female. Fuck the Queen. 14. Layla felt pursued as she kept a foot on the gas and both hands on the steering wheel of her pale blue Mercedes. Quinn bought her the E354 Matic, whatever that meant, about 3 months ago. He'd wanted something flashier, bigger, faster, but in the end, the little sedan was what she'd felt most comfortable with. And she'd picked the color because it reminded her of the bathing pools up in the sanctuary. The farmland on Caldwell's outskirts rolled out over hill and dale, and she loved these gracious undulating fields that spiked up with corn in July and August, and were shorn down like a male's beard in the fallow months. She knew all of the landscape by heart now, this route well taken out to one specific rise, one particular meadow, one now significant tree. When she came to the base of the short hill, she cut her lights and let the car roll to a stop. She never felt good about coming here, but after seeing the state Selena was in and knowing what it meant, her heart was even heavier than usual. Hefting herself out from behind the wheel, she put her hands on her lower back and arched her chest out, trying to loosen the muscles that seemed perpetually engaged. "You're early." With a gasp, she wheeled around. Ecker was standing mere feet from her rear bumper, and she could tell instantly that something was off about him. It wasn't that his harsh face looked any different. From the hairlip that made him appear as if he were perpetually snarling, to his shrewd eyes and his heavy jaw, all the features were the same. And there wasn't a change in his skull-trimmed hair, or his long black leather duster, or even his leathers or his combat boots or all the weapons she knew he had on him, but which he always carefully hid from her. She was unable to pinpoint exactly what the clue was. But her instincts did not lie, and they were never wrong. "Are you unwell?" she asked. "Are you?" She put her hand on her belly. "I am not." "What happened last night? Why didn't you come?" An image of Quinn pacing around the billiards room as she and Blay sat on the sofas came to mind. And then she pictured the three of them down in the training center's exam room, standing to the side as Selena was assessed and more bad news was given. "I had a family emergency," she said. "Well, two, actually." "Of what sort?" "Not that concerns you." "There is little of you that does not concern me." Glancing up toward the tree that they usually sat under, Layla shivered. You are cold. We will get in your car." In his usual way, Ecker took charge, opening her door and standing aside, a quiet demand. For a moment she hesitated. In spite of the noble impetus to keep the king and the brothers safe, she knew in her marrow that no one would ever approve of these meetings, these words, this time spent with the sworn enemy of the Brotherhood. The one who had plotted Wrath's demise not once, but twice. To sit with Ecker in the very car Quinn bought for her out of his own good heart was a violation of all the relationships she valued most. Except she was protecting those she loved. She reminded herself. "Get in," Ecker told her. And she did. Closing her door, Ecker walked around to the passenger side, and as he knocked on the window and she unlocked his door, she thought of the false human mythology of vampires, where what was supposedly undead had to be invited in before they could cross a threshold. So far from reality. Ecker's soldier-sized body took up all the room in the sedan as he sat down in a seat that was overly big for her, even as pregnant as she was. As she inhaled to steady herself, she hated the fact that she liked the way he smelled, but she did. In fact, he always took pains to be clean whenever they met, his skin smelling of a spiced cologne that she desperately wanted to find unattractive. This was all so much more palatable if she stayed focused on the fact that she was being coerced into the contact, the proximity, this closeness. Because to be here with him upon freedom of will. God, why was she so in her head tonight? "Drive on," he said. "Please." "What?" Her heart began to pound. "Why?" "It's no longer safe here. We have to meet in another place." "Why?" The reality of how little she knew and trusted him made her realize exactly how isolated they were. "What's changed?" He looked over at her. "Please, for your safety. I shall never harm you, you must know that, and thus I say it is not safe for us here anymore." She held his eyes for a long moment. "Where shall we go?" "I have secured another location. Head west. Please." When she didn't move, he put his hand over hers and squeezed. "This is not safe." As he released his hold, his eyes never wavered from hers. And a moment later, she watched from a vast distance as she reached forward and hit the ignition button to start the engine. "All right." As she put the car in drive, a subtle binging noise started up. Your seatbelt, she said. You need to put it on. He complied without comment, stretching the belt far out to extend over his massive chest, and then clicking it home. How far? She asked, as a renewed spike of fear made her heart speed up again. 10 miles. Ecker put the window down a crack and breathed in as if trying to find a scent upon the air. It's a secure location. Are you kidnapping me? He recoiled. No. You are, as always, free to come and go. Okay. She hoped he was telling the truth. Prayed he was. And didn't that shine a bright light on this deadly game she was playing? This had to stop, she thought. There was a war going on with the Lessers. He was a traitor to her king. She was getting to be very pregnant. The problem was, she didn't know how to disentangle the ropes that bound the two of them together. Rage was the last of the brothers to materialize onto the lawn of an estate that was right out of a magazine for 1%ers. As he looked up at the great looming house, he heard the narrator from the old Batman TV show. Meanwhile, back at stately Wayne Manor, the Tudor-style mansion was set back on manicured lawns as if it were too good to fraternize with anything less than the White House, and lights were on in the interior, glowing with soft yellow luxury like maybe there were solid gold shades on all those lamps. With quick efficiency, a butler could be seen crossing in front of a bank of diamond panes, his formal uniform something that Fritz would wear. They probably had the same tailor. We ready for His Royal Highness? V asked Riley. There was a grumble of agreement among the five of them, and then Vishouse disappeared into thin air. The plan was for him to join Butch in the cop's brand-new Range Rover, which was parked about 4 miles to the east with the king bitching about all the security measures from the shotgun seat. The two of them were going to drive Wrath over here, giving the group a number of ways to get the mail out if shit went tits up. Rage hated that they were bringing him here to meet with Throw, but Wrath refused to send a representative, and what were they going to do? Tie him to a fucking chair so he didn't come on his own? FYI. Rage unsheathed one of his black daggers. I give no guarantees I won't fillet this motherfucker. I'll hold him down for you, somebody tossed back. A cold wind blew in from the north, scattering fallen leaves across his shitkickers, and Rage looked over his shoulder. Nothing was moving over on the left. There was nobody in the bushes. No bad scents were on the air, but he felt cagey as hell. Well, duh. Anything that had to do with the band of bastards was hardly a night home on the sofa pretending he wasn't in fact watching Scandal. Or Real Housewives of New Jersey, if Lassiter had the frickin' remote. 10 minutes later, the Range Rover rounded the corner of the drive and came over the rise, its headlights flashing across the face of the house as well as the bunch of them. Butch piloted around the circle in front of the mansion so that the SUV was facing the escape route, and then Wrath cranked his own door and emerged from the passenger seat. In his shitkickers, the male towered over the roof of the vehicle, and unlike the rest of them, he didn't have any coat or jacket on. Just a black button-down, under which was the mandatory Kevlar vest. At least they had that. Thank you, Beth. Rage fell into formation with the others, and they shielded Wrath with their bodies as they moved forward. The instant they came to the front door, Abalone opened things up as if he had been staring out the windows to the lawn and waiting for their approach. My lord, the Brotherhood, welcome to my home. As the first advisor bowed deeply, Rage had to approve of the guy. Applebottom, as they called him, was one of the few aristocrats Rage had ever tripped over who not only had half a brain, but a full heart under the dandy act. If you all will proceed this way, the guy said, indicating with his hand. Part of the prearrangement for this was that the meeting would be in the library and one of the windows would be cracked in case Wrath had to ghost out. Throw, who would be waiting in a separate parlor, would be brought in by a brother and escorted out by one. And there were a couple of other provisos. Once inside the book-lined room, Rage pulled a quick but thorough inspection of the joint and said, "Let me go get the asshole." "You sure?" V asked. "I won't eat him. Yet." He cut off any conversation by heading back out to where Abalone was hovering in the foyer, looking like he was stuck in an internal debate over whether to throw up on his shoes or try to make it to a bathroom before he ralphed. "So where's your cousin?" Rage shot the guy a reassuring smile, as if he were just gonna bubble wrap the bastard and nothing more. "Over there." Abalone nodded toward the closed door across the way. Yes, he is in the male's parlor. Rage put a hand on the first advisor's shoulder. Don't worry, Applebottom. This is gonna be a piece of cake. You had to feel for the poor SOB as he exhaled in relief. Yes, my lord. Thank you. After another flash of the AOKs, Rage slipped through the parlor door and closed things up behind himself. Throw was standing across a paneled room, looking like the distinguished male he once was back in the old country in spite of the fact that his clothes were common. Rage? The male said, coming forward. Yeah. Throw had the chance to stick out his hand for a shake, and that was it. Rage grabbed that wrist, spun him around like a ballerina, and shoved him face first into the nearest wall. What are you? Patting you down, asshole. Okay, so maybe punching him down was a little more accurate. Spread him. You're hurting. If I find a weapon, I'm going to use it on you. Clear? Must you be so? Front side. Rage jerked the guy back by his waistband, twirled him like a top, and nailed him to the wall facing out. Nope, head up. He clapped a hand on the guy's chin and pushed that handsome mug high. After giving a surprisingly thick chest a mammogram, Rage slapped his way down and honked Throw's junk so hard, the guy sang a high C. I beg your pardon. Nothing in there. Not a surprise. Down the thighs, the calves, back up to eye level. Here are the rules. If you make any move toward my king in any fashion that I don't like, you'll be dead before you hit the floor. Do we understand each other? I've come here in peace. I'm through with fighting. Do we have an understanding? If you so much as sneeze on him, try to shake his hand, or look twice at his fucking shitkickers, I'm gonna put paid on your toe tag. Are you always so extreme? This is calm, cool, and collected, you little bitch. You don't want to see me pissed off. Rage shoved the guy toward the door, opened the way out, and locked a hand on the back of Throw's neck. I can walk on my own, the male drawled. Can you? You sure about that? Rage switched his grip around so that he crushed the male's face in his palm, leading Throw by that collection of eyes, nose, and mouth. This working for you better? No? Huh. Guess you should have SDFU'd. As he deliberately kept Throw's balance off, he enjoyed the Fred Astaire routine as the guy tap-danced past Abalone and entered the library. Oh, this is going so well already, V muttered as he lit up a hand-rolled. At least there wasn't barbecue sauce involved. The cop tossed back. Yet, V exhaled. The night is still young. Rage cleared his throat. My lord and ruler, Wrath, son of Wrath, blooded father of Wrath, I present you with Throw, piece of shit. On that note, he gave the male a good shove in the direction of the oriental rug, and what do you know? Ass over tea kettle, and the motherfucker was where he belonged. At the foot of the one true king. 15. No, I've got her, thanks. As Trez spoke, he shot a smile at Elena, because he didn't want the nurse to be offended as he shooed her away. But the truth was, he was beyond ready to be the one who got Selena out of the exam room. Away from the training center. Off to somewhere, anywhere else. Although that wasn't going to happen. Barely 2 hours ago she'd flatlined, been hit by 2 billion joules of electricity in the testicular region, and then somehow managed to come back from the brink thanks to him pulling a living, breathing soul blanket routine. Oh, just another day in the life. Or was it night? Who the fuck knew? You ready? He asked Selena. It seemed like something out of a dreamscape that she actually looked into his eyes and nodded. He would never have guessed the reconnection was possible or the fact that her body actually bent as it was supposed to between the holds he put under her knees and at her shoulders. I'll be gentle. As his voice cracked, he wanted to kick his own ass. Nice and slow. She nodded again, and then gasped as he lifted her off the examining table and moved her out from under the multi-light chandelier that had been pulled down close to her body. Which way? He asked again, even though he'd already been told twice. Elena, who was in charge of holding the forebag, led the way to a door. Here. On the far side, the recovery room was nothing he wanted for his female. The bed was a hospital one with big handrails running down both sides, and blankets that were thin, and sheets that were plain and white. There was an 4-pole set up to hang the bag and a lot of monitoring equipment. The pillows looked hard. Then again, he could have been laying her on a handmade feather bed, and even that would have been inadequate. Selena shuddered as he put her down carefully. And then, when he went to try to get the covers out from under her, she closed her eyes and shook her head. "A minute?" she groaned. Like everything hurt. "Yeah, sure, of course." And then now he had nothing to do. Looking around, he spotted a chair and figured at least if his ass were in it, he wasn't crowding her. As he sat down, and Elena left them to whatever small piece they could find, he thought, shit, Selena was so still. But at least her joints were at semi-normal angles, and she was breathing on her own. And she was conscious. She was still very pale, though, nearly the color of the sheets. And even though her hair had been smoothed, it had knots in the dark lengths. "I'm sorry." "What?" He jacked forward. "What did you say?" "Sorry." "About what?" "Jesus. Like you volunteered for this." When she started to cry, he ditched the chair and went over to the bed, getting down on his knees next to her. Reaching up, he put the railing down and took the hand that was closest to him. "Selena, don't cry." There was a Kleenex box on the bedside stand, and he traded holds so he could snap one free and dry her cheeks. "Oh no, not sorry. You can't be sorry for something like this." Her inhale was ragged. "I didn't want you to know. I didn't want worry. I wish you'd told me. Nothing to be done." Okay, wasn't that a knife right between his fucking ribs? "We don't know that. Manny is going to talk to some of his human colleagues. Maybe. I love you." As her words hit him with all the slap of an open palm, Trez coughed, gasped, sputtered, and wheezed at the same time. Great response. Just really fucking masculine, reminding him, absurdly, of that synthesizer in Ferris Bueller when the little shit was on the phone with his classmates. What the hell was his problem? The female he was in love with, the one he wanted above everything in the world, lays the 3 big ones on him and he turns into a giant bodily function. So romantic. Then again, at least he didn't let loose in his Levi's. He stammered out. Before he could go any farther, she squeezed his hand and shook her head back and forth on the pillow. "Don't have to tell me back. Wanted you to know. Important for you to know. No time left. Don't say that." His voice grew strident. "I need you to not say that ever. There's time. There's always time." "No. God." Her pale blue eyes were ancient as she stared at him. Even in her perfectly unlined face, with her beauty shining through in spite of her condition, that exhausted stare of hers made her seem geriatric. It was so unfair. Her in that bed. Him kneeling fit and fine next to her with no real way to share the health he had in abundance. Sure, when she'd been in cardiac arrest he'd been able to bring her back, but he didn't want to just drag her away from the brink. He wanted to cure her. He wanted years with her. And yet, just as the thought hit him, he realized that was never going to happen. Even if her destiny changed, his wasn't going to. "I love you," she breathed. For a moment, he felt himself hit his own brink. His heart and soul trembling on the edge of falling into her words, her eyes, her everything that made her female and mysterious and wondrous, but then he reminded himself that she had nearly died, was half awake at best, and probably had no idea what she was saying. Plus Doc Jane had announced that he'd saved her life, which may or may not have been true, but given the drama, gratitude could make anyone feel something she wouldn't have ordinarily. Or maybe fan the flames of affection into a temporary emotion that was much stronger. "Don't have to say it back," she murmured. "Needed you to know. Selena, I." She held up her other hand, palm forward. No need to go further. There was a resonant silence, but only in the room. In his chrome dome, his brain was live-wire spastic, all kinds of thoughts and images pelting his consciousness like his gray matter had gone monkey and was throwing poo all over its cage. Refocusing on her, he told himself to get a grip and try to help her. "Would you like to feed?" He held up his free hand, flashing his wrist. "Please." When she nodded, it was a total relief, and he scored his flesh with his fangs before stretching up, bringing his vein to her mouth. At first she barely latched on, doing little but swallow. In time, though, she began to take some control, sucking at him, drawing what he had to give deep into her. He got hard. He couldn't help it, but it wasn't like he had any sexual drive. He was too distracted by worrying about her, wondering if, at any second, her body was going to give out again. Stable, Doc Jane had told them. She was as stable as anyone could be 120 minutes after total molecular collapse. But at least the second sets of X-rays had been nothing short of miraculous. Whereas in the first ones there had been all kinds of bone in what should have been the movable parts of her joints. Now, according to both Doc Jane and Manny, things were more anatomically appropriate. No one knew where the bad stuff had gone, or why it had left, or when it would be back. What they did know for sure was that where there had once been no movement, now there was. After quite a while, Selena's lips grew lax and her eyelids sank low. Retracting his arm, he licked the puncture wounds closed and then rested his forearm on the mattress and put his chin on it. "How did you find me?" she asked in a sleepy voice. "I fell when I was up in the sanctuary. Someone came and got me." "Who?" "The scribe virgin," he thought to himself as she let out a soft snore. "Selena?" "Yes." She tried to rouse herself, lifting her head and forcing her eyes wide open. "Yes. I want you to know something. Please. No matter what happens, I'm not going to leave you. If you want me around, no matter where this goes, I'm going to be right by your side. If you want me to be, that is." Her stare roamed around his face. "You don't know what you're saying." "The hell I don't. I'm going to die. So am I. But I don't know when, and neither do you." Her luminous eyes glowed with a complicated emotion. "Trez, I've watched my sisters go through this. I know what. You don't know shit. With all due respect." He got up and went to the base of the bed. Pulling the sheet and blankets out from between the mattresses, he looked under it at her feet. "What are you doing?" With a gentle hand, he tilted one of her ankles up so that he could look at the sole. "Nope. I'm sorry. I don't see any expiration date stamped on here." He did the same with her other foot. "Not here either." He put the covers back down, retucked them, stared up her body at her and tried to escape the fact that the very flesh he coveted could potentially be what separated them forever. Except then he remembered the news Iam had given him out in the hall. Shit, it wasn't like he didn't have his own set of roadblocks. "I'm not leaving you," he vowed. "Didn't want to tell you about all this." Her eyes watered up, the tears turning those blue irises into gemstones. "Didn't want you to know and feel sorry for me." "I don't feel sorry for you. Don't do this to yourself, Trez. Just know that I love you and let me go." He came back up to her. "Can I have your hand?" When she turned stiffly on the bed and extended her arm, he took her palm and put it between his legs, on the rock-hard ridge that was punching out at his fly. The contact made him hiss, his fangs descending in a rush, his hips rolling. "This feel like pity to you?" he gritted out. Fuck, he had to step back. He'd pulled this crude move only to prove a point, but instead, he found himself ready to come, his body all 0 to 60 in a nano. "Trez, I'm not saying we have to get sexual. Not at all. But I am not here because I feel sorry for you. Okay? I can't ask you to stay. You aren't. I get to pick this. I get to pick you." As he spoke the words, he realized, holy shit, that was true. For once in his life, he felt like he was choosing something, and in a weird way, that was good. Even though this was sad stuff, it felt liberating to be all, "This is mine." This situation was something he was going to take ownership over for however long it lasted, wherever it took them both. Assuming Selena wanted him here, in the silence that followed, he looked around at the bare walls and knew he had to get her out of the hospital room. Sure, the place was close to the medical staff if she got into trouble, but it was hell on the mood, a depressing stretch of "you are sick." Trez refocused on her again. "Anything you need, I'm here for you. Okay? If you want me." After a moment, she croaked out, "I want you." "Okay, then." He exhaled in a rush, and then held up his forefinger. "One thing, no expiration date, deal? We go into this like you're going to live forever." Her expression shifted into disbelief, but he just shook his head. "Nope, that's my one rule. He wasn't stupid. He'd listened to what those other chosen had said, looked at the X-rays, watched over her contoured body. He had an internal conviction that he was going to lose her, and most likely sooner rather than later. But the gift that he could give her, the most important thing, hell, maybe the only thing could bring to this? Hope. And he didn't have to believe she was going to be cured to have it, to share it, or to live it. Be present. Love her until the end. Never her leave her side until the last breath. That was how he was going to honor her with his heart and his soul, even though he wasn't worthy. No expiration date, he said. We live each night as if we have 1,000 of them ahead. Selena blinked away another round of tears. On so many levels, she couldn't believe Trez was standing over her hospital bed, staring into her soul with a kind of purpose that suggested his will alone could keep her alive and healthy for as long as he wanted. I don't think we have 1,000 nights, Trez, she said. Do you know that? For certain. No, but then why waste a moment of the time we do have thinking like that? What's it going to get us? Seriously, how is it going to help? Will you get in bed with me? He cleared his throat. You sure about that? Yes, please. She admired how smoothly he moved, getting up on the high mattress, shifting around, helping her make room for him. And as if he read her mind, he arranged her in his arms so that she was on her side and her head was on his chest. Ragged sigh from the both of them. I'm relieved, she heard herself say. I wanted you to know, but, shoo, you need to sleep. Yes. Closing her eyes, she could sense him on a different dimension now, his blood working its way into and through her system, strengthening her after the episode. In her mind, she calculated exactly when the last freeze had occurred. 13 nights. The one before that. 16. But maybe, if she wasn't offering her vein to anyone, she'd have even more of a reprieve. And maybe the strength he just gave her through his blood would help her fight off any episodes, too. I stayed away, she said. Because of all this, not because of you. I don't care about your past. I just want you to know that. Trez began to rub her back, his large palms circling. Shoo, just try to rest. Selena lifted her head. You need to let me say this. You need to hear it and believe it. I know that you backed off because you thought that I judged you or something. But I pulled away because of all this, not because you've been with a lot of humans. And not because of your betrothal, either. He closed his eyes in a wince, then shook his head. I gotta be honest with you. The last thing I want to think about right now is, I don't think you're unclean, Trez. Please, stop. She took his hand and squeezed, trying to get through to him, feeling a pressure to say everything all at once, get it all on the table. His theory about 1,000 nights was a good one for mental health purposes, and he'd come to the same conclusion she had. She didn't have a date and time stamped on her, but she had lived in this reality since the first episode those many decades ago, and her trajectory for survival was that of a car heading off the road and skidding into a ditch. There was no living through this. I have to get this out, Trez. I've waited a long time to talk to you. I'm not losing my chance. Dimly, she recognized that she was speaking with more emphasis, feeling more like herself, recovering even further thanks to the gift of his vein. You're a male of worth, and I think I fell in love with you the very first. Trez exploded out of the bed, and for a split second, she thought he was going to keep right on going, bursting out through the door and away from her and her dumbest illness. And for a moment he paused in front of the exit. But then he just started to stalk around the room. Why is it so hard for you to accept that? She wondered out loud. That you're a good male. That you're worth. Selena, you don't know what you're talking about. You're prowling around this room like you're being hunted. So I'm pretty sure I'm onto something. He stopped and shook his head. Look, this is about you. This, he waved his hand back and forth between them. This is all about you. I'm here for you and your needs, whatever they are. We're gonna keep me out of it. Okay? Selena pushed herself up higher on the pillow. The strain on her elbows and shoulders made her grit her teeth, and she needed to catch her breath as the pain took its sweet time in fading. But it was better than being frozen stiff. When his eyes narrowed with concern, she said, No, I don't need Doc Jane. Honest. As he rubbed his face, she looked at him properly for the first time. He'd lost some weight lately, his cheeks hollowing out so his jaw seemed even more pronounced, his eyes sunken deeper, his lips appearing fuller. And yet even so, he remained an enormous male of the species. His shoulders 3 times the size of hers, his chest and abdomen carved with power, ropes of muscle running down his arms and his legs. He was beautiful, from his dark skin to his black eyes, from the top of his shorn head to the soles of his booted feet. "You are so very worthy," she murmured, "and you're going to have to accept that." "Oh, really?" he countered wryly. "I'm not so sure about." "Stop it." Trez stared across at her and then frowned. "You know, I'm not sure why you're going on about this. No offense, but you nearly died in that other room. Like how long ago? Feels like 10 minutes. My shit is not important here." Selena glanced down at her body. She was wearing a hospital Johnny that was pale blue and had little darker blue spirals in a repeating pattern. The thing tied in the back, and she could feel the knots biting in where her bra strap would have been if she were wearing one, and down lower at the small of her back. It seemed strange to think that things in her body were functioning with relative normalcy now, and the reality that they wouldn't keep at it for much longer brought a stunning clarity. "You know," she murmured, "I've never considered the fact that there might be a good part to having a mortal disease." "And what's that?" he asked tightly. She swung her stare back to his. "It makes you unafraid to say the things you really mean. Honesty can be scary, unless you have something even more terrifying to measure it against, like the prospect of dying. So I'll tell you exactly why I think your shit, as you put it, is important. Whatever is driving you, whatever is causing," she motioned in a circular pattern, "encompassing his entire body, or caused that void that's inside of you. I think you used all those women to try to run away from it. I think you fucked those humans for all those years as a distraction, and the fact that you don't want to acknowledge this, it makes me worried that you're just going to use me as an even bigger, better way of avoiding yourself. What could be even more seductive or effective if you don't want to deal with your own issues than one specific female with a deadly disease?" "Jesus Christ, Selena, I don't think like that. At all." "Well, maybe you should." She tilted her head, another conclusion hitting her like a ton of bricks. "And I'll tell you one more truth. Whether I have 1,000 nights or 2 nights, I want them to be with you, but only in an honest way. I don't want to be your new excuse, Trez. I want you here, I want you with me, but I need it to be real between us. I don't have the energy or the time for anything less than that." In the long silence that followed, she waited for his response. But no matter how awkward things got, she wasn't recanting a word. She had said exactly what was on her mind. Kind of liberating, actually. 16. Abalone was not accustomed to violence. Not in the outside world, and certainly not in the house where his daughter slept and practiced her singing lessons and ate with him. As rage all but airmailed Throw to the ground in front of Wrath, Abalone smothered a gasp with his palm. It was entirely unmanly to show any kind of shock in front of the Brotherhood, and he prayed that none of them noticed. They certainly did not appear to. Their concentration was on the blonde-haired, simply dressed male who was, for all intents and purposes, naught but a throw rug before the shitkickers of the king. Wrath smiled, baring fangs that seemed longer than Abalone's fingers. "Don't wait for me to help you up." As Throw began to pull himself up on his knees, the king tucked his arms over his chest. "And don't ask for the ring. I'll be tempted to crack you in the face with it." Once he was on his feet, Throw brushed himself off and straightened his shoulders. He wasn't close to Wrath's size, but he was far from a lightweight, his body more a soldier's than the whip-thin figure that males from his class tended to favor. "I have done nothing to deserve a presentation of your ring," he said in a low, grave voice. "Well, what do you know, something we agree on." Wrath's wraparound sunglasses tilted toward the sound of Throw's voice. "So, my boy Abalone says you have something on your mind. I have left Ecker and the band of bastards." "You want a commemorative stamp," Butch muttered. "Can I stamp him with the grill of my car?" Rage tossed out. Wrath's brows tightened over the bridge of those dark glasses, as if he didn't appreciate his males chiming in. Change in direction for you, isn't it? Ecker's goals are no longer my own. That right. It has been a long time coming. Thro glanced over his shoulder, and Abalone would have preferred not to be the object of his regard. As my distant cousin recalls, I am not from soldier stock. Through circumstances beyond my control, I was forced to take advantage of Ecker's dubious kindness. He required me to repay him with a tenure of service. As you know, having found me bleeding in that alley many, many months ago, his methods for ensuring loyalty are not conversational in nature. Ah yes, that was right, Abalone remembered. Some time ago, Thro had been discovered by the Brotherhood, left for dead with a stab wound to the gut not inflicted by a lesser. In fact, from what Abalone had heard, the male had been injured by the band of bastards' own leader. Thro had been taken in by the Brotherhood, who had sought to gather information from him, and then released back out into the world with a message for Ecker. Word had it that Layla had fed the fighter whilst he had lingered on death's door, the chosen offering her vein to one whom she had assumed to be a noble soldier instead of her king's enemy. Quite a messy affair it all had been. Wrath's nostrils flared as if he were testing the male's scent. So what do you expect me to do with this little news flash? No offense, but where you're at and who you're affiliated with doesn't affect my world one way or the other. But learning the location of where the band of bastards sleeps would. And you're going to tell me, the king said in a bored voice. Do you think I'm lying? Ever heard of the Trojan motherfucker? V spat. 'Cause I'm looking at him. Wrath's jaw got tight. Give us an address if you want. But just as with your political alliances, the B.O.B. crib is not high on my list of shit to do. You're a fool then. All at once, the members of the Brotherhood jumped forward, and clearly Wrath's powerful shout was the only thing that kept Thro's skin still on his bones. The king leaned forward and dropped his voice to a pseudo-whisper. Do yourself a favor, asshole, and play it cool. This bunch of rabid cocksuckers has a serious hearing problem even when it comes to orders from me, and they don't like you any more than I do. You want to live long enough to see another nightfall? You'll dial back on that attitude. You should care about Ecker, Thro said, undeterred. He is capable of anything, and the soldiers who fight under him suffer from the same single-minded devotion to him that your males show you. Wrath chuckled a little, the sound somehow more evil and deadly than the naked aggression the brothers had just shown. Thanks for the tip. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Abalone? Abalone let out a squeak and jumped forward. Yes, my lord. Do you plan on letting this male stay with you? Relation to relation. No, I told him he must leave this night. Don't kick him out on my account. It doesn't matter to me whether he stays or goes. Abalone frowned and had to wonder if he was getting a demotion. My loyalty is to you and you alone. He is tainted in mine eyes no matter what he says his affiliations are. Wrath made a non-committal sound in the back of his throat and realigned his face toward Thro. You say Ecker's priorities are not your own. Aye. And you do not intend to pursue his goals. Nay, I do not. Very definitely, nay. There was a pause where Wrath's nostrils flared as if he were testing the male's scent. Very well then. Wrath nodded at his private guard. Let's get out of here. I have real work to do. Nobody moved. Not the brothers. Thro. Certainly not Abalone, who was feeling as though his loafers had been nailed to the floor. The king snapped. Let's get out of here. There was an awkward moment, and then the brother Vishouse and the brother Butch stepped in beside the king. Standing close to his shoulders, they promenaded out with Wrath, Zodist falling in behind the group. The others stayed behind, clearly guarding Thro until the king was safely gone from the property. Abalone, Wrath said as he stopped at the front door. At the sound of his name, Abalone scurried out of the library and across the foyer, his heart pounding. He had long been aware of how much he loved his king, but the idea that he would lose his vocation as well, helping civilians meet with and find aid was. No, you're not fired, Wrath whispered. For fuck's sake. What would I do without you? Oh, my lord, Listen up, Abalone. I want you to let him stay here for as long as he likes. I'm not buying any of this bullshit. He might well have left Ecker and the bastards, but I don't trust him, and I'm a male who believes in keeping my enemies close. Of course, my lord. Yes, yes, of course. Abalone bowed even though a sudden unease shocked through his system. I shall do anything and everything you wish. As if the king once again read minds, Wrath said, I know you're worried about your daughter. Until this sorts out, why don't you let her stay at my audience house? She can have a chaperone, and security is monitored 24/7 there. V stepped in close. We got 2 different underground tunnels leading out from the basement suites, and we'll send our dog Jen over to take care of her. She'll be perfectly safe. Oh, dearest virgin scribe, Abalone thought. Except then he reflected that Paradise was getting antsy, and not because she was in love or anxious to be mated. She was a young, vibrant female with so much going for her, and yet as an aristocrat, her options were limited. Perhaps getting her out of the house for a bit would be beneficial. And he certainly didn't want her around Throw. Torn between parental concern, a duty to his king, and sadness that his one offspring was in fact growing up, he found himself nodding through a surge of nausea. Yes, please. I believe she will enjoy that. I'll personally make sure she's safe, Zadis said, inclining his head once, as if he were taking a vow. I got a daughter. I know where you're at. Yes, Abalone thought. He had heard that the brother Zadist, in spite of his most fearsome effect, was in fact a settled family male with a beloved young of his own. Suddenly, Abalone felt better, and bowed low to the scarred fighter. Thank you, sire. She is my most precious love. Good. Settled. Abruptly Wrath's face changed positions, as if he were staring over Abalone's shoulder toward the library. Ecker is predicable in his brutality, a real old-schooler right out of the Bloodletters playbook. But the final salvo against my throne was a tactical one involving the law and my beloved half-breed queen. That's the way an aristocrat fights. Ecker didn't pull that plan out of his ass. It had to have been something cooked up by Throw. Only explanation there is. So he may in fact be done with Ecker, but even though he wasn't lying in anything he said in there, we're not going to know where his allegiances truly lie for a while. Abalone didn't mean to, but before he knew it, his hands were reaching forward and clasping Wrath's palm. Bringing the king's black diamond to his lips, he kissed the ring, and thought once again, thank the scribe virgin that the right male was on the throne. My loyalty is to you, my lord, he breathed, and you alone. Once Wrath was not just off the property, but out of the zip code, it was time to give Throw the middle finger and go hardy boys with the addy the bastard had given them. Rage was the last to leave the library, and just for shits and giggles as he filed by Throw, he pulled a boo. Move that left the fucker jumping back and putting his arms up to shield his face. Pussy. Out on the lawn, he front and centered his phone and texted. All well. Wrath et al. Okay. Off to secure 2 airy local. He paused, and then typed, what are you wearing? He was putting the thing away again when he frowned and sent a second one to somebody else. How are you? Need anything? Okay. We ready? This house asked. Fury and Z nodded as Rage disappeared his cell and cracked his knuckles. I want the bastards to be there. I need some good hand-to-hand. Need to get it in. Feel you, someone muttered. One by one, they disappeared and traveled in jumbles of molecules, heading for a very different kind of neighborhood. When they reformed, it was at the head of a cul-de-sac in a real estate development full of $200,000 to $300,000 homes that were probably lived in by people who were popping out kids, working 2 white-collar jobs at the bottom of the corporate ladder, and desperately wanting to upgrade their 3 Series BMWs to 5s. Yuppies on the rise. Spare him. No one made a sound as they went from passively armed to palmed up but good. The approach to the house in question was multi-fronted, the 4 of them splitting up and coming at the darkened colonial from each of the compass points. Putting up his black hood so that the blonde hair wasn't such a screamer in the dark, Rage took the back left corner, dematerializing through the woods, closing in while assuming cover behind trees. Sending his instincts out, he probed what might be under that roof, behind those solid walls, staying out of sight of the black windows. Nothing alerted him to any presence. There were no flashes of light, no shadows moving inside, no sound, inside or out on the periphery. checking in with Z, who he could see out of his left eye, and Fury, who he tracked out of his right. He motioned upward, then dematerialized onto the roof. The asphalt shingles gave good traction, and he stayed in a crouch, well aware of what a good target he was, silhouetted against the night sky. There wasn't a moon out, which was a bonus, but he was a goddamn sitting duck up here. Heading over to the chimney, he shouldered into the stack of bricks and mortar and listened. No sounds again. When the whistle came, it was from down below, and he closed his eyes and ghosted back to the ground. Z, Vishouse, and Fury were standing together in the rear. "Nothing up there," Rage whispered. "I don't see anything inside," Fury agreed. V stared at the house. "Then we have to assume that it's booby-trapped." "Yup, that was exactly what he was thinking." "You have anything to disarm shit with?" Rage asked. V rolled his diamond eyes. "I'm a fucking Boy Scout. What do you think? What's the approach?" They decided to enter through one of the windows in the kitchen. Doors were too obvious, as was the chimney, and anything through the garage. Going around to the back porch, V removed his lead-lined glove, got out his black dagger, and went over to the window above the sink. Putting the tip of the weapon to the glass, he moved the blade in a circle, then placed his glowing fingers on the inside of the cutout and removed the section so that it didn't fall in. 3, 2, 1. Silence. Rage glanced around, listening for anything. Footsteps in the undergrowth, the click of a safety being taken off a gun, a whisper of clothing. Nothing. V snaked his normal hand through the hole he'd made and clicked on his penlight. Inside, a nothing special kitchen was illuminated in the thin beam. Refrigerator, stove, cabinets. More to the point, there was nothing suspicious, no boxes or bags with wires coming out of them in the middle of the room. No beeping lights, not even an alarm panel that was obvious. "Ready?" V asked. Rage breathed in deep, testing the air that was escaping from the house. The scents were of male sweat, booze, tobacco, gun cleaner, a pizza, cooked meat. And it was all fresh. "I'm going first," Rage said. With his beast, he was the most likely to survive a bomb blast. Any extremes of temperature, pain, or aggression, and his other side would be triggered in a split second, providing him with a set of scales that was better than any kind of Kevlar. "Be careful, my brother," Fury said. "Always. I got meals to look forward to." Rage ghosted in and took form on the linoleum. Cue the waiting. Again. But there were no alarms going off. No ambushes. Nothing that screamed or even whispered attack. He took a step forward. Another. A third. Waiting for a hidden mine to get triggered. Under his shitkickers, floorboards creaked and groaned. That was it. "Far enough, Hollywood," V ordered through the window's cutout. "Let me get in there." Vishouse joined him as the twins stayed outside to monitor the exterior. With quick, practiced moves, V put on a headset and looked around. Took out an aerosol spray can and hit the go nozzle, moving in a circle. "It's clear, as far as I can see." Rage glanced to the back door. "So that's where the security pad is." The ADT panel had no lights glowing on its face. No green means go. No red means armed. "We have to go through the whole house," V said grimly. Rage nodded. "I'll take care of the first floor. We do it together." With careful steps, they headed into the front of the house, V sporting his gogs, Rage skin prickling across his back as his beast joined the instinct parade. The front room was clearly where the bastards spent most of their time. There were a number of couches set at angles so they formed a circle, and the scents were the strongest in here to the point that Rage guessed the fighters had pulled the drapes and actually slept above ground during daylight hours. Detritus littered the floor. Empty ammo boxes that suggested they had both shotguns and 40s. Dead soldier bottles of Jack and Jim. Hannaford plastic bags filled with crushed protein bar wrappers and Motrin bottles with the lids off and wads of surgical gauze marked with dried blood. An open Papa John's box had a single slice left in it. Was cold, but not moldy. "They do not live here anymore," V said. "And they up and left fast," Rage muttered as he poked at another Hannaford bag with the steel tip of his shitkicker. There wasn't a single backpack, duffel, piece of luggage. And although he wouldn't have counted the band of bastards as any kind of town and country types with the personal effects, There wasn't even a stray sock, backup set of combat boots, or a fucking comb left behind. As rage came around to the base of the stairs, he felt his phone vibrate in the inside pocket of his leather jacket. No checking the thing, though. He wasn't about to get goat-fucked in this shell of a house. And the farther he and his brother went in, the greater the chances that they'd run into something that could cost them an arm, a leg, their lives. That was the reality of their jobs and something he accepted because 1, he wasn't about to let nobody push around his race or its king, whether it was a bunch of shitty-smelling slayers or Ecker's circle of douches. And 2, it wasn't like he was suited to do anything else. Well, other than eat and fuck, and God knew he took care of business on those 2 fronts very, very well during his time off. Hell, even with all the high alert going on here in the back of his mind, he was already counting down the hours until he could get his Mary really fucking naked. Nights like tonight made him think fondly of going down on her for about 7 hours straight. Shaking himself back into focus, he approached the base of the stairs. "I'm going up," he told his brother. "Wait for me." But of course he didn't. He just headed on up, 1 foot after the other after the other. Probably a stupid move, but he'd never been good at waiting. Just not part of his nature. 17. As Trez stood in the corner of Selena's hospital room, he felt shit, totally cornered. He didn't want to be angry with the female. For fuck's sake. She'd nearly died in front of him. "What?" she said. "What's on your mind?" The good news was that he had watched, over the last 20 minutes or so, as her coloring had returned in full, how her eyes were now sharp as tacks, as her body, though still stiff, was so much closer to normal. The bad news was that her little dissertation there about the nature of his sex addiction and him trying to do right by her was not anything he was going to hear, and he prayed to God she didn't keep pushing the subject. "Selena, I think you need to rest. Don't tune me out, Trez." He shoved his hand across his head. Wished he had some longest hair like Wrath's just so he had something to pull at. "Look, I don't want to argue with you. So tell me I'm wrong, even though I don't believe that. But say something. Anything." Trez grimaced and shook his head. "I'm a go now and—" "Trez. No, we're not going to do this." "Why? If we have 1,000 nights, what's one awkward conversation? This is a hell of a lot more than awkward, sweetheart." God, he could hear the sharpness in his own voice. Feel the ramp up in his body. "Yeah, I think I'll come back. It's still going to be here when you return." She motioned between them with her hand, and for a moment he was so damned grateful for the movement, he forgot what they were talking about. Distance is not going to help this. His heart started to pound, like he was afraid or some shit. But that wasn't what was happening. Really, it wasn't. "What do you want me to say?" he muttered. "Give me the words and the inflection and I'll do it. Anything to make this go away." "What aren't you telling me?" "Nothing." Long pause. "All right," she said with defeat. Oh great, that made him feel so much better. How had they traveled the distance between relief at her survival to all this tension so fast? He wasn't about to tell her about the news from the SHISB. She had more than enough to worry about on her own, and he didn't want her concerned that the Queen's executioner was going to put him in chains and drag him back to the territory at any moment. "Selena, listen," he shook his head. "Am I embarrassed about what I did with all those humans? Absolutely. Do I have regrets? All the time. Do I believe that I'm tainted? According to my culture, I'm completely contaminated. But you need to know that sometimes a slut is just a slut. A whore is nothing more than a whore. I had a drive and I had nowhere else to go with it." He looked away, tracing the floorboards with his eyes. The silence grew louder than a scream. "I think you're right," she said. Trez exhaled in relief. Thank God she was buying it. "You do need to go." "What? Until you can be honest? I think you need to stay away. Because either you're lying to yourself or you're lying to me. Either way, you need toes. The brothers would say get your shit together." He shook his head. "Yeah, wow. Not how I saw this going." "Me neither." "Okay, then. So." As she just stared over at him, the room ran out of its air supply. At least as far as he was concerned. Trez cleared his throat. "Fuck, I'll go then." He stalked out, using the door that led into the corridor rather than run the risk of running across Doc Jane and Elena in that examination room. Yeah, 'cause he really felt like having an audience right now. Thank fuck I.M. had left and gone to check in at Shadows, the Iron Mask and Sal's. His brother was the last person he wanted to be around at the moment. Moving quickly, he stalked down the corridor and paused before stepping in front of the glass door of the office. When he didn't hear any voices, he peered around. Empty. Score. He made it through the supply closet and out into the tunnel without a hitch, and he even jogged down to the staircase. Codes were entered. Steps were mounted. The door under the stairs was opened quietly. The sound of a vacuum cleaner running in the library was not a surprise. But the lack of any brothers anywhere was. Usually, at this time of night, the ones who were off rotation were chilling in the billiards room, watching tube, playing pool, drinking. He took advantage of the ghost town routine and headed for the bar. As he came up to the top shelf display, he paused for a moment to consider his options and then chose Woodford Reserve, and Grey Goose, and a bottle of chard that was sitting out, unchilled, on the granite counter. Like he was really gonna fucking care what he drank. The grand staircase was a piece of cake, and he was not surprised to find the king's study empty as Wrath spent most of his nights out meeting with his civilians. Making the turn toward the Hall of Statues, he paired off before all that marble and opened the door to the stairs that took him up to the 3rd floor. The first family's suite of rooms was hidden behind a bank vault, but his room and his brother's were right out in the open, just 2 normal doors closed together. In spite of the argument with Selena, he wasn't going to bolt to the Commodore. He wanted to be on site in case she. Closing himself in, he put his 3 new best friends on the bedside table and turned on the lamp. The velvet drapes were drawn, and he left them that way as he continued on to the bathroom, shedding his clothes. With a crank of the shower head, he got the water rolling, and he was careful to leave the lights off. No reason to meet his own eyes in the mirror. He waited until things got steamy before stepping into the marble enclave. He'd had more than enough of things that were uncomfortable. Thank you very much. Soap everywhere. Rinse everywhere. Shampoo in his head, followed by conditioner. Razor on his jaw, his chin, his cheeks. Then it was a case of out with the towel and naked into his bed. He got under the covers from habit, his brain studiously checking out of absolutely all thought, only common practice driving him to a place and situation where he could get drunk horizontally. Cracking the lid on the Grey Goose, he took a good pull and ground his molars as the burn fired down his throat and lit up his gut like Fenway Park. As V would have said, how in the hell had the night ended up like this? I.M. was not about to waste time with Shadows, the Iron Mask or Sal's. Screw that. There was more than enough competent staff at all 3 to take care of business. He just told his brother the lie because he didn't want Trez even more freaked out. Materializing on the terrace of their condo, he glanced at his watch and then went inside. Pacing around, he turned on some lights, checked the refrigerator even though he knew there was nothing much in it, and poked around the cabinets. He hadn't eaten since Sal's the night before, actually, and he hadn't fed in shit he didn't know how long. Probably needed to handle that, but as always, he had little interest in the vein. Not that he didn't appreciate and respect the chosen who served him and his brother. He just didn't like the whole business of sucking at someone's wrists when she was a stranger. Yeah, duty, whatever. Guess he was far more shadowish than his brother. In their culture, anything physical like that was sacred. Which sucked because biological necessity forced him to feed probably 6 times a year, and every time he did, it was an exercise in self-discipline, not because he wanted to bang whoever it was. He was, at his ripe old age, still a virgin. He blamed the celibacy on the shit with Trez, and the teachings and traditions of his kind, which he sometimes felt like he took way too seriously. Wow. He was so wounded that he was talking to himself. About shit he already knew, which wasn't even that interesting to begin with. He paced around, checked his watch again, and then looked to the terrace. Where the fuck was that you? I.M. wheeled around at the male voice that came from the bedrooms. Striding forward to the hall, he palmed his 40, but given the inflection, not much was going to be a problem. And sure enough, as he rounded the corner into what had been his crib, he found Essex stretched out on the bed, the sheets wadded up around his naked body, A double-sized bottle of Ciroc nestled in his arms like a baby. "I thought you were in mourning," I.M. said as he tucked his gun away. A.M. SX held up the half-empty bottle. "This is my Kleenex. Doesn't the Queen want you in the territory?" "Not really." The male slashed his hand through the air. "Too embarrassing. I'm okay to fuck behind closed doors, but out in the open? No good. Course, all would have been forgiven if the chart had been right. But no." I.M. leaned against the doorjamb and crossed his arms. "How long have you been here? Since you left, was it last night? You need more liquor up in here. When can you bring it? And I want some females." I.M.'s first instinct was to tell the guy to go screw. But he needed something from the bastard. "I can make that happen," he said. SX closed his eyes and rolled his hips under the sheets. "When? You gotta do something for me first." Those lids lifted slowly, and the black eyes glittered. "It doesn't work like that. Actually, it does. Fuck you. Fuck you." I.M. held that gaze steadily. "I need to get into the palace." Sex shut his pie hole. Then he shoved his tremendous torso upright, the covers falling down, pooling at his waist. In the light from the bathroom, the tattoos that covered every inch of his flesh glowed like they were fluorescent against his dark skin. "Not what I thought you'd say," he murmured. "Without a gun to your head. What I need from you is a guaranteed out. So you're going to steal something?" "I just want access to the library. Lot of recreational reading out here in the human world. And I need to go now." SX stared at him for a while, and then he yawned like a lion, great fangs flashing as his jaw cracked from the strain. "Now," I.M. said. "The palace is closed for mourning. You got out." SX made a non-committal noise. "What kind of information are you looking for?" "Not relevant for your purposes." "The hell it isn't. Look, I need to go now, and I have to be back before dawn. This is an emergency." "I'm not asking to stroke you." Sex frowned. "Like I said, the palace is closed. So you're going to have to sneak me in. Why the fuck do you think I'm going to help you?" I.M. smiled coldly. "Get me in and out, and you're fucking that queen of yours. Ours. And if I want to screw her, all I have to do is slide into her bed. You think you can still stand to do that now?" "Don't romanticize me," SX said grimly. I.M. shrugged. "Whatever. Bottom line is, you're never going to get Trez at this point. I've got to try to help him. If Selena died, everybody was going to lose him. Shit, all I.M. had to do was think of his brother bolting from that exam room, racing out into the corridor with a gun up to his temple, ready to pull the trig." SX stared up at him for the longest time. "What the hell is going on? I'm giving it to you straight. Your interests and mine are aligned. I don't want my brother dead, and neither do you. We'll fight over what happens to him at the end of this, but right now, you need me to get him through a certain crisis." "Put a definition on crisis." I.M. looked away. "Someone who's close to him is sick." "Not him, though?" "No. You. Do I look sick?" I.M. met the executioner's eyes again. "Look, you and I both have a management problem with him. You think I like trusting you? If there were any other option, I'd be getting it in. But like you know firsthand, you got to deal with what life gives you. And I need that goddamn library." The Hisby had a long and distinguished history as healers. And as shadows were, like symphyths, an evolutionary offshoot of vampires, it would seem logical that this arrest disease might have shown up at some point in his race's past, and if it did, it would be in that library. If they were lucky, the healers might have some kind of treatment, at which point, stop number 2 was going to be the Hisby's extensive pharmacology vault. The shadows had been synthesizing drugs from plant and animal material for centuries, titrating all kinds of compounds to deal with diseases and disorders, and as with record-keeping, the healers were meticulous about their trials and studies. His people had brought rationalism into medicine long before humans ushered out mysticism and embraced scientific thinking. Maybe there was hope. He had to find out. "I do not want to rely on you," I.M. said roughly, "but I have to, just like you are going to have to do this for me if you want any chance of getting Trez in line. He will be dead within the hour if that female dies." "Female?" When I said nothing more, SX cursed. The two of you are a huge pain in my ass, you know that. I feel the same way about you and your queen. Ours. You're a member of the Hisby, no matter where you choose to live. It was, of course, total bullshit about Trez going back to the territory and falling in line with that astrological chart of his. That was never going to happen. But had to use whatever leverage there was, and SX was probably drunk enough not to look too closely at the motivation involved here. And what do you know, it worked. With a curse, the huge male threw off the covers and got to his feet, and for a moment, checked out those tattoos. Christ. The executioner's flesh was covered from throat to ankle, shoulder to wrist, with white markings. The only absent places his face and his cock and balls. Even had to be impressed. The ink was actually a poison that discolored the skin. Most males prided themselves on withstanding the pain and sickness of a small symbol of their families on the shoulder or the name of a mate over the heart. The fact that SX had lived through all that was visible confirmation that he was a badass. Or a masochistic psycho. Leaving the guy to get dressed, went into the living area. As he approached the glass sliders, he looked out over the nightscape of Caldwell. The speckled illumination randomly spaced in the skyscrapers, the twin lanes of red taillights and white headlights wrapping around the curves of the Hudson River, a plane or two blinking high over the horizon. In and out, he told himself. That was how this had to be. And if there was a god, he'd be able to find something that would help Selena. Teen. Turn here, Layla asked as she leaned into her sedan's steering wheel. Yes, here. She put her directional signal on, and as the Mercedes let out a little CHCK, she remembered Quinn teaching her the wheres and whens of all the driving business. Safe guess that he never would have thought she'd use the skills to take Ecker anywhere. Where are we going? She asked. The headlights were showing little more than a narrow dirt lane with a lot of autumnal trees choked up tight against the road. A short stone wall seemed to keep the arboreal aggression back, although what little shoulder there was overgrown with brambles and long grass. Not far. 'Tis but a few kilometers the now. Was this it for her? She wondered. Was this the night when her paranoia turned well-founded? When Ecker took control of the situation in a way that not only harmed her, but her young and Quinho were both total innocents in all this? Dearest Virgin Scribe, she needed to get out of. The headlights swung around, and what she saw made her heart stop and her foot pop off the accelerator. It was a little cottage, which, in spite of the overgrown landscaping, was utterly charming. The front door was painted red, and with its 2 bay windows and pair of dormers on the second floor, the place seemed to be all wide-eyed and smiling. There was also a big fluffy tree to the left with golden leaves the color of sunrises she had seen only on TV or in books and magazines, as well as a slate walkway that led up to its welcoming visage. "Do you like it?" he asked stiffly, as if he were afraid of the answer. "Maybe this is naive," she whispered, "but it looks like nothing bad could ever happen in there. It is the caretaker cottage of the main house. The latter, which is down that lane there, has been abandoned, but an old doggen lived here up until a month ago." He glanced over at her. "Let us go inside." She got out without turning the engine off, but Ecker took care of that, reaching over and silencing the purr as she walked in front of headlights. As the illumination was cut off, she saw that there were candles glowing inside of the houser. At least that was what she assumed was creating the flickering golden light. At the door, she touched the paint. It was well weathered, cracked but not chipped. Candy apple red, she thought. And no doubt it had been a high gloss when it had first been applied. "Open," he told her. "Please." The latch was made of brass that was old and worn, but polished in the places where hands had gripped. A subtle creak was released as she pushed at the surprisingly heavy panels, but the sound was more a chipper greeting than anything sinister. It wasn't candles. It was a fire. The living space was open and paneled in a reddish wood. The hearth made from river stone of various sizes, shapes, and colors. The floor was bare, with wide panels that talked as she walked over them, chattering as if they had missed having company. Breathing in, she smelled the sweet smoke of the fire and an underlying clean, woodsy scent. There was a slouchy couch off to the side of the hearth, positioned such that if you sat upon it, you could see out the bay window. The thing was slip-covered in a collection of quilts, the blankets laid one upon another, the swatches and colors so variable. The conglomeration formed its own unique pattern. There was also a big stuffed chair, some old-fashioned books in short shelves, and a circular braided rug that brought everything together. "The kitchen is through here," Ecker said as he closed the front door. She walked past him, his huge body too still, his eyes refusing to meet hers. The bathroom was modest and equipped with a stall shower, toilet, and a sink. The stairs up to the second floor were steep and narrow and carpeted with a worn runner. And the kitchen on the far side was filled with ancient appliances interspersed with stretches of countertop. Layla pivoted around. "How long have you had this?" "As I said, the caretaker died a month ago. She was a dog-gen who took care of us, with no kin of her own." He turned away and began to remove his heavy coat. "The family she looked after lived in the big house, but were killed in the raids. She stayed on the property because she had nowhere else to go. The Lessers did not come back, so she lived." Ecker turned away and began to disarm, his broad shoulders flexing as he removed the halter that kept his daggers in place upon his chest. Next, he unbuckled the holster at his hips, his elbows shifting around, the leather strap coming loose. For some reason, she noticed the body under the clothes he wore, how his muscles bunched and released under that thin black cotton shirt, how his pants stretched across his thighs, his calves, his backside. He was talking to her, slowly, in measured syllables, but she didn't hear what he was saying. Ecker pivoted back around, stared at her, fell silent. "Do you not wish to stay?" he said in a low voice. "Why did you bring me here?" He cleared his throat. "I cannot abide your being pregnant out in the cold on the nights that we meet. Not when you are this far along." From out of nowhere, she felt a flash of warmth, and she didn't think it was the fire. "Come." He stepped back against the door, flattening himself. "It is warmer in here." She walked up to him, and then kept going. Taking a seat on the chair, she pulled down her robing, wrapped her coat around herself, looked into the flames. Ecker stalked across the room, closing all the drapes before easing his body down on the sofa. "Thank you," she heard herself say. "This is much more comfortable." "I." The silence stretched out between them. It was strange, in the field, with the vastness of the sky above and the rolling meadow around. She had not been so keenly aware of him. Within these four walls, however, his presence seemed to be amplified. Any movement he made, whether it be breathing or blinking, registering 1,000-fold. There was a curious awkwardness between them, the fire's cheery conversation failing to relieve the growing heaviness in the house. "Do you intend to consummate our arrangement?" she blurted. "Is it time? It's a ghost town up here, true?" As V called out from up in the Colonial's attic, Rage leaned into the bathroom of the master suite. "Nothing here either, except a fuck-load of pink." Heading back into the bedroom, he got a second chance at the rose-colored stuff. The shit was everywhere, from the rug and the drapes, to the wallpaper and the sheets, and Ecker's scent was all over the place. Clearly, this was his private room, and there was some serious satisfaction that the fucker had had to crash in this estrogen-dominated nightmare. Like sleeping in a goddamn womb. Rage shuddered as he walked out into the hall. Wonder if he's been suffering from a phantom urge to wear high heels. There's a picture. V came out of the hole in the ceiling and down the folding stepladder. Abandoned. They just ghosted off and left this place. Nothing. There had been absolutely, positively nothing suspicious or threatening. No booby traps to catch them, no bombs set to detonate, no alarms. There had also been nothing personal left upstairs, either like in the living room. There were piles of trash here and there, but no clothes, no weapons, no computers or cell phones. Moving quickly, they went down the staircase and backtracked through the empty house. After dematerializing out through the open window in the kitchen, they rejoined Fury and Z. "Nada," V said. Rage took out his phone for a quick look-see, and when there were no replies to either of his texts, he frowned and disappeared the thing again. Antsy, he went to the other side of his jacket and snagged a Tootsie Pop, then saw that it was orange, and traded that for a grape one. The purple wrapper slid off easily, like the sucker was ready to go to work, and he eased the sugar ball into his mouth. It's completely clean? Fury asked. That can't be right. Rage popped his mouth toy out. Don't get me wrong, I think disarming bombs and booby traps is a bore. But I was ready to put the time in. I don't get it. They leave here because throws out and likely defecting? They must know that we're going to come as soon as we got the Addy from that asshat. V's white eyes shifted over the empty house. They missed an obvious chance. Didn't think Ecker was that stupid or lazy. Rage shrugged. Maybe they're hurting for money. Doubt that it's a lack of resources, Fury muttered. They're well armed, going by their kills downtown. There was some fast conversation and it was decided they'd go back and report to Wrath that Throw hadn't lied. Just before they dematerialized, however, Rage spoke up around his lollipop. Listen, you boys mind if I take a little detour? No problem, we'll start the debrief, V said. Thanks, my brothers. I just need 10 minutes or so. He clapped palms with his fellow fighters, and then one by one, they all disappeared. But instead of reforming in the backyard of Darius's old house, where Wrath held audiences with his subjects, Rage materialized in front of a large, but far less opulent, home in the suburbs. A blue Volvo XC70 station wagon was parked in the driveway, and though the drapes were all pulled, lights were on in every single window all around the three-story house. Rage took out his phone, went into favorites, and hit Green Means Go. As the ringing started, he shifted his weight back and forth between his shit-kickers. Hey, he said as the call was answered. You okay? Hey. His Mary, his perfectly beautiful and brilliant female, sounded all wrong. How did you know? Instantly, his beast surged under his skin, ready to tear into anything or anybody that threatened their mate. What's going on? We're having trouble with one of our moms. Rage's eyes sought out the windows. Can I help? Where are you? Out on your lawn. I'm coming down. Rage hung up the phone and did a quick pass with the tidy-up, smoothing his hair, making sure his jacket was hanging right, pulling up his leathers. Safe Place had been started by Marissa to meet the needs of victims of domestic violence within the race. Although humans had a lot of programs and resources for their women and children, female vampires and their young had had absolutely nothing to turn to until Marissa had opened up this facility. Staffed with social workers trained thanks to the Human World Night School or online and nurses managed by Doc Jane and Elena, the residents were allowed to stay without charge for as long as they needed in order to get back on their feet and be safe. Males were not permitted inside. As far as he knew, there were at least 12 in the house at the moment, although that number fluctuated and thanks to the Wellisandra Annex, built because of Tor's gift in memory of his beloved first Shellin, there was always plenty of room. The front door opened and Mary slipped out, locking up behind her. Tucking her arms into her chest, she shivered as she ran over the lawn, and it took every ounce of his self-control not to be the one to cross the distance between them. But he had to respect the boundary of the property. Opening his arms wide, he sank down into his knees so that when she got within range, he could hold her flush to him and lift her up off the ground. To him, she weighed nothing, but oh God, she was vital, her body warm against his, her arms going around his neck and squeezing, her scent hitting him like a Xanax and a jolt of espresso at the same time. My Mary, he sighed. Deep inside him, his beast chuffed in satisfaction. My Mary girl. He'd started calling her that a while ago. No idea why. Probably because every time he did, she smiled. Rage eased her back down, but kept her against him, brushing her cocoa-colored hair back. He didn't like how pale she was. What the hell's happening? The sound she made was one of exasperation, exhaustion, sadness. Do you remember that mother and child you rescued with Butch about 2 years ago? Maybe 2.5? Mom had been a victim for years, so had her child. Yeah, they were the first people in your program. Well, Mom's not doing well. She didn't tell anyone that she was pregnant when she came here. She hid it so completely, none of us had any idea what was going on. Typical gestation is like 18 months, but from what Havers told us, some babies can die in utero and just stay there, not possible with humans. However, Havers said he'd seen that before in rare cases. Wait. What? Are you saying she? Yes, it's just terrible. Rage tried to imagine a female holding a dead young within her womb. Jesus! She got sicker and weaker until she lost consciousness, and we called Doc, Jane, and Elena in. Jane took the baby out, but the mom, Mary, shook her head. Mom isn't recovering. She's got a low-level infection that refuses to clear, and she just doesn't look right. And to make matters worse, she's refusing to have more treatment, and nothing is getting through to her. Which meant Mary had been on the front lines. Rage tucked her in against his chest and felt like an asshole for coming on to her in text while she was dealing with life and death stuff. Is there anything I can do? She eased back and looked up. Actually, this little break is giving me a second wind. Your timing couldn't be more perfect. He thought about what was going on back at the clinic with Selena. The situation was weighing on him for some reason, even though he wasn't that close to Trez. Good male, though. Real hard-ass with a good heart. Well, let me know. He brushed his mate's hair back again. Anything you need at any time. As she lifted up onto her tiptoes, he met her more than halfway, kissing her lips once, twice, and again. She was, even more than his beating heart or his brother's, the single most important thing in his life. From the instant she had first spoken to him, and he had closed his eyes and swayed at the sound of her voice, he had been lost in her. Without her being his magnetic north, he would be worse than cursed. I love you, he whispered. Now and forever. I'll try to come home at dawn, but I don't know how this is going to go. You do what you need to hear. I'll check in and you'll update me when you can. You are always so understanding. Like she knew that being separated from her during the day was a kind of hell for him. You do the same for me, Mary girl. And your work here is very important. She tilted her head, her wide eyes grave. Thank you. You know, that's just really kind of you. It's the truth. He kissed her again. Go on now. Get back to your patient. His Mary took his hand and squeezed. I love you too. He stayed where he was, watching her run back to the front door, take out her key, and let herself back into the house. Just before she disappeared, she gave him a wave. As the door shut, he imagined her turning the deadbolts, making sure everyone was safe, working to improve the lives of the females and young inside. After a moment, he took out his cell phone and checked again. Nope. Trez had still not gotten back to him. That had been the second text he'd sent. With a curse, he scattered his molecules over to Darius's old house, and as he traveled, the image of Trez bolting out the door of the exam room dogged him, ate at him. Shit, he hoped Selena was okay. For some reason, that was of vital importance to him. 19. Ecker's heart beat irregularly as he sat upon the sofa opposite Layla. She had chosen the chair in the corner to place herself in, and consequently, the light from the fire reached only up to her legs. He could picture all of her, however. Every detail of her face, her throat, her body was known to him as well as his own. The question she had asked was like a physical presence between them. Well? She asked. Has it come time? The trepidation was obvious in that voice of hers, and he brought his palm up to rub his face. Unlike her, he was fully illuminated, and he didn't want her to be able to see him. If she was already anxious, the sight of him wasn't going to help. Ecker, I am not an animal. I'm sorry. I would never take you in your current condition. That would be beastly. The deep breath she took was audible even over the fire's crackle. And not for the first time, he hated the position he'd put her in. He was actively lording what he'd discovered over her, forcing her to be here with him, keeping her engaged with him even though it was obviously not something she would choose freely, and in spite of the fact that it put her in danger. The Black Dagger Brotherhood did not forgive their enemies any better than he did. And consorting with a known traitor was a capital offense according to the old laws. Considering he and his bastards had managed to put a bullet into Wrath's throat last fall, that didn't put them on any what were they called, boy scotch lists. 9 months, she said. What? Since we've been meeting. He thought back to the beginning, when she had fed him from her wrist beneath that tree. And then later, when he had disarmed himself and gotten into that car with her. He had kissed her then. Are you aroused? She said. As he recoiled, his body shifted of its own accord. his hips punching up before he could stop the movement. "Are you?" she whispered. "Do you really want me to answer that?" "I asked, didn't I?" "Yes." There was a long pause. "You are agreeing that I asked that?" He dropped his hand and stared into the dim corner, giving her every chance to remember exactly whom she was talking to. "I think we need to change the subject. Answer me." I did. Given the sound she made in her throat, he knew damn well she was swallowing hard, and he had no regrets that he made her feel awkward. After however many nights of meeting up typically twice a week, had never taken anything to the next level. At least not while she was in his presence. When it was just him alone with his memories of her. All bets were off. At this moment, however, he felt like the boundary he had every intention of crossing at some point shouldn't be approached at all. And he told himself it was because of the pregnancy. Of course it was. "I want to see." Ecker went dead still, his breath freezing in his chest along with his heart. "Why? I can assure you I have the anatomy required of males, and in any event, I cannot fathom why its precise dimensions would be of any interest to you until the time, as you say, comes." "Show me." He frowned and glanced to the windows. He'd pulled the drapes. His bastards were out fighting, and they would not be returning to the property's main house until closer to dawn. But injuries in the field happened, and on occasion, required treatment away from the back alleys of downtown. Wait a moment. He was not dropping his trousers. So this analysis was unnecessary. Ecker got to his feet, and refused to look further than the fact that he did not want to expose himself to her. "We shall conclude this meeting now." "Why? I should like to see you." "It is a simple enough request." Not even close, he thought. "Why would you want to do that?" "I thought you wanted to have sex with me. That's the whole point of all this, isn't it?" Ecker prowled over to her, his temper rising along with the heat in his veins. Bracing his hands on the arms of the chair, he leaned over, forcing her back into the cushions. "It is my intention," he snapped, "when the time comes, to spare you the visual. So I fail to see why a show would help you through what is going to be done to you." The wave of anger that wafted up from her was a shock. She had shown him fear, courtesy, a gracious restraint that made him respect her as much as he coveted her. This was new. "What ails you?" he asked. "What air has made you thus?" Without warning, and with surprising strength, she shoved him out of the way and burst up from the chair. Layla paced around, making a tight circle in front of the fire, and her emotions were such that the air vibrated about her. Eventually, she stopped before the flames, putting her hands on her hips as if arguing with them in her mind. "My sister is dying," she blurted. Ecker released his breath on a curse. "I am sorry. Her life is coming to an end." Layla's hands went to her swollen belly. "I have never really had a lover. In spite of this pregnancy, I feel like I am a virgin." Ecker settled his weight upon the chair's padded arm. Or collapsed was more like it. For one, he hated thinking of the mechanics of how she had begotten the young. For two, he shook his head, tossing that thought right out. "The male has not mistreated you, has he?" "Oh no, and I do love Quinn. He is my family. But as I told you, the mating that occurred during my kneading was solely for the purpose of having a young. I can barely remember what transpired." She looked over at him, the flickering glow making her seem impossibly beautiful. "My sister is dying. I am alive and I have not lived. That is why I say to you, show me." It was not supposed to be like this between them. Layla hadn't meant to reveal this truth about herself to Ecker, or to ask him to do what she had. But ever since she had walked into this little house, her brain had been functioning on two tracks. One here with him, the other back in that exam room at the training center, where she had stood over the contorted body of her sister, horrified to find out that yet another of them had been stricken with the arrest. Paranoia made her wonder if she had the disease, if she could pass it down to her young. There had been no episodes for her. But when had they started for Selena? Layla was younger than the other chosen. Was it only a matter of time? Of course, there was a good possibility that the mental will spin was tied to her hormones. She had noticed her thinking growing more convoluted and less accurate as the pregnancy had continued. That did not, however, change the reality that, as all but a virgin who was in fact pregnant, she was scared of never knowing sex, angry at what she had been denied by fate, grateful for her young, and yet stifled by her body's natural progress. And Ecker was the only one she could turn to. The brothers were all mated, and besides, she didn't think of them sexually. Further, it wasn't as if she were going to come into contact with anything else of the male persuasion anytime soon. Ecker was her only avenue to express the toxic mix of fear and yearning. He cleared his throat. You need to consider this more thoroughly. Lowering her eyes, she focused on his hips, at the straining length behind the fly of his combat pants. I am. His sharp inhale inflated that powerful chest, and he dropped his hands to cover himself. The veins running down into his blunt fingers were yet another symbol of the power in his body, and abruptly, she wondered what his hands looked like on his sex. Leave the now, he said, and consider. No. I am not a toy, Layla. I am not something to be taken out and played with and put away at will. Once certain doors are opened, they cannot be closed neatly. Do you understand? I have every intention of having you, but I shall endeavor to honor you and respect you for your station. This is against my nature, however, and if pushed too far, I shall revert. Especially when it comes to sex. As his words drifted across the tense air, his eyes went down her body, making her feel naked even though she was fully clothed, and round with the pregnancy. I just want to watch you, she heard herself say. I want to see what you look like when you pleasure yourself. I wish to start there. Ecker closed his eyes and swayed. Layla, is my name leaving your lips like that a no? I shall not deny you, he groaned, lifting his lids. But you must be sure you want this. Think on it o'er day. At that, he gripped himself, closing a fist around his heavy arousal. Tomorrow night, then, she heard herself say. But she already knew the delay was going to change naught, even though she understood on some level that he was right. There was a careening quality to all this, as if she had ricocheted from Selena's suffering to some kind of wild expression of an inner problem of her own. Tomorrow, he affirmed. And now you need to go. Walking over to the door, she glanced back at him. He was drawn in sharp lines, his shoulders tight and high, his forearms straining, his thighs twitching as if he were going to leap forward at any moment. Ecker, go, he barked. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Fumbling with the latch, she got the door open and burst out into the chilly night. In comparison to the cottage's warmth, the air was harsh and icy in her nose, and her coat offered little insulation. She paid no attention to the discomfort. Ecker shut the door behind her, and as it slammed into place with a clap, she heard the click of a locking mechanism. She needed to go. She had to go. Instead, she stayed where she was, breath leaving her open mouth in puffs that rose up until they were consumed by the cold. Looking around, there were no indications that anybody else was on the property. No sounds of people walking or talking. No lights filtering through the trees. She could not leave. Stepping carefully so as to avoid hitting fallen sticks that might snap and give her presence away, she went to the bay window. A gap in the fall of the curtains on one side allowed her to see inside to the fireplace and the cozy room. Where was he? Abruptly, Ecker came into view, pacing like a caged animal back and forth, back and forth. His face was twisted into a snarl, his fangs elongated, muscles straining up the thick column of his neck. Finally, he pivoted around to the hearth and punched out at the chimney, pitching his fist into the pattern of mortared stones. She winced, but he didn't seem to notice any pain. Splaying his palms out, he braced his weight against the mantel, his body bowing as he faced away from her toward the fire. Blood ran down the back of his hand and wrist from the wounds on his knuckles, twin dark streams uniting and seeping under the cuff of his black shirt. A moment later, his bleeding hand dropped down. First, she thought he was shaking off the hurt, but then his pants moved, tugging left, tugging right. His shoulders bunched up tight and his spine jerked. He had gripped himself. Layla bit down on her lower lip and leaned in closer, until her nose hit the cold glass. Spotlit against the fire's orange glow, Ecker's body cut a black silhouette as he widened his stance and let his head fall forward. His elbow moved back and forth. He was stroking himself. Closing her eyes briefly, she sagged against the bay window. When she opened her lids again, he was working it faster and faster. Ecker turned his head to the side and bared his fangs, sinking his sharp canines into his bulging shoulder muscle. He bit down through his shirt, his face wincing as if in erotic agony. And then his hips punched forward toward the flames, over and over again as he climaxed. Backing off, she tripped over a root and fell into nothing but air. Between her big belly and her vital distraction, she tried to twist around and catch herself, throwing out her own hand to prevent herself from hitting the ground hard. Terrified for the safety of her young, she landed in a sprawl, her hip taking the brunt of the impact, her arm getting pinned. The agony was instant and overwhelming, a sudden surge of nausea making her heave. Groaning, she stayed perfectly still. Okay, you're okay. She really had to get out of here now. Struggling to her feet, she weaved her way over to the car while holding her arm against her body. When it came time to open the driver's side door, she had to brace the injury on the back window so she had a free hand, and she needed to catch her breath after she was behind the wheel. Getting the Mercedes started and then turned around nearly made her faint, but she eventually made her way down the lane and out to the main road. It was then that she realized that without Ecker's direction, she had no idea how to get home. Tears of frustration pooled in her eyes, and she envied Ecker's ability to punch something. If she could have, she would have, but she'd already broken her arm. Busted knuckles she did not need. 20. I.M. followed SX's instructions to the letter, waiting a good hour and a half before dematerializing from the condo at the Commodore to the outskirts of the territory of the Hisby. When he resumed form in the forest, he tracked in about 300 yards to the river that made a curl around a granite rock formation in the shape of that human President Lincoln's head. He found the garb where the executioner had told him to expect it, tucked under the cleft chin of the makeshift face. As he shed his clothes and donned the traditional farcier dress of an unmated servant male from the lower classes, he was surprised to find he felt utterly vulnerable under the loose gray garment. Of course he kept his dagger and his gun on his body. Relying on SX was a had-to in this situation, but he didn't trust the motherfucker farther than he could throw the guy. The territory was north of Caldwell, on the transitional lands between the peaks of the Adirondack Park and the flat area around Plattsburgh. Masquerading as an artist's colony, the 2,000-square-acre property was bordered by a substantial concrete wall that was as tall and stout as an oak all the way around. The few humans in the communities around the parcel were long used to the presence of the artists, and seemed to take a perverse pleasure in protecting the sanctity of the property and the art that was being done in their midst, which worked for the Hisby. The irony, of course, was that a mere 20 miles farther north, on the far side of a mountain, the Simfiths had established their presence as well. The proximity made sense. Neither subspecies was in a big hurry to fraternize with anyone else. The Sin-Eaters didn't respect humans or other vampires any more than the Shadows did, so the more isolated, the better. Accordingly, there had never been any envoys or diplomatic ties between the two nations. They were as separate as two strangers sitting side by side on a bus, asking nothing of each other except to be left alone. He couldn't believe he was going back in. Leaving his own clothes where the ones provided had been stashed, he strode off. The leather thongs on his feet were more like gloves than shoes, and as he traveled over the rough ground cover, he felt the nuances of fallen sticks, random rocks, and uneven earth. The advantage was silence. Except for the occasional snap and pop, he was as quiet as the moonlight that fell from the heavens. It was not long before he came up to the retaining wall. Rising high, the vast construction was streaked with dirt stains and random vines, and here and there, fallen limbs were cocked at odd angles against its flank. He wasn't fooled by the supposedly dilapidated appearance, however, and as he dematerialized up and over, he had forgotten how broad the thing was. Reforming, he took a moment to orient himself. It had been so long since he'd set foot on his people's land, but he shouldn't have worried that anything had changed. Unlike the face that was shown the outside world, The bulkhead on the shadow side was pristine. The concrete pale and sun-bleached and perennially washed, not even grass blades growing out of place around its base. And no unruly forest. Absolutely not. The trees that were permitted to grow were spaced like chess pieces on a black and white board, each with their own delineated spot, even the branches clipped to stay within their boundaries. The lawn was likewise kept clean as a carpet. In spite of autumn ushering in a change of color and the inevitable leaf-from-limb departures, there was not a single fragment of anything marring the rolling expanse. I.M. had often thought the territory was like a snow globe, a constructed version of reality existing in an artificial encapsulation. The impression still stood. Picking up his pace, he jogged over the brown grass. Soon, the first of the settlements appeared, the housing units little more than pup tents made of wood that were painted black and roofed with tin panels that were left silver. Like the trees, the shelters were placed in orderly rows, no lights glowing inside, no smells of cooking, no talk percolating out of them. This was where the servants of the palace resided, and they used the flimsy constructions as places to sleep and fornicate only. Otherwise, they were fed, clothed, and bathed in the staff wing of the Queen's Grand Enclave. The walls to the palace appeared some distance thereafter, and they were even taller than the first barrier. Faced in white marble and polished to a high shine, they were maintained scrupulously on both sides, hand-scrubbed during the day by groundsmen on 30-foot-high ladders. Assuming things were still done like that. And come on, nothing changed here. Falling in parallel to the wall, he continued along until he came to a sunken doorway marked with symbols. Right one on the first try. Checking his watch, he waited, paced back and forth, wondered where Essex was. No one was around. This was the back of the palace, far from where the aristocrats and middle class lived out in the front of the territory. Then again, because of the mourning period, all citizens were expected to be indoors, on their knees, offering their respects to the night sky for the Queen's loss. So even a frontal approach probably would have been fine. The plan was for the executioner to open the door and sneak him through the maze of corridors to the library. As I.M. was dressed in servant garb, there would be no questions asked. Essex had always had free run of the palace and the staff, thanks to his position as the Queen's primary henchman. The blow came from the back and caught I.M. on the skull, ringing his bell so hard that shit went blackout in a split second. He wasn't even aware of falling face-first to the ground. And there was no time to curse the fact that he'd made a mistake trusting that mail or try to go for one of his weapons. Too late. Back at the Brotherhood mansion, Selina emerged from the underground tunnel and had to take a breather to reorient herself in the grand foyer. It seemed like 100 years since she had last been in the grand space. How had things ended up like this? She thought as she went around the base of the ornate staircase. On one level, she hadn't expected to be alive, much less mobile or even partially mobile. On the other hand, she had gone from rushing to tell Trez how she felt about him to ripping his head off, as the brothers would put it. First meal the now, and following preparations we shall. At the sound of Fritz, the butler's voice, she started her ascent. Her legs were weak, her muscles straining to activate joints that remained stiff and painful. In order to maintain her balance, she had to grip the gold-leafed balustrade with one and then, as she got closer to the top, both hands. Her robing, which had been cleaned at some point, seemed to weigh 100 pounds. A surge of relief hit her as she got to the second floor without being spotted. It wasn't that she disliked Fritz or his staff or any of the Brotherhood. She just felt rather exposed. Part of what had helped her deal with her disease had been keeping it a secret. Then, when she was around others, she could pretend that she was just like them, with a long life expectancy and priorities that involved normal things like work and sleep and food. Now, everyone was going to know. There was no privacy in the mansion, and that was fine. The people were lovely and supported one another. It was just it had taken her years and years to come to terms with her illness. The others were going to catch up with her reality quick, and she did not want to be pitted. Going over to the head of the Hall of Statues, she paused at the discreet door to the left. Opening it with a shaking hand, she confronted yet another set of stairs, and had to wait a moment to gather her strength. She ended up taking them slower than the main stairs. Then again, there was less of an imperative to run and hide. The only other people who used these were the first family, who lived in a triple-locked and insulated space that no one but Fritz was allowed access to in IM and Trez. IM's bedroom door turned out to be wide open, a lamp glowing in the far corner illuminating the tidy, empty space with its antiques and fine fabrics. Trez was shut. Selina knocked, and then put her ear to the panels. When there was no response, she knocked again. Maybe he hadn't come up here? She knew he had dealings in the human world, but he'd seemed so exhausted as he'd left the clinic. It seemed only reasonable that, yeah. Swallowing hard, she said, "It's me." Long silence. So long that she wondered whether he'd cracked a window and dematerialized out of the room just to avoid her. But eventually his voice came again. "Are you okay? May I?" "Hold on." A minute later the door opened, and she had to step back. He was so big and so very naked, although it wasn't like he was showing anything. He'd put a robe on, the bare, dark skin of his chest revealed in the V between the lapels. It was impossible not to imagine what the rest of him looked like under there. "Are you all right?" he repeated. For some reason, she got frustrated by his concern, which was insane. He was being polite and solicitous. It just made her feel like all she was this disease inside of her. She glanced around. "May we do this privately?" In lieu of answering, he moved aside and indicated the way in with his arm. After she was over the threshold, she heard the door lock click into place. "I want to apologize." She stopped at the windows and turned around. "I'm sorry. My emotions are raw right now, and my candor got away from me." Trez crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back against the exit. His face was inscrutable, his dark eyes grave, his brows down. As the silence stuck around, she cleared her throat, shifted her weight back and forth, filled the time looking at the messy bed. The black clothes draped over the chaise longue, the shoes that had been kicked off over by the closet, the towel hanging off the top of the open door into the marble bathroom. So she cleared her throat. "That is what I came here to say. Dearest Virgin Scribe, was this it between them?" "How long?" he asked roughly. "I'm sorry. How long do you have? Until the next whatever it is." "When was the last one?" 2 weeks, or actually 13 days. "A month ago. Maybe longer." His shoulders eased up. "I meant to ask that before." Again he went quiet. "Trez, I really am sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. You're just where you're at. I'm not offended, and I'm not going to try to change your mind about how you feel. You seem offended." "I'm not." "Trez, how are you doing?" "Fine," she snapped, and then reeled in her temper. "I'm sorry. It's like you're freezing me out." "I'm not." "You're not talking to me. Then why are my lips moving? How is this happening again?" she muttered as she mirrored his pose, crossing her arms over her own chest. "I just want things to be normal between us." "They are." "Bullshit. You're standing over there like a statue. That's my job. Okay? I'm the one who's supposed to be frozen. Why can't you be real and tell me to screw off, or that I was a bitch, or... You want me to be honest?" "Yes. Damn it. God." She was sounding less and less like a chosen, cursing, using vernacular. Then again, she was feeling less and less like a chosen. "Hello? You going to say something?" "You sure? For the love look. Do you just want me to go?" "No. I want you on your back, in my bed, with your legs spread and my mouth all over you." Selina stopped talking, breathing, thinking. He cocked an eyebrow. "That honest enough for you? Or do you want me to go back to pretending I'm not thinking about sex right now? With you?" Okay, now she was the one being quiet, and he laughed harshly. "Not what you had in mind, huh? I don't blame you." He turned the knob on the door and opened things up, repeating his "after you" gesture. "If you want to keep talking now, I suggest that you let me get dressed and meet up with you on neutral territory." Selina looked down at his hips. She had known his body fully only once, when he had taken her virginity, and she was well aware that he was fearsome. Was he hard now? "Selina," a flash of annoyance tightened his face. "Let me meet you downstairs. In the kitchen." Without conscious thought, she brought her aching hands to the tie on her robe. His eyes instantly tracked the movement. "What are you doing?" he demanded. She pulled the knot free and let the length of silk fall loose. With every breath she took, the robe parted a little further, until a path of flesh running from her throat to her sex was exposed. Trez's stare, that dark stare, dipped low, and all at once, the scent of him surged, filling the room with an erotic spice. Selena eased the robe from her shoulders, letting the soft fabric drift to the floor. "Close the door, would you? I'd like some privacy." 21. Trez's cock had its own heartbeat, and that was before Selena went full frontal at him. After that reveal, the damn thing had its own conscious thought pattern. Mine. When he heard the door shut, he wasn't sure whether some hand of his had reclosed it, or whether he'd simply willed the thing back into place. "You sure about this?" he growled, already taking a step toward her. "Because I won't be able to stop." "Yes." Her eyes did not rise to meet his. They stayed locked at his hips. "Oh yes, let me see you." As he came to stand right in front of her, he said, "What about all those humans I was with? You're going to bring them up now?" She took the tie to his own robe with one of her hands. "Really?" He stopped her from getting him naked. "Nothing has changed about me. That's your hang-up, not mine. In my tradition, which is not mine, I am contaminated. Why are you still talking?" With that, she shook his hold free and uncovered him, loosening the tie, pulling the folds of black fabric from his body. His sex was fully erect, jutting out between them. And that was the next thing she put her hands on. Trez groaned and let his head fall back on his spine. "You're hot," she breathed as she leaned in and kissed the skin over his heart. "And hard." "Selena, I'm serious." He fumbled to stop her before she got to stroking. "I want to honor you. You're wasting time." With that, she got on her knees and took over. As she was a tall female, her mouth was at the perfect height, and God save them both. She put it to use, extending her pink tongue to lick at the head of him. The velvet rasp left him shaking all over, and before he went the way of the robes and hit the fucking floor, he leaned forward and braced both hands on the nearest thing he could reach. The bureau. Or it could have been the hood of a car. Santa's sleigh. A refrigerator. Warm and wet, she drew him in, the suction and all the slick wiping out the world, bringing him instantly to the brink. Gritting his teeth, he groaned, "I'm going to cameo, fuck. I'm going to." He had some thought that he didn't want to disrespect her by orgasming in her. Selena eased back, opened her mouth, and extended that magic tongue. Looking up at him, she started to pump hard at the same time she lazily licked at his tip. Trez lasted, maybe a second and a half. And as his release kicked out of him, she took it all, swallowing, sucking, easing back so he could cover her lips and her face. God help her, he kept orgasming, an endless sexual urge locking onto his body as he marked her, his scent blanketing her in an ownership that was primordial. Defend, protect, love, all of it was in this sacred space. Mine. When he finally stilled, she sat back on her heels and then, with a series of kill-me-slow moves, she licked around her mouth, brought up her fingers, captured the slick trail on her chin, and sucked things clean. Looked down at her perfect breasts. Cupping the full weights, she smiled at what had dripped down, making the swells and those tight nipples of hers glisten. "You got me messy. Where did you learn how to do that?" he choked out. At least that was what he'd meant to say. The syllables came out a jumble of incoherent sound. "What was that?" she whispered, before lifting one of her breasts up and bending her tongue down. She lapped at herself. The growl that came out of Trez's mouth was something that, if he were her, he would have been afraid of. Selena wasn't. She just laughed throatily. "Is there something else you wish to mark?" "Freedom." As Selena sat on her knees in front of Trez, with his taste in her mouth and his scent all over her skin, she reveled in the sense of sexual freedom that had overtaken her. The liberation seemed entirely at odds with the death sentence that she lived under, and yet her lack of time was what spared her any awkwardness or self-conscious worry. She was flying above the constraints that had long pinned her to the ground, her training as an arrow's letting her soar on the currents of sex that ran, thick as tangible ropes, between their bodies. With no idea how long she had, and under such frustration that she had wasted so much time, she was urgent in her personal expression, embracing any desires she had and acting on them, all of which were with Trez. And as if he were feeling the same, he leaned down and lifted her from the floor. Her joints protested at the change of position, but the complaints were nothing except murmurs against the rush-odd lust she had for him. She needed the penetration. By his body. Trez took her over to the bed and laid her out on her stomach, his big, warm hands stroking her from shoulder blade to back of the thigh before lifting her up onto all fours and spreading her knees. Ducking her head, she wanted to see him, and she looked past the heavy, hanging swells of her breasts, watching him come up behind her, his sex bobbing as he moved into position too. It was not his erection that brushed against her. As his hands went to her hips, his thumbs dug into her butt and pulled away, until her sex split wider for him. And then he went in with his mouth, his lips finding her, stroking wet on wet, sucking, eating. With total domination, his tongue licked up and down, penetrated, flicked at the top of her sex until she jerked her way into an orgasm, each kick of pleasure pushing her into his face. When he was finally finished, he jacked up, his fists punching into the sheets on either side of her. "I'm going to fuck you now," he gritted out in her ear. "Oh God, please," Selena shouted loudly as he jabbed into her, stretching the inside of her nearly to the breaking point. The pain was the perfect bite, and then he started to pump. There was no slow and steady wind-up. Hard, pistoning power made her see stars until she lost the strength to hold her upper body off the bed, collapsing face first into sheets that smelled of him. She struggled for breath and loved the suffocation as each thrust shoved her face first into the pillows. Bang, bang, bang. The headboard was having the same rough ride she was, nailing into the wall, the sound reverberating along with a grunting from him that was all animal. Craning her head around her shoulder, she strained to see him. Trez was magnificent, his pectorals and shoulders seized up, his huge arms carved in muscle, his abdominals ribbed as his hips punched at her. As he orgasmed, his head fell back as it had when she had first taken hold of him, and he howled, his bright white fangs flashing long and deadly, his neck cording up on both sides, his hips slamming into her and locking in as he pumped, pumped, pumped. He filled her up, and her sex milked him, urging him on until she felt the wetness on the inside of her thighs. He didn't so much disengage as fall over to the side, as if every ounce of strength had been spent from him. The headboard let out one last bam, as he landed and bounced, his hands and arms, his torso and legs going loose from all that straining effort. His mouth moved, his dark eyes meeting hers and staying there. She had no clue what he was saying to her. She didn't care. Her ass was still up in the air, her sex humming from the hard use, her body as satiated as his looked. Air currents, from the vent above, drifted down from the ceiling, brushing against everything that was exposed, tickling, cooling. That had been the sex of her life. Hard and raw, the way she had been told and trained it could and should be. Before Selena allowed herself to lie to the side and slip into her own sleep, she smiled so widely her cheeks hurt. She had been, for the first time in her life, not just well and truly fucked, but marked by the male she loved. Even with the future she had to face, it was hard not to feel blessed. 22. I am regained consciousness, but kept his eyes closed. What woke him up was the shooting pain in the back of his head that, and the ice-cold floor his naked body was lying on. For a moment, he considered playing possum and trying to get an idea of where he was through his hearing, sense of smell, and instincts, but there was no reason to. He knew exactly where they'd put him. Fucking double-crossing bastard. Opening his lids, he saw a whole lot of nothing much. Then again, he was on his stomach, one arm trapped under his torso like he'd been thrown in. A door opened over in the corner behind him, and he knew that not by any hinge creaking, but by the sudden addition of voices and footsteps in the cell. "Why would I check his marking?" a male asked. "Not SX. It is procedure." Yup, nothing had changed. I.M. reclosed his eyes and stayed perfectly still except for breathing shallowly as the footfalls came closer. There was a gasp, and then fingers palpated the small of his back, as if they were stretching the skin where he had been marked, as all males were, when they were 6 years of age. That cannot be right. The footsteps left in a hurry, and he assumed the panel was shut again. Lifting his head, his vision blurred and came back into focus. There was no one else in the well-lit 20 by 20 cell. The glossy white walls so slick, he could see his dark reflection in the panels of marble. His head hurt so damned much, he was forced to lay it back down again, his cheek finding the exact spot on the stone that had been warmed to the temperature of his body while he'd been out of it. His arm was killing him, the limb both numb and painful at the same time, but he lacked the energy to move the thing free of his upper body's weight. Lying there, breathing, existing, he had no idea how long he'd been out, what they were going to do to him, or whether he was going to get out of this bright idea he'd had alive. From out of nowhere, he had a mental image of him leaving Sal's the night before, stepping free of the restaurant he loved, talking to the waiters. He found himself wanting to rewind time and go back to that incarnation of himself. His memories of the way the night had been cool on his face, and how the smoke from his waiter's cigarettes had curled up off of the lit tips, so clear that, for a moment, it seemed impossible that he could not return to that place in time, step into the shoes he had been wearing, then reassume his suit of skin just as he reformed after dematerializing. But of course, time didn't work like that, and memory was but a television show of your own life, a movie screen you could play witness to, but not interact with, change the course of, redirect. Desperation for Trez, the great motivator in his life, had propelled him back into the heart of the enemy he and his brother shared. And there was a very good chance this shit was going to get the best of him. With a groan, he rolled himself onto his side and blinked a couple of times. His weapons, like the robing he had been wearing, were long gone, and there was nothing else in the cell. The door opened, the panel sliding soundlessly into the wall, and what came in was robed from head to foot in black folds of cloth, the face covered, the feet covered, even the hands gloved. Was it the Grim Reaper? He wondered. Had he passed out and was dreaming? A subtle scent registered, but not in his nose, through his body, like a lick of electricity. The door was shut behind the tall, robed figure, and as the male approached, I.M. did his best to assume some kind of defensible position. He didn't make it far at all with that one. A gloved hand reached out. He was rolled back over, and then he felt a touch on the base of his spine. "I will kill you," I.M. mumbled. "Hurt you?" How, he hadn't a clue. But he was going out fighting, that was for damn sure. The figure stepped back, tilted its head as if it were considering the method of death that would be used. In the SHISB, most prisoners were tortured first. Tenderizing, I.M. had always thought. Then they were slaughtered and either buried or eaten by Essex and his guards, depending on the offense. The latter was a proud tradition. Also took care of the whole what to do with the body problem. I.M. curled up fists and braced himself for whatever came at him. Except the figure simply regarded him for a long moment, and then backed over to the door and left. Okay. They'd verified who he was, and there was no reason to kill him before they got Trez back here. That would be a waste of leverage. Shit. Relaxing his muscles, he tried to get himself to go loose and prayed that his body's natural healing abilities took care of the concussion quickly. He was going to need to be able to back up his fighting words with more than an inert body and limbs made of lead. Goddamn it, he should never have trusted Essex. Back in Caldwell, Paradise sat on her bed, legs tucked under her, eyes on the night sky on the far side of her closed, locked windows. "So you're going to do it?" she said into her cell phone. Peyton laughed. "Hell, yeah, are you kidding me? I'm dying to get out of here. Ever since the raids I've been on lockdown, and the fact that my parents are letting me go into that training program is a miracle." She focused on the latches on her own bedroom door, which were, as a matter of fact, in the locked position. "Wonder if my dad would let me," she murmured. There was a pause, then a laugh. "Oh my God, Paradise. No. No way. Yeah, you're probably right. He's really protective. That program is not a place for females." She frowned. "Excuse me." The letter from the Brotherhood said we were welcome to try out. Okay, number 1, try out does not mean accepted. Have you ever even done a push-up? Well, I'm sure I could if I. Number 2, you're not your average female. I mean, hello, you're a member of a founding family. Your father is first advisor to the king. You need to be preserved to breed. Paradise's mouth dropped open. I cannot believe you just said that. What? It's true. Don't pretend the rules are the same for females like you. Like, if some scrub civilian who happens to wear a skirt wants to give it a shot, fine. That loss means nothing to the species. But Perry, there aren't many of you left. For males like me, we don't want to get mated to anyone but you. And there are like, what, 4 or 5 of you left. That is the most reductive reasoning I've ever heard. I gotta go. Ah, come on. Don't be like that. Fuck you. I'm more than just a pair of ovaries you can put a ring on. She hung up and thought about throwing her phone across the room. When she couldn't manage to follow through on the impulse, she then got worried that all the manners that had been inbred and reinforced in her meant Peyton was right. She was just a hothouse flower, good for nothing but tea parties and young, and, as the cell started ringing again, she tossed it onto her duvet, got down on her floor, and planted her palms flat on her needlepoint rug. Kicking out her legs, she balanced on the balls of her feet. Right? She said, gritting her teeth, up and down, like 100 times. She got the down right on the first try, her arms more than willing to oblige. And as her nose came in contact with the depiction of a vase of flowers, she was in full-on beast mode, ready to punch it up and hit this hard. It was only okay. Down again to the carpet. And up, sort of. The muscles in her upper arms started to tremble. Her elbows wobbled, her shoulders ached. She did 3, or like 2.5, before she collapsed on the, "What are you doing?" With a yelp, Paradise flipped herself over. Her father was in the doorway to her bedroom. Putting away the key he'd used to open things, upanned his eyebrows had popped so high on his forehead. They were all the way to the base of his hairline. "Push-ups," she said as she panted. "Why ever 4? Ask him," she thought. "Just come right out and say, I want to join the Brotherhood's training center program." Her phone started to ring again. "Do you need to get that?" her father asked. "No. Father, I have a... Something has arisen, dear one." He shut and relocked the door. "And I must be frank with you." Paradise brought her legs up and circled her arms around them. "Have I done something wrong?" "Oh, indeed no." He shook his head as he looked at her. "You are the very best daughter any male could e'er ask for." As her phone went silent, she had to wonder how many of Peyton's views her father shared, and how many times Peyton was going to try to call her back. "I need you to pack up some things," he said. Paradise recoiled. "Why?" "I'm going to ask you to leave the house for a couple of weeks." A cold flush went through her. "What did I do?" "Oh, love." He came over and knelt down. "Nothing. It is just, I think you might enjoy having a job." Now she was the one with the mile-high eyebrows. "Really?" She had broached the subject a number of months ago, when yet another night taking piano lessons and doing complicated, multi-stitched needlepoint had made her feel like she was losing her mind. But he had carefully denied her in the interest of her Sophia point she had both respected and been frustrated by. It was hard to argue that the world wasn't a very dangerous place for vampires. What's changed? Then she thought about their distant relation. Wait, is that male going to continue to stay here? It has naught to do with him. Rather, my work as first advisor is growing more complicated and burdensome, and I require someone I may trust with the king's business to help me. I can think of no one more appropriate than yourself." "Really?" she said, narrowing her eyes. "There isn't some other reason?" "For truth. I promise you." He smiled. "So what do you say, would you like to work with me?" With a sudden lunge of happiness, she tackled her father in a hug. "Oh, thank you. Yes. I'm so excited." He laughed. "Okay, but you'll have to move into the king's audience mansion. Worry not, you shall not be alone. You may take your maid dog Jen, and the Brotherhood have the building fully staffed." Paradise leaped up to her feet and ran to her walk-in closet. Throwing the doors open, She started pulling out pieces from her set of monogrammed Louis Vuitton luggage. "I'll be ready in a half hour. 15 minutes. She yanked out built-in drawers, fisting up underwear, bras, tank tops. "Oh, will you get Vucci? She'll be so excited." Dimly, she heard her father chuckle. "As you wish, my lady. As you wish." 23. Rage reformed on the lawn of Darius's former mansion and strode up to the front entrance. The second he came into the house, he heard a series of gasps and glanced to the left. In the parlor, there were a number of civilians clustered in an awkward, standing group, like they didn't feel comfortable sitting on all the fancy silk-covered furniture, and their eyes were popped large at the sight of him. Yeah, his reputation still preceded him. "Geez, you're a slut for a couple of centuries, and people just can't let that shit go after you get properly mated." It was a pitta, and on an ordinary night, he would have gone over and introduced himself just to bring his Mary up in conversation. Tonight, though, he headed to the closed doors of what had once been the dining room. Knocking twice, he said, "It's me." Tor opened things up with a "what's doin'?" and Rage stepped into the cavernous, mostly barren room. All they had in there were a bunch of armchairs, a desk with an office chair, and some ancillary seats in case an audience had a lot of guest ass to accommodate. "No explosives," Wrath was saying from one of the armchairs. "No traps." V was in the process of lighting up a hand-rolled, and as he exhaled, the scent of Turkish tobacco drifted over. "Hollywood and I went through the place with a fine-toothed comb. They had been there, clearly, had just left as far as we could tell. But they hadn't bothered to try to fuck us." With his dagger hand, Wrath stroked the boxy blonde head of the golden retriever who helped him get around. George, ever adoring of his master, had his face turned to the king. His throat offered freely. "So Throw didn't lie." "Not about that at least," V muttered. "Interesting." Rage glanced around at the faces of his brothers. Z and Fury were standing together as they always did. Quinn was next to Z, and then Blay and John Matthew, even though the males weren't members, were beside him. Butch was opposite the king, propping his forearms on top of an armchair and leaning his weight in. V was behind him. Tor stayed by the door. "So what next?" Rage asked. "We wait." Wrath bent down further and scratched at the dog's ruff. "If he's got shit to stir, he'll hang himself. The aristocracy will have to be monitored. We need an inside source there. Any ideas?" At that moment there was another knock. Tor put his ear to the panels and then cracked the door. "Ask and ye shall receive." Abalone leaned in. "My lord? I'm sorry to intrude, but may I please make the presentation of mine blooded daughter prior to us getting started with tonight's audiences?" Wrath gestured the male forward with his free hand. "Yeah, bring her in." Abalone ducked out and there was a hushed conversation. Then he reappeared, ushering in a sapling of a female. With her blonde hair, slight build, and long legs, she was on the Arctic princess spectrum of the fairer sex. Pretty, very pretty, maybe even beautiful, although she didn't hold a candle to his Mary. Abalone walked the girl forward, one hand at her elbow, his fatherly pride plumping up his chest. "My esteemed ruler, great king of all." Yeah, enough with that," Wrath cut in. "Paradise, I understand you're moving into my Shellens and her brother's house here. Welcome." As the black diamond was offered, Paradise bent at the waist, her hands shaking so badly they seemed to shimmer in the light from the chandelier. "My lord," she whispered before kissing the stone. Releasing his hand, she straightened and stared at the floor, her shoulders curling into her chest, her feet locked together. "You want to meet my dog?" the king asked. George, ever up for a good head rub, thumped his tail on the floor, the sound like someone was beating a rope into the hardwood. "Pet him," Wrath said. "You're allowed." The girl glanced around at the Brotherhood, her eyes sticking to the shitkicker level. And that was when Rage felt sorry for her. A lot of the aristocracy sat on their females so hard, they were rarely around males. They were not related. Tozo, this was no doubt the first time she had been in the same room with so much testosterone. "Get George. Go say hi." At Wrath's urging, the dog padded forward and sat his fluffy butt down right in front of her. his ears pricking, that tail sweeping back and forth. "Is he a boy?" she asked softly as she lowered herself to the floor and reached up to all the fur. "Yup." Wrath looked up. "All right, assholes, introduce yourselves, will ya? And keep it classy. Cue the throat clearing. At least until Fury stepped forward and did the intros. Probably best was the closest to a gentle male they had. "Glad you're here," the pre-male said. "I'm Fury, we love your dad, by the way. Good guy." And now Abalone was levitating right out of his bally loafers. She looked up into those yellow eyes and offered him a shy smile. "Hi. Over there is my twin." He indicated Zanzadist, ever aware of what he looked like with that scar down his face. Stayed way back, lifting his hand as Paradise recoiled. "Zadist's mated and has a daughter named Nala. She's gorgeous. Here's a picture." As Fury flashed his cell phone, the girl looked at the image, glanced at Z, went back to the snapshot. "My baby girl," Z said in a deep voice. "She's 2, and she got her mama's looks." Instantly, the girl relaxed. Then Fury introed Vishouse, who just nodded, and Butch, who gave her a Bostonian, "Hi, Horya." John Matthew, Blay, and Quinn were up next, and then Fury indicated Rage. "And Brad Pitt over there is Hollywood." He smiled. "Glad you're here." Paradise's stare stayed on him, her eyes getting big, but not because she was scared. Far from it. "Yeah, he's a looker," someone said. "Until you get to know him." "Ah, come now," Rage tossed back. "Don't hate." Talk sprang up, with Wrath asking Paradise some questions to get her talking about herself. As the girl refocused on the king, Rage thought back to before he'd met his Mary. No doubt he would have made a run at that innocent and would have been successful. He'd had a 0 failure rate as he'd controlled his beast by fucking anything and everything that had moved, which had been good for him. Not so hot for females who'd wanted to keep their virtue. And he had no doubt Paradise was one of those. So yeah, he was glad he was meeting her now, when there was absolutely no chance of him getting with her. He had mated his virgin, just as Vishouse had said he would, and his life had been saved. For some reason, a sick feeling came over him. Shoving his hand in his pocket, he took out his cell phone, checked his texts. Trez, the poor bastard, still hadn't gotten back to him yet. It seemed stupid to bother the guy again, given everything that was on his plate, but it was hard not to reach out one more time. Rage wished there was more to be done to help the guy and his chosen. He truly did. There was no doing any kind of turn signal. As Layla drove her Mercedes back to the Brotherhood mansion, she had her injured arm propped on the middle console between the seats. A spare jacket wadded up to increase its height and provide some extra cushioning. The pain was stunning, the kind of thing that was so bad, it registered in her gut. So no, there was no signaling left or right. At least there was nobody else out on the country roads this late at night. It was hours, maybe years, before she made it to the turn-off to the compound's mountain, and the maze was a nightmare. V's distortion of the landscape, a security measure to keep them safe, meant that everything was blurry, as if a fog had overtaken the forest. Exhaustion from fighting the urge to vomit, combined with her vision beginning to fail, meant that she felt utterly lost, and her instinct was to lean in and get closer to the windshield, not that that helped. All that did was just piss her arm off even more. When the glowing lights of the mansion finally came into view, she prayed that the brothers were all out fighting and she could make it to her room without anybody seeing her. Pulling around the just winterized fountain, she parked next to Rage's purple GTO and Butch's new toy, a black Mercedes that looked like a bread box. She had to reach around the wheel and push the gear lever in to get the engine into park, and discovered she had to stretch even more to hit the stop/start button to turn the sedan off. Then it was a case of breathing shallowly through her mouth as she recovered from the effort. Looking in the rearview mirror, she caught sight of the entrance to the mansion and had no clue how she was going to get over there, much less haul herself up to her room. There was no other choice. Either she did it on her own, or she had to ask someone to lie for her. There was no hiding the injury, not as fresh as it was, and she couldn't let Quinn find out what had happened. Or, even worse, what she'd really been doing when she'd fallen. Damn it, this situation was the punishment for her double life, her two opposing realities slamming together. knocking her senseless, exposing her. Potentially. Time to go inside. Layla got a fresh lesson in pain as she opened her door and tried to straighten up from the leather seat, her arm letting out a scream as the broken bone ground against itself. Recovery breath. A number of them. And then somehow, she got herself out of the car. Had the mansion always been so far from the parking area? Walking around the fountain wasn't so much a case of putting one foot in front of the other, but shuffling over the cobblestones and trying not to pass out. When she got to the stone stairs that led up to the cathedral-sized doors, she wanted to cry. Instead, she surmounted them one at a time. Pulling open the vestibule's door, she realized she'd made two mistakes. She had left her car door unshut, and she was, in fact, going to have to interact with someone. There was no getting into the house this way without putting your face in the security camera and waiting for an answer. Glancing back at the Mercedes, she didn't have the energy to go back there and close things up. And trying to get around to the staff entrance by the garage was. That was where things ended. As her mind labored over her limited options, her body pulled its own plug out of the consciousness socket. Lights out and gravity did their business on her, the stoop rushing up to greet her with a hard embrace that she did not feel. 24. It was 4 a.m. when a sail drove his bulletproof Range Rover out to the Hudson River's edge. The lane he was on was about as wide as a pencil and as smooth as an obstacle course. Beside him, Eric was silent, the male's .40 sitting out on his thigh, a twitchy trigger finger ready to squeeze rounds off at the drop of a hat. A quick glance in the rearview showed him that Eric's twin, Evale, was likewise on the alert and prepared for anything. They had been working with the importers for how long now? 9 months? Longer? He couldn't remember, but only a fool let their guard down. About 20 meters farther up on the road, he was going to come to the shallow clearing on the shore. The procedure was the same every time. He would stop the SUV in the tree line and turn it around so that if anything untoward happened, he could get out fast with either his money or the drugs. Then he would wait with his mails, typically about 10 minutes, before the trolling boat putted into view. His cousins were wearing bulletproof vests. He was not. They were sober. He was not. Neither were a surprise. He never bothered with any kind of chest guard, and as for the second one, at this point, he would have to be unmedicated for several days to get the cocaine completely out of his system. As he drove along, he found his mind drifting, the image of another kind of shore, a different sort of body of water, presenting itself and refusing to leave. He saw a beach, the ocean, palm trees, all of it glowing in the moonlight. He saw a lone female walking along the sea's lapping warmth, her arms locked over her chest, her head down, her aura that of a survivor who had regrets. "Watch it!" Eric barked. A sail shook himself back into focus just before the Range Rover ate an oak tree for last meal, or more likely, it would be the other way around. Fortunately, the trip was over minutes later, and he managed the K-turn just fine, crushing the dry underbrush until the SUV's prodigious front grille was pointed outward. There were no headlights to kill. The complete lack of running lights inside and out had been another of the modifications he'd ordered up along with the lead deflection package. The engine went quiet and his 2 passengers got out. Before he joined them, he palmed up a vial from the inside of his wool coat's pocket. Quick twist. Spoon up. Sniff. Sniff. And 2 for the other nostril. After a quick huff to make sure everything stayed where it needed to be, he got out of the warm interior himself. Returning his stash to its safe place, he brought his coat around his body. The night air was very cold, and fallen leaves crunched under his boots as he joined his cousins. There was no talking, and yet their disapproval of his consumption rate was obvious in the grind of their lower jaws. 'Twas no matter to him, however, whether they wasted breath on words or simply glowered as they were the now. He had no intention of changing his usage. The sound of a single-engine boat going at a slow speed came so quietly that, at first, one could not distinguish it from the ambient noises of the forest and the river. But soon enough, the trawler came around the bend of the shore, flat and low to the water. There were 2 individuals sitting in its open hull, both dressed as nothing-doing fishermen in their caps and camo, only the black masks they wore hinting at anything nefarious. Fishing poles were likewise mounted on either side to promote the appearance of innocuous activity, the invisible lines trawling into the current, stretching out behind the stern. The captain brought the humble craft in bow first, toggling down on the engine so they landed with a kiss, not a punch. The cousins closed in as a sail hung back, his own 40 at the ready. The sense from the two human males identified them as different but related to the two that had come the last time. And the time before that, and so on. Where are the others? The sail demanded. The men stopped in the process of picking up 3 out of the 5 black duffels that had been hidden beneath a camo tarp. Assail smiled thinly at their surprise. Did you think I wouldn't know? I am brother, the one on the left said in heavily accented English. He is cousin. Assail inclined his head, accepting the explanation. In truth, he did not care who delivered his product as long as they did so on a timely basis, for an agreed price and potency, and without interference from human law enforcement. So far, so good with this pair. Moments later, Eric and his brother accepted the bags and walked off, one facing forward, the other backward so they provided each other cover. A moment, Assail drawled. If you don't mind. The human men stopped again, and he felt their anxiety sure as if it were a reverberation on the surface of a table, the transfer of energy traveling easily through the air that separated their bodies. What else is under there? He said, pointing to the tarp. There are 2 more duffels, are there not? The smaller of the pair, the cousin, jerked the cover back into place and went around to the boat's controls. The schedule next month, the other said. The same. I'll be in touch with your bosses. Very good. Just like that, they were on their way, putt-putt putting against the sluggish current of the cold water with someone else's merchandise along with them. Frowning, Assail watched as they cut across the waterway and proceeded parallel to the opposite shore. A moment later, he returned to the Range Rover, and when he knocked on the front passenger side window, Eric put the thing down. Yes? The male said. I'm going to follow them. Assail nodded in the direction of the boat. They're dealing with somebody else. I want to find out who. With a curt nod, Eric dematerialized over into the driver's seat and put the SUV in gear. I saw that too. Call if you need aught. As the Range Rover took off, Assail turned away and strode back to the water. Closing his eyes, he had to fight his cocaine buzz in order to calm himself, and it was a while before he could spirit himself away on the cold wind. When he reformed some kilometers down the river, he waited until the boat came into view once more. The men were oblivious to his presence as he stood in stillness among the colorful trees and contrasting brown vegetation, watching as they progressed by. Same engine speed, same protocol for delivering the goods to him. The question was, who was their next client? And what kind of drugs were they selling? Their bosses had agreed to deal with him exclusively in this part of New York State. And whereas competition was good for capitalism, it was not welcome in his territory, also unnecessary to their income statement. His requirements were sufficiently large and established enough that he represented a book of business worthy of respect. The bastards. Indeed, it was necessary for there to be honor amongst lawbreakers, for everyone's good, and he had held up his end of the bargain, arriving consistently with the cash. Month after month after month. He was prepared to fix this problem, however, readily, mortally. Rage, Tor, and V headed back to the mansion not long after meeting Applebottom's pride and joy, with Butch following in the Range Rover. As the 3 of them resumed their physical forms in the courtyard, a light shining among the lineup of cars got their attention. Rage strode over to the open door of the pale blue Mercedes. Layla, except there was no one inside fiddling with her purse or bundling up before she headed across the courtyard for home. He shut the door. She's not. Layla, Tor barked. Oh, shit. Rage looked up to the mansion's entrance. The heavy door into the vestibule was cracked open, a leg extending out at ground level, the ankle and foot propping the panels open. The 3 of them bolted up the stairs. As Rage cranked wide the tremendous weight, V, with his medical background, jumped over the Chosen's collapsed body and started checking vitals. Tor, Rage said. Call. but his brother already had his cell phone up to his ear. "Yeah, Jane? We need you up here in the vestibule." Layla's collapsed V. Stats. As the brother put the phone in V's face, Vishouse said to his mate, "Heart rate steady, but slow. So is the breathing. No sign of trauma that I can see." "You hear that?" Tor said, resuming speaking. "Good. Thanks." As he ended the call, he immediately started dialing again. "She's bringing Manny and Elena back up to the ear. Waiting. Waiting." He was obviously calling Quinn. For some odd reason, the world went wonky on Rage. One minute he was staring down at Layla and thinking there was nothing more terrifying than a pregnant female face down on any kind of flooring. The next, the vestibule was spinning around him like a ball on the end of a string, his head the center point of the whizzing by, his balance oddly uncompromised by the "He's going over." Guess he wasn't quite as steady as he thought. When there was a bite on his upper arm, he looked down and saw Tor's hand lock on his biceps and hold him up. Wow, this was manly, Rage thought. A round of the Victorian vapors just because a female was. Layla! Quinn's panicked appearance right next to him gave him the wakey-wakey he needed. His mind clearing as the male shoved his way in to get to the female who was carrying his child. Blay, as always, was right behind him, ready to do whatever to support his mate. "What the hell happened?" Quinn demanded. V started talking. Doc Jane and her team arrived. Medical equipment was outed from a black, old-fashioned doctor's bag. Turning to Tor, who was still holding him up, Rage heard a strange version of his voice say, "I'm having trouble breathing, my brother." Tor swung his head around. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. I can't seem to breathe." He massaged his chest with his free hand. "It's like there's a balloon in here, taking up all the space." As the medical peeps rolled Layla onto her back, there was cursing from the peanut gallery. Her arm was at an all-wrong angle, the part below the elbow showing a nasty break which must have happened when she fainted. "Rage?" someone said to him. "Hello." He glanced over at Torment. "What?" Tor leaned in. "You want some fresh air? Aren't we outside?" To answer his own question, he looked up to the heavens. "Yeah, we're. How about we take a little walk?" "Want to help?" "Yeah, I get that. But I think going for a stroll's a really good idea. You're white as a sheet, and if you pull the lights out, I can't guarantee you're not going to turn someone into a carpet underneath you, and we don't need any other patients right now." "Huh. Come on." As his brother pulled on his arm, Rage kept rubbing his heart. "I don't know why I can't breathe." The last image he had, as he was pulled away, was of Layla's face flopping to the side, her eyes wide open, but unseeing. "Is she dead?" he whispered. "Has she died? Come on, my brother. Is she?" "No, she's not. She's alive." Every time he blinked, he saw her blonde hair on the marble tile like a liquid spilled, her lips as pale as her cheeks, those jade-green eyes opaque and unmoving. "Mary?" "Yeah, Mary. I got a situation with your boy. Can you come home now?" Who was that talking? Oh yeah, Tor. On his phone. The brother had taken out his phone. Rage started shaking his head. "No, she can't come. The mother at safe place. She needs to stay." "Okay, thanks." Tor ended the call. "She's heading back now." "No, they need her. My brother." Tor put his face into Rage's. "I'm not sure you have any idea what you look like right now. Do me a solid and sit down here, yeah, right on the cobblestone." "Good man, you're doing good." Rage's knees were the ones following instructions, his brain too preoccupied with how much his Shellin didn't need to waste her precious time on him. But it looked like that bus had left the station already. Propping his head in his hands, Rage leaned forward and wondered if he didn't have something wrong with his lungs. A fast-acting vampire flu. An infection. Poison in there. The large hand of his brother made slow circles on his back, and beneath that heavy palm, the beast, in its tattoo form, surged and moved as if Rage's little apey was making the thing nervous. "Feel weird," Rage said. "Can't breathe." 25. For the first couple of miles, a sail was happy enough to dematerialize along with the boat. By the fourth time he reformed, however, he became impatient for the destination to arrive, the exchange to be made, the identity of the third-party encroacher to be revealed. And there was another reason to be disquieted. With the ever-increasing distance traveled, the two men were getting closer and closer to Caldwell proper, which was an idiotic idea. Even though the hours were well into the night, downtown was not the suburbs and there were bound to be humans out and about, granted. Rarely those credible with the police or others of their kind, but prying eyes were prying eyes, and every asshole rat without a tail had a cell phone these days. He might be able to spirit away, but that pair in the boat could not pull off that trick, and he wanted to be the person to teach the lesson required here, not the CPD. Disappearing once again, he was forced to reform in the midst of the planted trees on the edge of one of Caldwell's shoreline public parks. And still the boat continued along. Unbelievable. As he waited to see whether they passed his newest position, and there was a good chance they would, because there was no further cover at the shore, a tall fat familiar itch started to twinkle at the base of his neck, triggering a need for more coke. The urge was coming faster and faster of late, to the point where he was forced to acknowledge how fortunate he was to heal so quickly. If he were a mere human, he would have deviated his septum months ago. Reaching into his pocket, he took his vial into his palm. Just the feel of the smooth glass container made him relax, and he wanted to pull it out and do his deed, but he couldn't run the risk of not being able to dematerialize. The problem with his addiction was that the need for more was coming before the buzz had even started to wear off, the worm in his gut turning, demanding more and more even while his body and brain struggled to deal with the bracing load of drugs. And again, the last thing he wanted was to find himself in difficulty down here because he was too jittery to get himself gone. God, to have this in common with the Homo sapiens he dealt to was just too demeaning for words. "Oh, you can't be serious," he muttered as the boat finally made a beeline to a destination of sorts. But it was not a safe one. Certainly not one he would ever have consented to. The two piloted their craft toward an old Victorian boathouse. Granted, its windows were dark, but there were security lights shining on its shingled exterior, and no doubt a CPD patrol making regular rounds of the park behind the structure. He had to go inside if they did, however. And they did. With no idea what the interior layout was, he settled for reforming in the shadows between those annoying outside lights, his dark clothes blending him in against the boathouse's weathered flank. As the trawler entered one of the slips, the sound of its pathetic engine echoed, sounding like an old man with the last dregs of a consumptive cough. Twisting around to one of the windows, he focused his keen eyes through the bubbly glass. The inside was quite extensive, and as soon as he identified his spot, he dematerialized and gusted in through the very entrance the delivery boys used. He was careful as he reassumed his physical form, sticking to a tight nook in the far corner, between a stand of crew shells resting upon their bellies on racks and a forest of orange personal flotation devices strung upon hooks. The engine was cut and the pair conversed softly in a foreign language. After they fell silent, the only sound was the water clapping and chortling underneath the boat and through the cribbing of the docks. A sail hated the way the air smelled of old dead fish, decomposing flora, and damp canvas. Dreadful. After a measure of time passed, the approach of something outside got his attention, and then a flashing yellow light penetrated the interior. Locating a dusty window, he looked out to find a Caldwell Public Parks Department truck pulling up. Well, now, this was about to get interesting. Either the delivery was going to be intercepted and the police called, or some human working for the parks was looking to increase his monthly income and on the pickup. Turned out he was wrong on both accounts. The main door creaked as it was opened, and the instant a male figure appeared in between the jambs, cold air gusting in from behind him carried the scent of lesser into the boathouse. It was the foreleser with whom a sail did his business, entering with a duffel bag of his own. Son of a bitch. How dare that bastard do a runaround? A sail thought as his fangs bared of their own volition. And how in the hell had that slayer made contact with the importer? Formulating a plan for his ambush, a sail outed both of his 40s and wished that he had bothered to put silencers on the guns. He hadn't expected to have to use them in downtown fucking Caldwell. For God's sakes. "Let me see them," the foreleser declared. "Unzip the bags and let me see them." A sail took a step forward, thinking he could. The deliverymen each unzipped a bag and tilted the contents forward. "Not drugs." Not at all. Instead of large blocks that had been sealed in layers upon layers of cellophane wrap, there were guns. Long-muzzled guns that rubbed, metal upon metal, against one another in their duffel bags. It was difficult, in the dimness, to determine exactly the specifications of the weapons, but there seemed to be a variety of either shotguns or rifles. Assail's curled upper lip dropped back into place. Although he had been prepared to intercede in the event of a drug-slash-money exchange, he felt no such compulsion now. If the Forliser wanted to use his profits to buy armaments, that was his business. Leaving the boathouse the way he came in, Assail cast himself upriver, toward his glass house upon its peninsula. The only thing he cared about was whether that lesser continued to deliver product to the streets and clubs of Caldwell in a timely, reliable, and honest fashion. His responsibility started and ended there. No, I'm fine. Honest. As Rage spoke, he sat down at the rough-cut table in the Brotherhood mansion's kitchen. The rest of the household was gathering for an early last meal, Doggen filing in and out of the flap door, delivering silver trays the size of tabletops stacked with all manner of freshly cooked meats and starches and vegetables. Across the way, Mary leaned against the granite-topped center island, her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes trained on him like she was assessing one of her social work patients. Squirming, he wanted to go join his brothers and their shellins, but given her expression, that wasn't going to happen any time soon. "Fritz," she said, "I'm going to fix him something, okay?" The butler paused in the process of bringing a table setting over. "I was going to make up a plate in the other room and bring it. I'm going to take care of my husband," she said gently but firmly. "If you like, however, even though it goes against every self-sufficient bone in my body, I'll leave you the pan and dishes to clean up." Fritz's old, wrinkled face assumed the expression of a basset hound who was being denied chicken for the promise of beef later on. Both worried and excited. "Is there not some manner in which I may render you aid?" 3 staff members in their gray and white uniforms came back empty-handed from the dining room, the trio heading for the final loads that were destined to be carried in and placed on the various sideboards in that huge, chandeliered space. "Actually," his Mary murmured, "do you think he and I could have some privacy in here?" "Oh, yes, mistress." Fritz brightened somewhat. "As soon as the presentation of the victuals has been made, I will direct my staff into the foyer. They will be most happy to tarry out there." "Thank you." She gave his thin arm a squeeze, making him blush. "And just until it's time for dessert to be served. I know that you'll want free rein in here for that." "Yes, mistress." "Thank you, mistress. And I shall personally clean up after you both." The butler bowed deeply, grabbed the last silver tray, and ushered everyone out. As the flap door stilled, Rage's beloved Shellin looked over at him. "Eggs?" she said. At the one word, Rage's stomach let out a roar. "Oh, God! That sounds amazing." Mary nodded and went over to the Sub-Zero. Taking out a fresh carton, she grabbed a gallon container of whole milk and a box of butter, then hit the cupboards, snagging a frying pan, a big mixing bowl, and various and sundry utensils. "So," she said as she broke the first of 12 eggs, "I'd really like to hear what happened out there." Up until this moment, Rage had been successful in ducking that question. Apparently, the reprieve was over. "I'm fine, honest." "Okay." She paused in mid-crack and smiled at him. "As your wife, though, how you are is really important to me. So if there's something bothering you, it makes me feel left out if I don't know what it is." Just Doug. As she began whisking the gallon of nascent scrambled egg, the sloshy sound reminded him of his own head. Looking down at the pitted tabletop, he picked at one of the veins in the broad oak boards. "The truth is, I don't know what happened. I just felt really weird and had to sit down. I'm tight now, though. Probably just one of those random things." Well, tell me what your night was like." "It was no big deal. I headed to the Band of Bastards safe house and went through it." "Didn't you start down in the clinic with Trez and Selena?" "Oh yeah, but that was like yesterday when she was, taken there." He shook his head. "I don't want to think about that right now, if you don't mind." "Okay. So tonight you went to the Band of Bastards place?" "Well, first we went to Abalone's." His cousin defected from Ecker's troops and told us where their hideout was. Anyway, me and V went through the place. What were you looking for? He shrugged. Bombs. Booby traps. That kind of shit. No big deal. She made another M sound as she poured the contents of the bowl into a pan the size of the bucket seat in Quinn's Hummer. Were you worried about getting hurt there? No. Well, I worried about my brothers, sure. But that's just the job. Okay. And then where did you go? I saw you. Then I went to Dee's old house. We reported in to Wrath and came back here. I was supposed to have a checkup with Manny to make sure my injury has healed properly. Same with V. Okay. She moved over to the 6-slot toaster and filled the thing up with his favorite bleached flour, totally processed, incredibly plastic fantastic white bread. He blinked and saw Layla's foot sticking out of the vestibule. Then pictured Quinn's face as the brother crouched down by the stricken female who was carrying his young. Oh, you know. MMM. The scent of cooking eggs further tickled his eat-now trigger. What? Well, you know what happened. By the time Mary arrived, a stretcher had been brought up from the clinic and Layla was being loaded on. Her body moved carefully by Quinn at her head and Blay at her feet. Rage fell silent and massaged his chest. Pop! Went his toast, and a moment later, a platter with everything done exactly the way he liked was in front of him. Along with a mug of hot chocolate, a napkin, silverware, but most important, his lovely Mary. This is the best meal I have ever had, he said, just looking at the food. You always say that. Only when you cook for me. It was funny. As a human, his Mary never had been able to understand the way a male vampire responded when the female he'd bonded with produced food with her own hands for him. That kind of thing was a sacred act because it went against a male's core instinct to provide and meet his mate's needs first and foremost over those everything and everybody, including his own, his brothers, his kings, and those of any young they might have. Rage was hardwired to feed her first and then eat whatever was left. But before she'd ordered Fritz and the dog Jen out, she'd told him she was full, having grabbed a quick snack at Safe Place an hour ago. It's getting cold, she said, rubbing his forearm. For some reason, his eyes got blurry and he had to blink things clear. Rage, she whispered. Whatever it is, let it out. With a quick jerk, he shook his head. I'm fine. I just want to enjoy this feast. He picked up his fork and started to alternate. 1 load of egg, 1 bite of toast, 1 load of egg, 1 bite of toast, sip, sip, sip of hot chocolate, and repeat until he had cleaned his plate. How is the female doing? He asked, as he wiped his mouth and eased back in the wooden chair. I don't know. Mary shook her head. I just don't know how this one is going to go. That bad. When she shrugged, he said, if there's anything I can do. Well, actually, name it. She reached out, took his hand, and turned it over so the palm was facing up. It was a while before she spoke, but as he was beginning to get worried, she said, I want you to entertain, just for a moment, that it might have been upsetting for you to see Selena almost die and for you to witness Trez's pain. I want you to consider that it is not business as usual for anyone to have to go through some house they've never been in before, not knowing whether an explosion or an ambush is going to kill them or someone they cared about. I want you to reflect that going to Wrath and not being able to tell him that you'd found the bastards or disarmed something or captured some kind of information might feel like a failure. And finally, I want you to understand that for you to come home and see Layla passed out, and know that she's pregnant and care about her and Quinn and Blay, is yet another trauma. I think you've had a really hard 24 hours, and that your emotions have kind of tapped out on you. I didn't feel upset, though, my Mary, by any of it. I was just fine. Until you had the panic attack in front of the house. I didn't have a panic attack. You said you couldn't breathe, that your hands and feet were tingling, that you were having trouble connecting to reality. Sounds like a classic panic attack to me. He shook his head. I don't think that was it. Okay. Rage took a deep breath and focused on his beloved's face. You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. I'm pretty sure that isn't. He captured her face in his hands, cradling her with care. As his eyes roamed around her familiar features, he couldn't get enough of them. God, it was never enough. Not a night, a month, a year. A decade, not the eternity the scribe virgin had miraculously given them both, was ever going to be enough for him. You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. He brushed her lips with his own. I don't know what I did to deserve a destiny with you, but I will never, ever take that for granted. The smile he got in response was better than the sunrise he would never see, shaming even that great glowing fireball that was the sustainer of all life, including even those who could not bear its rays. They were still sitting like that, staring into each other's eyes, when the doggen came in for dessert. You want to go upstairs? He said in a dark, deep voice, his beast starting to surge under his skin. I'm ready for dessert. Her scent flared. Are you? You want me to get you some ice cream? He narrowed his stare on her mouth. Not even close. I want to lick something else. Well then, she whispered, putting her mouth to his. Let's get you fed. 26. Cold sweat. Trez woke up in an absolute cold sweat, every inch of his skin drenched, his core temperature all Arctic, his heart going so fast it felt like someone had swapped the thing for a cake mixer. Bursting up off the pillows, he shouted. Bedroom. Instead of something terrible and shocking, all he saw was a whole lot of his bedroom, and everything was on the normal, from the lamp that was glowing next to him, to his clothes draped over the chaise lounge, to his shoes askew from where he'd kicked them off the other dawn. For a moment he was confused. Scribe virgin. Some strange, mystical place. Selena in the grass, in the clinic, frozen. A soft moan shattered the straddle between nightmare and reality. Jerking around, he saw Selena lying in his bed, her naked shoulders showing above the sheets, her dark hair loose over his white pillowcase, her face and body turned away from him. Closing his eyes, he sagged, and wished it had all just been a bad dream. But then he refocused and got about his female, pulling the duvet up higher to keep her warm, discreetly leaning over and reassuring himself she was still breathing, wondering if he should go find some food for her. As if she sensed his presence, she rolled over, her face tightening in her sleep like it hurt her to move. Fuck. The sex had been out of control, raw, rough. Right after her body had been through so much. Damn him, he thought as he dragged a palm down his face. How could he have done that to her? He should have jerked himself off until his cock had lost all sensation. Worse, he wasn't sure they had actually worked things out between them. Shit knew he still felt like an asshole. Reaching across to the bedside table, he got his phone and checked the time. 5:44 a.m. There was going to be no more sleep for him. Sliding free of the sheets, he padded into the bathroom, shut the door, used the facilities, and took a quick shower. Then he was back out, picking up his pair of earbuds from the bedside table's drawer and putting them in place before he did a bed reinsertion. Moving slowly, he was just as careful getting back in as he had been on his evac, maneuvering his nearly 300-pound weight onto the pillow-top mattress without displacing her like she was on a trampoline. When he was resettled, he pulled a quick check of his female and was relieved to find she was still sleeping, which kind of terrified him. What if she were in a coma or, as if she were searching for him, she patted around on the duvet. I'm right here, he whispered. Instantly, she stilled her searching, and as he took her hand, her palm was warm, vital, just as it always had been. He took a moment to study her fingers, bending them one by one, measuring the movement, checking for resistance. Which wasn't right, he thought. It was unfair to try to solicit information from her body without her knowledge and awareness, and by way of apology, he stopped himself and smoothed the pink nail beds and the short white semicircles she trimmed regularly. As sleep reclaimed her, he felt paralyzingly alone. Even though they were side by side, him propped up against the headboard, her nestled in close to his body, he couldn't seem to connect with her. He told himself it was simply a matter of asleep and awake. That was the divide, nothing scarier than the fact that her brainwaves would read differently than his on a CAT scan. It was bullshit, of course. And the harder he tried to force himself to believe the lie, the more trapped he felt. So to derail the internal fight, he turned on Sirius XM radio on his phone, jacked the plug of his earphones into the ass of his handset, and tried to get comfortable. Or somewhat comfortable. Or at least not consumed by the need to jump out of his own skin. Naturally, because his luck sucked, the first thing he heard on the radio was more bad news. Are you kidding me? he blurted out loud as Howard Stern's voice piped into his skull. Eric, the actor, is D. Selena's brows tightened like she was considering waking up, and he closed his pie hole. But he couldn't believe another whackpacker had been lost. It just seemed cruel in light of everything he was going through. Shit. It was as if bad news was making a concerted effort to come out of the shadows and find him. Selena woke up slowly, and the scent of Trez's body was the first thing she noticed. The sound of his voice the next. The feel of his hand in hers the third. Opening her lids, she found him sitting up next to her in his bed. His black eyes wrapped on his phone. His brows down as if he'd received upsetting news through a text door. "Is everything okay?" she asked. When he didn't answer her, she saw that he had wires running from the phone to his ears like he was listening to something. The instant she squeezed his hand, he jumped so high he popped the ear thingies free. "Oh my God. You're awake. I'm sorry. I didn't meant to. Shit, no, don't beer, you all right? Do you need Doc Jane?" No, she tried to get her brain working. "I'm fine. You seem upset." As he looked at her, the only sound in the room was the hiss coming from what had been in his ears. She pulled the covers up higher. "Is there something wrong with me?" "Oh God, no. No, it's nothing." He glanced at his phone. "Just someone who was on the Stern show D." When he stopped, his eyes got wide, as if he had almost said something unforgivable. "Died?" she finished for him. You can still say the word." She squeezed his hand again. "Honestly." Trez cleared his throat and put the phone aside. "Are you hungry?" "Not really." "Thirsty?" "No." He fidgeted with the sheets. The duvet. "Warm enough." Frowning, she pushed herself upright and sat back against the pillows. Looking over at him, she smiled. "I'm glad I came up here. To talk to you and do those other things." "You are." His eyes, those beautiful almond-shaped eyes, swung back to her. "Really? I feel like I was too hard on you when we—" She smiled even wider. "I really lost my virginity now." He blushed. Actually blushed. A red stain hitting his high cheekbones. "I worried I'd hurt you." "Not at all. When can we do it again?" Trez's coughing fit was sudden and loud, and she had to pound him on the back before he started breathing right again. "You okay?" she said, still smiling. Yeah. You just have a way of surprising me." For a split second, she remembered him coming to her in the sanctuary. Even though she had been in an arrest at the time, she had known the instant he had arrived. It had been a miracle. But how had he known? "How did you find me?" "Up in the sanctuary." He shook his head slowly. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Try me." "The scribe virgin. I was at my club and dealing with some stuff. Rage and V were with me. All of a sudden this figure appeared, black robes, light under the hem, voice that I heard inside here." He tapped his head, rather than through my ears. "Next thing I know, I'm well anyway. I was with you." Now she was the one fiddling with things. "I'm really sorry." "About what?" "About you seeing me like that. About all of this." "Fucking hell, like I said before. As if you'd volunteer to be sick?" "I know, but still. I wish." She tried to tilt her head back so she could look at the ceiling, but her neck was too painful. "You're hurting." "It's nothing unusual. This is how I always feel after anyhow. Guess two could play at the avoidance game." "This is so unnatural," she blurted. "What is?" She had to turn her torso so that she could look at him properly. And absently, she measured how good his dark skin looked against the white sheets, the contrast making both seem to glow. Selena tried to find the words. "I feel like there's this huge, divide or something between us. It makes no sense. I mean, you're right here beside me, but there are words that we're tripping over, subjects we don't want to talk about. It's just, well, it sucks. Because right now, this is the good part. I mean, check me out." She lifted her free hand and splayed her fingers wide, then wiggled them. "Mobile and awake is so much better than where I was, right?" When he simply stared at her, she felt like a fool. "I'm sorry. I guess that sounds weird." Trez leaned in and kissed her quiet, his lips lingering. "No," he eased back. I know what you mean. It's not crazy and you're right. Now is the good part. You are so hot. Trez let out another cough. Damn, female. What are you like? I told you last nighter, geez, what time is it? Anyway, I told you before. I'm all about honesty now. His lids dropped low. Being straight up suits me just fine. So let me ask you, if I were to pick you up and carry you into the shower, would you get on my knees again under the hot spray and see if you taste as good as I remember? The sound that came out of him was not a cough. But it wasn't a coherent statement either. It was part growl, part groan, with a little moan thrown in for good measure, like he was getting ready to beg. It was pretty much the sexiest thing she had ever heard. Is that a yes? She drawled. He kissed her again, harder this time. Longer, too. Then he pegged her with eyes that were boiling. Shit. I'm dying over here. As Trez stopped himself again, she got thrown by that word herself. When it came to the two of them, one was, in fact, dying. It was her, not him, though. I'm sorry, he whispered. I won't say that ever again. It's all right. She forced herself to smile. Let's wash our cares away. I'm going to find a cure for this, he said gravely. I'm not going to let you lose the fight, Selena. I will literally move heaven and earth to keep you beside me. No divide. Nothing but our naked skin, our souls. Tears speared into her eyes, and she forced them back, willing them to get gone and stay that way. Reaching up to his handsome face, she brushed her fingertips over his features. I love you, Trez. God, I love you too. 27. When Layla woke up, she was lying on her side on a much softer surface than the vestibule's floor. In a panic, she brought her hand to her belly. Everything felt the same, the hard swelling, the size it had been. But dearest Virgin Scribe, had she injured the young? She could remember getting out of her car, struggling to walk over to the mansion's entrance, losing consciousness. Young, she mumbled. Young okay? Young? Instantly, Quinn's blue and green stare was right in front of her. You're all right. As if she cared about herself right now. Young. With a curse, she thought, why had she ever complained about being pregnant? Maybe this was punishment for her having. Everything's okay. Quinn glanced across the room, focusing on someone she couldn't see. Fine, just okay, yeah, fine. The relief was so great, tears flooded her eyes. If she had lost their young because she was meeting with Ecker? Because she'd been staring at him while he did that to his sex? She never would forgive herself. With a curse, she wondered why had she asked that male to do those things. It was wrong on so many levels, adding to her guilt when she was already choking on the stuff. After all, it was so much easier to take the high-road victim role if you were not asking your blackmailer to jerk off. Oh God, she moaned. Are you in pain? Shit, Jane. I'm right here. The good doctor knelt down beside Quinn, looking tired, but alert. Hi there. We're glad you're back. Just so you know, Manny reset your arm. It was broken clean through. We've put it in a cast and there was some kind of conversation about her recovery time and when the plaster could come off, but she didn't pay attention to any of that. Doc, Jane and Quinn were keeping something from her. Their smiles of reassurance were like photographs of the real thing, perfectly accurate, but flat. What aren't you telling me? She cut in. Silence. As she struggled to sit up, Blay was the one who helped her, gently grasping her good arm and giving her something to push against. What? She demanded. Doc Jane looked at Quinn. Quinn looked at Blay. And Blay was the one who eventually met her eyes. There's something unexpected, the fighter said. In the ultrasound. If you make me ask what again, she gritted out. I'm going to start throwing things, and to hell with my broken arm. Twins. As if time and reality were a car that had suddenly had its brakes punched. There was a metaphoric screeching sound in her head. Layla blinked. I'm sorry, what? Twins, Quinn repeated. The ultrasound is showing that you are carrying twins. And they're both perfectly healthy, Doc Jane added. One is significantly smaller, and its development has been delayed, but it appears viable. I didn't catch the second fetus during your previous ultrasounds because I understand from a consult with Haverstadt vampire pregnancies are different from humans. There was apparently another fertilized egg that had implanted but did not enter a significant embryogenesis stage until much later. Your last ultrasound was 2 months ago, for example, and I did not see anything at that time. Twins. Layla choked out. Twins, one of the three replied. For some reason, she thought back to the moment when she'd found out she had, in fact, conceived. Even though pregnancy had been the goal, and she and Quinn had done what they'd had to do to get there, the news that the kneading had been successful had been the kind that stunned. It just seemed so miraculous, and overwhelming a joyous gauntlet that she was not entirely sure wouldn't get the best of her. This was the same, except without the joy. She had known 2 of her sisters to carry twins, and one of the pregnancies had been lost. The other had resulted in only a single living young. Tears started to fall from her eyes. This was not good news. Hey! Blay leaned down with a handkerchief. This is not bad. It's not. Quinn nodded, although his face remained a mask. It's unexpected, but not at all bad. Layla put her hands to her stomach. 2. There were 2 young that she now had to get over the ultimate finish line safely. 2. Dearest Virgin Scribe, how had this happened? What was she going to do? As the questions ran through her head, she realized, well, hell, like so much of life, this was out of her hands. An impossibility had become manifest. Her job now was to do what she could to help herself and the young get the rest, nutrition and medical care that was required. That was the only thing she could directly affect. The rest of it? Up to fate alone. Could there be others? Layla asked. Doc Jane shrugged. I believe that is highly unlikely, but I'd like to send a sample of your blood off to Havers. He has much more experience than I do in this, and after having a look at a vampire-specific pregnancy hormone, he believes he can take a good guess as to where you're at. He did say, though, that triplets are virtually unheard of, and yours is the typical course of multiples for females. If they are going to have twins, unless in the extremely rare case of identical twins such as Z and Fury, the second embryo will delay its development until the pregnancy is well along. Almost as if it is waiting to see whether things look good before deciding to join the party. Layla glanced down at her distended belly and vowed never, ever to complain about a goddamn thing. Not the swollen ankles or the oversensitive, pendulous breasts, or the peeing every 10 minutes. Not one more whinge. Ever. The fact that she'd somehow lost consciousness, fallen face-first on a marble floor, and still managed to have this young. These young, she corrected with a shock. In her body safely was a reminder that the aches and discomforts were minor in comparison to the big picture, the big goal, the big concern, which was birthing them at the right time and having them survive. So do you consent? Doc Jane asked. I'm sorry, what? Is it okay to send a sample of your blood to Havers for analysis? Oh yes. She extended her good arm. Do it now. No, we took the vial already. Which would explain the cotton ball taped to the inside of her elbow. Her brain was not working right. Is that the reason she passed out? Quinn asked. The extra young? Doc Jane shrugged again. Her vitals all look fine and they've been stable for quite some time. When was the last time you fed, Layla? The problem was not whether she'd taken a vein lately. We'll deal with that right now, Quinn announced. Blay and I will both give her our veins. Doc Jane nodded. It would be logical that, with the second baby beginning to require more nourishment, your caloric and blood needs may be much greater than you've realized. I think it's entirely possible you were pushing yourself and it caught up with you. Layla felt utterly numb and had to force a smile. I'll be more careful. And thank you. I really appreciate your caring for me. You're welcome. Doc Jane gave Layla's foot a squeeze through the light blankets. Rest up. You're going to do great. As the healer left, Layla thought about the strange sexual cravings that she'd been having lately, as well as the relatively sudden increase in her physical symptoms. Was it the second young? Do you want something more comfortable than that? Quinn asked. She shook herself back into focus. I'm sorry, more comfortable than? That hospital Johnny. Glancing down at herself, she saw that she wasn't in her clothes anymore. Oh, well, actually it's a bit chilly down here. One of my robes would be nice, but I don't want to trouble you. No problem. I'll take your things back to your room and pick up a nightgown and a robe meanwhile. Blay, you want to offer her your vein? By way of answer, the soldier's wrist appeared right in front of her. Take as much as you need. In that moment, she had an overwhelming urge to tell them. Come clean. Wipe out the stress of the last year no matter the repercussions. She just wanted to be free of the terrible burden that weighed her down. Scared her. Tantalized her. No doubt that would improve the chances of her carrying the young betterless stress was good for pregnant females, right? And now there were 2 lives at risk as well as her own. Layla, she swallowed hard, looked up at the pair of them as they stood over her bed, concerned. She didn't want to betray the only family she had ever had. Besides, maybe if she told them about Ecker, they could make the compound safer. Or move everyone. Layla cleared her throat and gripped the covers on the bed, as if they were a roll bar and she was about to go into a hairpin turn. Listen, I need to. When she didn't finish, Quinn jumped into the quiet. You need to feed. That's what you need to do. As if her fangs were listening, they punched out from the roof of her mouth, and she got in touch with the fact that, yes, she did need to take a vein. And no, she really couldn't tell them. It was no good. There was no good solution for her. They would hate her for endangering herself and the pregnancy, and meanwhile, Ecker would still know where they all lived because the Brotherhood was never going to leave the compound. This was their home, and they would defend it when he attacked after she stopped seeing him. People would be killed. People she loved. Shit. Thank you, she said roughly to Blay. Anything for you, he replied, brushing her hair back. She tried to strike as gently as she could, but Blay didn't even flinch. Then again, when he and Quinn made love, he was no doubt used to much harder bites. Just as she began to draw against the familiar source, taking in the nutrition her body required and could get only from this gift by a male of her species, Quinn went over to where her clothes had been put on a chair in the corner. As he took them into his hands, he frowned and glanced down, then rifled through the folds like he was searching for something. A moment later, his mismatched stare shifted over to her and his body grew very still. Ducking her eyes, she pretended to concentrate on what she was doing. She had no clue what he had found or why he was looking at her like that. But given the way she was living, she had a lot to hide. When were you supposed to go? As Trez asked the question, Selena focused on the hot bowl of oatmeal he'd just made for her. As it was well after dawn, all of the household's dog-gen were taking their rest in their quarters. So she and Trez were alone in the enormous kitchen, sitting side by side at the oak table. Selena, what time is your checkup? She should have watched her mouth. 2 seconds ago, they'd been enjoying this Quaker Oats concoction, with its tributaries of heavy cream and meadows of brown sugar, the pair of them basking in the glow of what they had done in the shower, at peace and relaxed. And now, not so much, as they say. First thing this morning, Trez checked his phone. Okay, that's okay. It's about 8. So even if we finish this, we can still be on time-ish. I don't want to go. She could feel him staring at her. I don't. I'm not in a big hurry to go back there at all. Doc Jane said we had to x-ray your joints to monitor. Well, I don't want to. She put a spoonful in her mouth and tasted nothing. It was just a texture. I'm sorry, but I'm well right now. I don't want to go down there and get poked and prodded again. Her reticence was grounded in the fact that now was the good part, and she didn't know how long it was going to last. Given that nothing could stop this, why did they need to bother with? It would mean a lot to me if you would see Jane. She glanced up. Trez was staring at the windows behind her. Even though the shutters were down and there was nothing to see in them, his eyes were haunted, like he knew she wasn't going to go to the clinic and there was nothing he could do about it. Do you know what I'm most scared of? She heard herself say. His face turned toward hers. What? She stirred her oatmeal, took another taste which still registered just as something warm. I'm afraid of getting trapped. What do you mean? I don't want to get trapped in here, she said with a catch in her voice. Then she patted her chest, her arms, her thighs beneath the table. In my body. I'm scared of the episodes. I'm alive in there, locked in, and when it happens it's hard to hear and see, but things register. I knew you had come for me. It made all the difference. When you were with me, I wasn't quite so trapped. When he didn't say anything, she glanced at him again. He was back to staring at those windows that showed nothing of the day outside, not whether it was cloudy or sunny, or whether it was rainy, or if there was a wind whisking the autumn leaves along brown grass. "Trez?" she prompted. "Sorry." He shook himself. "Sorry. I got lost there for a second." He pivoted in his chair, putting his feet in the rungs under the seat she was in. Then he took her hand, the one that didn't have the spoon, and he smoothed it flat against his palm. "You have the most beautiful hands I have ever seen," he murmured. She laughed. "I suspect you're biased, but I'll take the compliment." He frowned, his brows going tight. I can imagine how he did a long, slow inhale-exhale. I can think of nothing more terrifying in the world than being locked in a place that you can't get out of and to have your prison be your own body? That's inconceivable. That's a terrifying head fuck. Yes. There was a long period of silence at that point, where he sat in front of his cooling bowl without touching the stuff, and she played with her oatmeal, making little S's with the tip of her spoon. The argument they were having played out in the air between them. His please go for your own goods at war with her not until I absolutely have to's. There was no reason to actually say the words. She wasn't going to budge. And that meant his only option was to throw her over his shoulder and caveman her down to the training center. Finally, Selena couldn't stand it and had to change the subject. "I sometimes wonder," she shrugged. "I mean, what if everyone's lied about death? What if there is no fade, but instead you're just stuck in your body forever, conscious but unable to move?" Great. She'd wanted to try to lighten the mood. Nice. Try. "Well, bodies do," he cleared his throat. "You know, rot." Good point. Although, as afterlife nightmares go, for me, I worry about the whole zombie apocalypse thing. He picked up his spoon and started to eat, still holding on to her free hand. "That would suck. You kick it and then you roam the earth, stinking up the place on an Atkins diet that, never ends." She put up her spoon to stop him. "Well, now, hold on a minute, see, you'd just be hungry, right? And if you found people to eat, then, life is pretty good if you're a zombie. Not if the lower half of your face drops off. Without a jaw, how do you feed yourself? Then you're just hungry and you can't do anything about it. Total suckage. Straws. What? You just need straws. Hard to fit a femur through a straw. And a blender. Straws and a blender. Then you're set." With bark of sound, Trez threw his head back and laughed so hard. It was a wonder he didn't wake half the mansion up. "Oh, my God. That is so sick." He leaned in and kissed her. "So fucking sick." Suddenly, she was smiling, too so hard her cheeks hurt. "Totally sick. Is this what they call gallows humor?" "Yup. Especially if we keep riffing." Trez grew serious. "And okay, so you don't go." "What? To the gallows? That is a relief. Down to see Jane. If you don't want to go, I'm not going to make you." Selena exhaled in a rush. "Thank you. I really appreciate that." "Don't thank me. It's not my call. It's yours." He ran his spoon around the inside of his bowl. "I think it's important that you have as much say as possible in any and every part of your life, especially the disease and the way it's managed. I'm guessing you feel like you have no choice about so much of this fate that's come to you, and that makes the opportunities to call the shots especially important." He glanced over at her. "I may have an opinion, and you can bet your ass I'll tell you what it is. But the last thing I want you to feel is pressure from me. You've got enough penning you in already. I'm not going to add to that. How do you know God? It's like you know exactly what I'm thinking." He shrugged and his eyes got a faraway look in them. Then he tapped the side of his head. "Good guess." He refocused on her. "So, the question is, where do you want to go?" "Excuse me? Where do you want to go?" "The clinic is not on the list, what is?" Selena sat back in her chair. Now she was the one staring at the windows. "I like Revenge's great camp, if that's what you mean. Be bolder. Think bigger. Come on, there has to be somewhere exciting. The Taj Mahal, Paris." "We can't go to Paris." "Says who?" "Ah. Never met don't know him. Don't care how big he is if he's standing in our way. I'm a murder the son of a bitch." You are so adorable. Selena bent in and kissed him on the mouth. Then tried to force her brain to cough up something. Anything. Isn't this just my luck? Finally get a free pass and can't come up with O. I know. Tell me, and I'll make it happen. I want to go to circle the world. Trez sat back as well. The restaurant. Yup. She wiped her mouth with a napkin. I want to go to circle the world and have dinner. That's the one that goes around. That's on the top of the biggest building in Caldwell. I saw it on TV once when I was keeping Layla company in her room. You can sit right next to the glass and look out all over the city as you eat. She frowned as he seemed to swallow hard, and not because he'd taken a big spoonful of the oatmeal. Are you okay? Oh yeah, absolutely. Trez nodded and puffed his chest out as he went all male on her. I think it's a great idea. We'll have Fritz make the reservation for tonight. I've got some pull in this city, so it won't be a problem. And they have dinner service until 9 and 10 o'clock. Selena started to smile, picturing herself in one of the chosen robes, her hair done properly, her body normal, and Trez across the glossy black table they'd shown on the TV ad, with the napkins so white, the plates so square, the silver glinting in the candlelight. Perfect. Romantic. And nothing to do with being sick. I am so excited, she said. The next bite of oatmeal she put in her mouth was sweet and creamy and altogether the most perfect. What did humans call it? Break feast? That made no sense. But who cared? It's a date, isn't it? She realized. Praise to the virgin scribe. I have a date. Trez laughed, the sound a rumble in his broad chest. You'd better believe you do. And I'ma treat you like a queen. My queen. As they both tucked in, she thought, wow, such a strange emotional landscape this all was. Deep valleys of despair, followed by vast vistas that were so emotionally pure and beautiful. She felt honored to have them. It was almost as if her life, with its compressed time span, had been shoved together like a bolt of cloth, that which might have been smooth-going and unremarkable, now undulating with great resonance. She would have preferred the luxury of centuries. But in this moment, right now, she felt so very deeply alive, in a way she couldn't say she had been before. Thank you, she said abruptly. For what? She stared down into her oatmeal, feeling a blush hit her cheeks. For tonight. It's the best night I've ever had. We aren't there yet, my queen. It's still the best night. She looked into his dark eyes. Of my entire life. 28. I woke up to the smell of soup. And as his brain started firing again, there was no "is this a dream?" bullshit going on for him. In spite of the fact that he'd been out cold from a concussion, not 1 second of what had landed him in this cell in the Queen's Palace was lost on him. Not the quick change of clothes in front of almost Abraham Lincoln, not the back-end approach through the territory, not the blow to the head followed by his brief wakey-wakey before. The soup, though, was a surprise. It was something he remembered from his childhood. A blend of pumpkin and cream, spice and rice. And there was another scent in the cell. The same one that filled his nose when that priest had come to double-check his markings. Opening his eyes, he recoiled. A Maichin, or maid, was kneeling before him, her body and head draped in the pale blue of her station, her face covered with a mesh mask that showed him absolutely nothing of her eyes or features. In her hands, a fine wooden tray held the bowl, a spoon, a carafe, and a glass, as well as a large torn-off piece of bread. No priest, no one else was with them. He inhaled again and then realized that the female must have come in with the court official before, and he just hadn't seen her. He pushed against the floor, and that was when he discovered he was naked. Whatever. He didn't want to make the Maichin feel awkward, but if she didn't like the view, she could leave. Not that she was looking at him. Her head was lowered in submission, as she had been trained. SX apparently was prepared to take some kind of care of him while he was in prison, or at least keep him alive for the time being. And for a moment, he pitied this poor female whose social rank was so low she was sent in, by herself, to possibly dangerous males without consideration for her safety or her sex. Then again, in the hierarchy of things, she was considered to be essentially worthless. Sad. But he had other problems to worry about. Without acknowledging the Maichin or his birthday suit situation, He got to his feet and walked over to the screen in the far corner. The water facilities were behind it, and he took advantage of them, getting another reminder he wasn't in Kansas anymore. As he bent over a commoner's sink to wash his face, he had only a single crank to turn the faucet on, rather than separate ones for hot and cold. It was not because he was a prisoner. The whole wait for hot water issue was among the things he'd had to get used to outside of the territory. Humans insisted on toggling some mix of opposites to a perfect temperature. Here at the SHISB, all water was 98 degrees. From drinking to washing to brushing your teeth, it was one single constant, neither hot nor cold. Splashing his face, he picked up the black towel that hung on a wall rack and dried off. Soft, so soft. Nothing like human ones, and he was just a prisoner. He retucked the damp length out of habit and stepped free of the screen. Tell SX I want to see him. Prisoners were typically not afforded requests, but he didn't care. He also refused to speak in the old language or the shadow dialect. Because of the predominance of human culture, English was taught in shadow schools, and even staff were expected to have some rudimentary knowledge of the language. And I'm not eating that. He nodded at the tray. So you can take it away. God only knew what was in the shit, whether it was a drug or some kind of poison. He was very confident his treatment here wasn't going to stay so benign. They were, in most likelihood, going to pull his arms and legs out of his sockets at some point, although not until they notified Trez of his captivity. Shit, he should never have trusted. The Maichin placed the tray on the floor. Then she extended her hand, picked up the spoon, dipped it in the soup and brought it upward. With her free hand, she lifted the mesh far enough to expose her mouth and take a sample. Then she did the same for the bread and the fermented apple cider that was in the carafe. Allowing the mesh to fall back into place, she sat back on the soles of the leather slippers on her feet. Unfortunately, the gesture did nothing for his suspicions. Maichin's were so far down the food chain, again, that even the word itself was paid little respect at the beginning of sentences. That she might be poisoned or compromised. No one would care. His stomach, however, was seriously encouraged as she continued to breathe. Before he could stop himself, he went over to her and the tray. Maichin did not look up, but then again she was afraid of him for good reason. The scent of her fear mixed nicely with that spicy soup. So did the scent of her skin. Inhaling through his nose, he felt another shock go through his system. His muscles twitching as did his cock. Which made no sense. Here he was stuck in shit up to his chin, and his sex decided to get interested? Really? No wonder they called the damn thing a dumb handle. Standing above her, he put his hands on his hips and watched for signs that she was going to hit the floor. When she remained upright, he waited a little longer. She was trembling, but she had been ever since he'd gotten to his feet. Iam knelt down on the hard stone floor, mirroring her pose. Almost immediately his knees began to ache, another reminder of how long it had been since he'd been around his people. Such manner of sitting was a commonplace here in the territory. Handy if you're buck-ass naked, too. Didn't put your altogether on as full a display. He ate fast but not sloppily, and it was a good call. His brain needed the calories, his body too, if he were going to bust out of here. Which was the plan. SX, he demanded when he'd finished. Go get him. With that, he pushed the tray toward the female. As was custom, she bent forward in supplication, her covered forehead nearly ending up in the empty white bowl. She picked up the tray, straightened her torso, and gracefully got to her feet without wobbling or dropping any of the dishes. Backing out of the cell, she triggered the door by putting the sole of her shoe against a section of the wall. A moment later, because the exit was clearly monitored, someone opened things up remotely, either that, or the exit was footprint somehow. And out she went. As the panel closed with a Star Trek sound, he knew it would have done him no good to overpower her and try to use her as a bargaining chip. SX and his guards would be more likely to negotiate to save a dog. Pacing around, he pictured his brother beside Selena as she lay on that examination table, under that bright light, her body all contorted, a frozen expression on her face. God, he should never have done this. Talk about a no-win situation. Trez was going to want to come get him out, but leaving that female when she was ill was going to kill him. Nothing like throwing gasoline on a fire. Along with about 100 pounds of dynamite. Trez had meant every word he'd said about Selena and her freedom of choice. As he strode through the underground tunnel, heading for the training center's clinic, he was 100 on pretty much one and only one thing, well, two, but the fact that he was in love with her was a rock-bottom given. The other thing he knew for sure was that Selena, and Selena alone, was going to decide how her condition was managed, and if anybody tried to strong-arm her in any way, he was going to butt out them like you read about. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to go see Doc Jane. About his queen. God, that pet name for Selena was so funny. The instant the sobriquet had come out of his mouth, it had locked in, as if his vocabulary had bonded to that word like his body had bonded to hers. And she would be the only queen for him. No matter what happened to them or where he ended up, she would be his reigning female, none other to supplant her place in his heart, his respect, or the utterance of that word. Dragging his palm over his face, he forced his feet to stay at a walking stride even though a big part of him wanted to run at a full tilt to the clinic. There was no rush, however, at least as far as his female was concerned. Selena was up in his bedroom, naked in his tub, soaking her beautiful body in warm, scented water. She was not completely pain-free. She hid the lingering stiffness and discomfort well, but the telltales were in the subtle winces of her face, and the jerky manner in which she moved her hands and arms. The bath and some OTC aspirin were going to help, though, and when she had had a good long soak, she was going to get into his bed for a rest before their date. Her joy at the prospect of their dinner together was contagious. He literally felt warm inside his skeleton, as if her happiness held a kinetic magic that, through his bonding, magnified within his own flesh. Hell, all he had to do was think of her at that breakfast table, grinning over their bowls of oatmeal, or think of the sound of her voice getting all excited about where they were going, and he was sublimely at peace. There had never been anything close to it for him. Not even the love and commitment he had for his brother came near to the feeling. In a sick way, he supposed her illness had been good for both him and Selena. He could not fathom how they would have wiped away the bullshit between them so efficiently or completely without. Hell of a trade-off, though, wasn't it? As he came up to the training center's access point, he entered the proper codes, and then passed through the supply closet and into Tor's office. The brother was not behind the desk, which was a good thing, and not a surprise. It was around 5 p.m., and Tor was no doubt waking up in his mated bed with his Autumn, about to get ready for the night ahead. What had been a surprise was that Doc Jane was willing to see him at this odd time of day. With the hours she'd been pulling lately between injuries and illness and Quinn's brother, it seemed like she and Manny and Elena had been on shift constantly. Made him respect the shit out of her. Through the glass door, down the concrete block main corridor, many doors down on the left. Pushing his way into the examining room, he, oh, shit! Leaping back out into the hall, he put the crook of his elbow up to his eyes, and prayed that what he'd just seen was not a permanent burn on his retinas. There were some things that you didn't need to know about the people you lived with, no matter how much you loved them. A split second later, V opened the door, and the Z Ithawup, as he did up the front of his leathers, was loud. "She'll see you now," he said matter-of-factly, as if 2 seconds ago he hadn't been banging the ever-loving shit out of his Shellin as she sat on her desk. "I can come back?" Trez asked. "Nope, she's ready." "Selena okay?" Aye, yes. She's moving. She's well. I'm taking her out tonight." V took out a hand-rolled. "No shit. Where to?" In all his ruminations, Trez had been studiously avoiding thinking about their precise destination. The date idea was great, the food was gonna rock, there was just one problem that he was gonna have to suck up and deal with. "That restaurant." He pointed to the ceiling. "You know the one downtown that, like, goes in circles?" "Oh yeah, way up there." The brother exhaled. "Hell of a view." 50+ stories. He'd gotten on the website to find out exactly how bad it was. "Yeah, hell of a view. Let me know if there's anything I can do. For either of you." V gave him a clap on the shoulder and started to stride off. "This house." The brother stopped, but did not turn around. And in the light above his head, the tendril of smoke from his hand-rolled struck an elegant swirl in the air. How much time do I have with her? The brother turned his head so that his powerful goateed profile cut a pale slice out of that illumination, the tattoos at his temple seeming more sinister than usual. How much? Trez repeated. I know you saw it. There was a subtle hiss as the brother inhaled, the tip of the cigarette glowing a vital orange. What I get is not that specific. Sorry. You're lying. That dark brow popped up. I'll forgive you that cheap shot. Once. With that, the male resumed striding off, those massive shoulders shifting with his hips, his warrior's body not exactly the kind of thing anyone, even someone of Trez's size and with his shadow skills, would voluntarily take on. Especially with that glowing hand of his. But there wouldn't be a brawl between the two of them. Not on this topic, at least. They both knew he'd lied. V was the brother with the intelligence, the mystical visions, born directly of the scribe virgin's body. He was also incapable of bullshitting anyone about anything. It was just not part of his hardwiring. That incredible brain of his too busy to care about whether or not he offended or postured properly or couched things in ways that were palatable to the inquirer. So when he had refused to turn around, when all he had done was show his profile, he had answered the question well enough. This house would never, ever voluntarily hurt or injure a male he respected. That was even more ingrained than the no-lying thing. And yes, Trez had heard that there was usually not a timeline on V's visions about death, but clearly it was different in this case. Maybe because what had been seen was less about the Chosen's death, and more about what happened to Trez afterward. There are two females, and in both cases you're running out of time. Trez, Doc Jane said, as if she had been trying to get his attention. Are you ready to talk with me? No, he thought, as V disappeared through the glass doors of the office. He was not. 29. Did you think no one would know? As Maichin stepped out from the cell, she froze. The voice behind her was so deep, so low that the words were more growled than spoken, and it was the last thing she had expected. Footfalls of a male twice her height and 3 times her weight circled around her body, and through the mesh that covered her face, she looked up. SX's features were covered as well, but for the executioner, it was chain mail, not delicate links of silver, that hid his particulars, though not his identity. Fear rang in her chest, a hollow strike that brought sweat out under her armpits and between her well-concealed breasts. And you were feeding him? When she neither confirmed nor denied the statement, the executioner threw his hands up in frustration, but he was careful not to touch her or anything that was indirectly touching her body, and that included the tray, everything on it, as well as her robing and even the large marble square that her feet had happened to land on. It was forbidden for any male to come into contact with her, punishable by death, at SX's hands, which would mean that he would be required to commit suicide, she supposed. Tell me, he demanded, did you poison him? No. He has been without food for over 12 hours. Do you normally concern yourself with my prisoners? He is no normal prisoner. She lifted her chin. And you have not taken care of him properly. There are 1,000 others to look after such things. Am I not one of those thousands who live here? He leaned in. Do not go in there again. Maichin removed her mesh so fast, he did not have a chance to look away in time. As he gasped and wrenched around, ducking his face under the folds of his sleeve, her voice matched the authority of his. You will not tell me where I can and cannot go. Drop your mask, he barked. I will not. I do not take orders from you. She ripped the sleeve away from him so that he had naught to cover his eyes. Are we clear? The executioner closed his eyes so hard, the features of his entire face distorted. You're going to get us both killed. No one is here. Now I command you to meet my stare. Such was the turning of tables that he became the cowed one as he took his time opening those lids, as if his face did not want to obey the dictates of his mind. When he finally looked at her properly, it was the first time in her life a male had ever seen her face, and for a split second, her heart got to beating so fast she grew lightheaded. But the thought of that prisoner in there overrode the upset. She jabbed her finger in the direction of the door to the cell, is not to be harmed in any way. Do you understand me? It is not your place to dictate. He is an innocent. That is the Anointed One's brother. not he who must serve the throne. I know from the tattoo. You looked at his body. A series of words exploded out of Essex's mouth, unfamiliar ones that sounded like, Jesus fucking Christ. Whatever that meant. She knew English only formally. Essex leaned into her and dropped his voice. Listen up, you stay out of this. You don't know what's going on here. I know that it is unfair to hold an innocent responsible for something that does not concern him. I'm not going to lose my own life over you. Do we understand each other? And I will not alter my course just to please some moral streak you wish to indulge for a moment. Yes, you will. Now she leaned in and, in spite of his size, Essex jerked back. You are well aware of the power I hold. You shall not cross me in this or any other desire I have, and when I bring him his next meal, you and your males will let me pass in there in peace. I don't trust you enough to feed him properly or safely, and do not tell him who I am. With that, she put her mesh back into place and started to walk off. What's your endgame? Essex demanded. She paused, looked over her shoulder. What does that phrase mean? What are you going to do? Keep him in there like a gerbil for the rest of his natural life? What was a gerbil? Maichin narrowed her eyes beneath the mesh. That is none of your concern. The only worry you have is if anything happens to him. And bring him a proper bed. At least he could be comfortable as she figured out a way to safely set the poor male free. Maichin made it around the corner and out of sight, before she began to shake before she had to catch herself against the wall to stay standing. Closing her eyes, all she could see was that imprisoned male, walking around the screen as he had re-emerged from running the water. His body had been breathtaking, his naked form arresting her eyes, her thoughts, her breath. Broad of shoulder, thick of chest, long of torso, he had seemed to have been crafted by an artist, rather than born of a mortal. And then there were the other parts of his body, which had made her blush so fiercely, she worried the mesh would melt right off her face. She told herself that she was just going to help him, and that was true. It was. But it would be foolish to discount this burning curiosity. Mayhap even dangerous too. Stars above, what was she doing? When Trez jumped up on the examination table, his head nearly banged the chandelier, and while he ducked to create airspace, Doc Jane came over. Here, let me move my lights out of the way. With that little problem solved, he gripped the thin mattress under his ass like he was about to go on a roller coaster ride. And he absolutely hated roller coasters. Doc Jane brought over a rolling stool and sat down, pulling the two halves of her white coat together and linking her hands on her knees. Staring up at him, she seemed prepared to wait for as long as it took him to get his thoughts together. Clearing his throat, he announced, She's not coming down here. She doesn't want to be fiddled with while she's feeling well. I can understand that. He waited for more, and reminded himself to be civil because she was V's Shellen. When the good doctor didn't continue, he frowned. That's it. What do you want me to say? That Manny and I are going to make her come see us? I can't do that, I won't do that. As he felt no relief at all at the statement, Trez realized that he had wanted Doc Jane to force Selena down here. Hypocrite much? Not really a pro-free will stance, was it? How do I know she's going to make it through the night? He said tightly. Without an arrest episode? Yeah. You don't. Doc Jane brushed her short blonde hair back. Even if I examined her now, I couldn't tell you when the next one is coming. I don't know much about the disease, but from what I've learned, that's part of the issue. There is no prodromal stage. What's that? You have migraines, right? When he nodded, she pointed to her eyes. And you get an aura about 20 to 30 minutes before the pain hits, yeah? Well, sometimes sufferers get numbness and tingling in their arms or legs. Others have sensory anomalies, like smelling things that aren't there or hearing things. With Selena's disease, there is no warning that an acute phase is about to happen. The freezing up seems to occur out of the blue. Have you spoken with that Havers fool? Actually, he's never heard of such an illness. The closest he's come is dealing with arthritis-related symptoms. She shook her head. It makes me wonder if we were able to do genetic sampling from the chosen, whether there would be a recessive gene in them somewhere. With a captive breeding population such as they have been, you'd expect to find exactly this kind of a disease cluster. She shrugged. But back to Selena, I wish I could tell you what was going to happen, or even what to look for. Can't, though. I've done a complete blood panel on her, and her white cell count is slightly elevated along with her inflammatory markers, but other than that, normal. All I can say is that if she's up and moving around, her joints are by definition functioning well, and they will let us all know when they aren't. He cracked his knuckles one by one. Is there nothing we can do for her? Not that we can think of so far. One of the challenges is that we don't understand the mechanism of the disease. My suspicion is that after the bone growth is triggered by God only knows what, her immune system somehow rebounds and attacks the offending material, destroying it as if it's a virus or infection. And her body's defensive mechanism knows when to stop, as her original skeleton is intact afterward. There probably is something inherently different about the bone growth, but I wouldn't know unless we did a biopsy. So why does she have to shit? Every time he blinked, he saw Selena lying on the table, her body in that god-awful contortion. Why can't she just keep fighting things off and recovering? My guess is the immune system fails. When you think about it, it's an extraordinary series of events on the cellular level. When I saw the first set of X-rays, I would never have guessed her body could come back from that to any kind of functioning. He fell quiet and stared at the tile floor. I want to take her out tonight, for a date. When the doctor stayed silent, he glanced up. Not a good idea, huh? Doc Jane crossed her arms over her chest and pushed her chair back and forth on its little black wheels, the seated version of pacing. Fuck. He should have had this conversation before he'd suggested an excursion. How frank do you want me to be? Doc Jane asked. Trez had an image of Vicious's goateed profile highlighted under that ceiling fixture outside in the corridor. I need to know where we're at. Even if it killed him. It was a minute or two before Doc Jane answered, and he guessed she was running scenarios in her head. The most conservative route is for her not to leave the compound, and for me to do a total workup on her, one that involves multiple biopsies, a CAT scan, an MRI out in the human world, and consults with human doctors through Manny's contacts. And then we'd probably want to start her on an aggressive course of steroids, even though that's more a hunch than anything certain. I have to believe the inflammatory process has something to do with all this. There could be other drugs to try, maybe some procedures, but it's hard to guess at them with any certainty from where I'm sitting right now. She rubbed at her short hair until the stuff stuck straight up in blonde spikes. We'd have to get moving fast because we don't know how much time we have, and everything would be trial and error, with probably more of a prolonging goal than a cure. Although again, that's just a hunch, nothing concrete. He closed his eyes and tried on for size, telling his queen that instead of going to that restaurant she was so excited to eat at, they were going to. But that's not what I would do if I were her. Trez popped his lids and looked over at the physician. So there's another way. Doc Jane shrugged. At the end of the day, I think you have to consider quality of life. I'm not sure how far we'd get in treating or understanding this disease even if we climbed all over her. I'm basing that on the fact that she is, to borrow an infectious disease term, patient zero for us. Nobody has seen this even though a minority of her sisters have suffered for generations from it. There is a very complex series of things going on, and there's a lot to try to get a grip on. And for what? Do you want to ruin her last nights? Nights? He blurted. Jesus Christ, is that all we have? I don't know. She lifted her palms. No one does, and that's the point. Would she rather spend whatever time she has living, or simply waiting to die? I'll tell you right now, if it were my choice, it would be the former. That's why I'm not going to make her come down here or try to have her feel bad, because she's not in a big hurry to lie down on my table. Trez blew out the breath he'd been unaware of holding. Revenge went up north, to the colonies, to see if there was anything in the Symphoth tradition that would help. I know, Elena told me. We're hoping to hear something soon. He could tell by the professional tone of the female's voice that she wasn't holding out much hope. What happens if Selena gets into a situation and we're out to dinner? Then you call us. Have I shown you Manny's new toy? I'm sorry. She got to her feet and patted his knee. Come with me. Doc Jane led him out of the exam room into the corridor, and then down, past the unused classrooms to the parking garage's heavy steel door. Opening the thing wide, She indicated through the jams with her arm. Tada! Trez stepped out into the cooler, damper air. The enormous ambulance was shiny as a penny, boxy as a Lego, bigger than Quinn's Hummer. Bigger, actually, than the human ones he'd seen out and about in Caldwell. It was a goddamn RV. That is some serious shit, he said. Yup. One of the things Manny and I have been worried about. The back doors of the vehicle burst open, and Doc Jane's human partner hopped out. Thought I heard voices. The man grew grave as soon as he saw Trez. Hey man, how you holding up? The two shook and Trez nodded at the vehicle. So this happened, huh? Come see inside. Trez shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans and walked around to the back. Through the open double doors, he saw a large center aisle with two gurneys, one after the other, surrounded by all kinds of medical equipment stored in glass-fronted, locked cabinets that lined the sidewalls like bookshelves on steroids. It's like a miniature operating room, Trez murmured. Manny nodded and jumped back in. That's the plan. We want to be able to treat serious, potentially mortal field injuries quickly. Sometimes, getting patients back here or to Havers's is too risky. The doctor started opening up those cupboards and cabinets, showing an array of sterile dressings, sterile operating tools, even a microscope on an extending arm that could pivot around to either of the beds. He patted the thing like it was a pet. This baby is also a portable X-ray machine, and we have ultrasound technology. Oh, and as a bonus, the RV is bulletproof. That was my husband's contribution, Doc Jane added in. And V also did the computer systems in here. As he would say, true that. Doc Jane glanced at her partner. So listen, Trez is taking Selena out for a date tonight. That's a great idea. Where you two headed? Trez made a circular motion with his forefinger. The thing in the sky. That goes around and around. Oh yeah, I know the one, the guy said. At the hospital we called it Engagement Central, 'cause that's where the doctors took their girlfriends when they were ready to put a ring on it. Very romantic. Yeah. Trez stared at the expanse of the mobile trying to decide whether it made him feel relieved or depressed as shit. The good news, he supposed, was that with the flashing lights over the cab of the vehicle and Manny's legendary lead foot, they could make it to downtown in about 10 minutes, especially with there being little traffic. But what if that wasn't enough time? What if Selena needed? Trez? The male doctor said. He shook himself out of his ambient panic. Yeah. How about I go with not as your chauffeur? He cut in as Trez recoiled. I'll park in the rear of the building and just hang out in case you need us. This thing has counterfeit badges on the doors and the hood and the back, and I've got all kinds of forged papers. No one will bother me, and I'll bring a brother with me in case I need to scrub any humans. Trez blinked. God, I can't ask you to do that. You didn't. I volunteered. Trez stared into the state-of-the-art ambulance. He couldn't believe the guy was prepared to. Trez, Manny said. Hey Trez, look at me. Trez swung his eyes back to the human. Manny was well built for a non-vampire, with an athlete's body that he continued to keep up after mating V's sister, Pain. But the strongest thing about him? His confidence. Trained in the human world, the former chair of the Department of Surgery at St. Francis Hospital downtown radiated the kind of my way or the highway attitude that meant he fit right in with the brothers. I got you, the guy said gravely. I got you and her. Manny extended his palm, and for a moment, all Trez could do was blink. But then he clasped that which had been offered him. Trez's voice cracked. I don't know how I can repay you. You just go and enjoy your woman. That's all I care about. As Doc Jane put her hand on his shoulder, Trez was humbled by the support. And hopeful, too, that maybe revenge would come up with something from the sympath side of things. After thanking both of them again, he went back into the training center, Doc Jane staying behind with her partner as if she knew he needed a minute to get his shit together. God, his head was spinning. And it was funny he had no impulse to drink away the angst. At all. He didn't feel the need to go out and bang 100 random chicks. Either. He also didn't have any interest in checking in with Big Rob and Silent Tom about the club and its opening night, or following through about those packs of drugs they'd found on that lesser. He didn't even want to go upstairs to the mansion's third floor, wake up his brother, and give IM an update. He was curiously hollow, and that scared him. Tonight was supposed to a special one for his queen. Had to be. 30. It was around 6 in the evening when Selena stepped out of the shower in Trez's bathroom. She had slept like a young all day long and into the night, aware only of Trez coming in and checking on her from time to time. As a result, she felt better than she had for. Dearest Virgin Scribe, she didn't know how long. Toweling herself off, she wrapped up her hair and put on Trez's black robe. The voluminous weight dwarfed her body, falling to the floor, the tie so long the ends nearly tangled in her feet. But it felt so good to have the thing on her, his scent wrapping around her as an embrace, the folds offering warmth. Over at the double sinks, she picked up a hand towel and wiped free the condensation on the mirror. Under the lights, her skin was glowing, a flush to her cheeks and a blush to her mouth, all the result of the sex they'd shared. And there would be more tonight. She knew that because every time Trez had entered the room, that dark spice of his had been an intense promise of what was to come. Unraveling the towel on her head, she let her dark hair loose, the wet strands flopping down her back. She did the best she could to get the lengths pre-dried, rubbing the terry cloth over everything she could reach without straining too much. Then it was hairdryer time, except no hairdryer. Looking around, she checked the cupboards under the sinks, but only found a whole load of backup toilet paper, soap, shampoo, and conditioner, razors, hand towels, and bath towels. Moving over to the storage area on the wall, she found more towels, which smelled expensive and were as soft as fresh-baked bread, but would not get her where she needed to be. Bone dry was the ultimate goal. Ever so slightly damp was her second choice. Okay, she could be in trouble here. The two of them were leaving at 7:30 and her hair, unaided, took about 800 hours to dry. A knock on the outside door brought her head up. "Hello? Is that a come-in?" a female voice asked from in the hall. "Yes? Please." Tucking Trez's robe in tighter, she went out into the bedroom proper, then stopped as the heavy panels opened. "Oh, hello. Beth, the queen, walked into Trez's room. And with her were Marissa Autumn, Mary Elena, and Cormia. Bella. Payne. Also Shex, who, with her short hair and her leathers, seemed a little out of place in the group. Or maybe that was because of her awkward stance, as if she were unsure what she was doing with the pack of them. "Is there something you needed?" she asked the queen. The others. Even though she had been aware of just Cormia and Layla coming to see her, it was a fair guess that everyone in the house had been told about her difficulties. She really hoped the females hadn't made the trip to offer condolences before she actually died. Fortunately, Beth smiled us supposed to break out the tissues. "We need you to let us do you up." Selena popped her brows and looked at her feet. "I'm sorry. Am I down and don't know it?" "Well, we heard through the grapevine." Marissa spoke up. "My Helrin told me, actually, and he heard it through this house. That you're going on a date," Beth finished. "And we thought you might like some beautification." Cormia put her palms out. "Not that you aren't beautiful enough." At that point, there were lots of oh no's totally beautifuls, and only if you won a sand all Selena could do was put her hands up to her cheeks. "I was just going to put on robing and do my hair as prescribed." "Boring," Shex said. As all the girls sent her looks, she threw up her hands. "I told you I'm not good at this stuff. God, why did you make me come up here?" Beth turned back around. "Selena, you always look lovely, but we have some contemporary clothes for you to consider. Ones that are maybe a little more. You'll look like something other than a window drape." Shex rolled her eyes. I know, I'll shut up from now on. But it's the truth." "I look like a drapery?" Selena said, glancing over to the swaths by the windows that had just unshuttered themselves. "Is that bad?" Beth came forward and took her hands, squeezing them. "Do you trust us?" "Oh, of course, my queen. It's just I don't know, I can't find a hairdryer and—" Marissa stepped forward with a canvas tote full of every conceivable makeup and hairstyling whatever. "Worry not. I have you covered." And that was how Selena ended up sitting on a stool in the middle of Trez's bathroom with a bunch of females circling her with hairdryers, hairbrushes, something called mousse, and curling irons. In the midst of the makeover, her eyes watered. "Oh, am I too close?" Autumn said over the din of the dryers. Selena brought a hand up, hoping to hide her tears. The kindness was so unexpected. She literally felt as though the entire house was getting behind her and her mail. Shex, the hard-ass, was the one who brought over the Kleenex box. And when Selena's hand was shaking so badly, she dropped the tissue she took. Shex was the one who did the duty, snapping another soft white square free and dabbing under eyes that leaked. Selena looked up into that gunmetal stare and mouthed, "Thank you." Shex just nodded and kept discreetly mopping up, her gentle touch at odds with that harsh face and masculine dress, and the gun she wore holstered at her waist in spite of the fact that they were all safe in the compound. Selena had no thoughts in her head, only emotions too big to hold in her heart. As the dryers were finally silenced, she knew it was time to pull herself together. All that sound and fury as her hair was blown around had offered a kind of buffering to hide behind, even if they had all seen her cry. "Your hair is so lovely," Cormia said as she ran her fingers through the waves. "I think we should leave it down." "Thank you all," Selena blurted. "Thank you for this." Beth knelt in front of her. "It's our pleasure." A hand landed on Selena's shoulder, another on her forearm, more on her back, and Shex was right next to her with that Kleenex box. Looking in the mirror, she saw herself surrounded by the females of the house, and none of them were pitying her, for which she was so very grateful. Instead, they were standing with her, doing what they could to show her that she mattered. And for some reason, that seemed indescribably important. Probably because it dawned on her, for the first time, that she would be remembered by these people after she was gone, and to be mourned by good folks was the best legacy anyone could leave behind. "Down?" she heard herself say. "Really? You think I should wear my hair down? Allow me to introduce my little friend." With that, Marissa held up a silver wand that was plugged into the wall via a black cord. "And now the warfare shall begin." Selena had to laugh. Glancing up at Shex, she said, "Have you ever used one of those?" The female yanked at her short hair. "As if, but I think you should do what they say. You're looking at the species brain trust here when it comes to being hot." "Then submit I will." Selena found herself lightening up at the idea of a transformation. "Do with me what you wish." Beth grinned. "You think this is gonna be good? Wait till you see the dress." "I'm sorry. I tried." As Revenge apologized for nothing that was his fault and nothing that was actually a surprise, Trez shook his head. The pair of them were standing in the grand foyer of the mansion, their feet planted on the mosaic depiction of an apple tree in bloom. He put his hand on the male's fur-clad shoulder. "Seriously, Rev, thank you for giving it a shot." Rev plugged his red cane into the floor and walked around. "I looked everywhere in our records. Asked people. Rev, listen, I appreciate your going up to the colony. But honestly, I didn't expect some magical answer. Shit knew he was used to bad news at this point. So don't beat yourself up about it." That floor-length mink flared out behind the huge male as he continued to stride about. Eventually, he stopped dead. "Do you remember the night we met? How could I forget? Always felt like that was supposed to happen." The male stared down at his ostrich-skin shoes. "I don't want this for you, especially considering what else is waiting for you." Rev was one of the few who knew about his being the anointed one back in the Hisby. God, Trez thought. That mess at the territory wasn't on his radar in the slightest. Selena was the great sanitizer of all his other concerns, not just wiping his slate clean, but scrubbing the shit raw. "I'm going to see this through with Selena," he heard himself say. "I'm not going anywhere else while she's Anything you need, you got it." Rev came over. It was unsettling to see such a great male, who was known for his brash arrogance, appear so defeated. Trez had to cut off the commiseration or it was going to take him down. "Look, you don't have to say anything else. Frankly, I'd rather you didn't. Not for nothing. I gotta stay focused on where I'm at right now. Selena is going to come down those stairs, and I can't be all up in my head for tonight." "Understood. But I'm going to hug ya. Please, Danto, no. Come on, man." As he was enveloped in mink, he stiffened and felt like an asshole. For fuck's sake, the guy was just being real. But damn, all Trez wanted to do was run into the billiards room. Maybe hit himself over the head with a cue stick. Until the damn thing broke. His head, not the stick. Wow, this stuff is soft, he said, stroking the coat. Rev stepped back. I'm gonna go crash upstairs in the guest room. I'm whipped and Elena has been up all day with luchas. I think we're gonna go sleep for the whole night. Sounds like heaven to me. Awkward. Moment. You gotta stop looking at me like that. Trez rubbed his face. She's not dead yet. I know. Sorry. I'll leave you alone. Rev clapped him on the back and then hit the grand staircase, ascending with the help of that cane. And as Trez stayed where he was, he realized why he had not hunted down his brother to talk about things. Usually, he and IM would have spoken 8 times already, and it was only 7 o'clock in the evening. But if Rev being a good guy got under his skin, Trez really wouldn't be able to handle that shit with his blooded brother right now. He was barely holding on to himself one look into IM's black stare. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to put things back together from the rubble. Sometimes the honesty was too much. Oh fuck him. Was he seriously quoting 70s Muzak now? Pacing. He and Selena were set to leave at 7:30, and he'd planned to help her down to the car. That had been a big-ass no-go, however. A good hour ago, he'd headed to the 3rd floor to check on her. But Shex had barred his entry and informed him he wasn't welcome in his own bedroom. Then the fighter had thrown one of his black suits at him, along with a black button-down, black tuxedo loafers and silk socks, and his black-on-black Audemars Piguet watch, and slammed the door in his face. Females. Honestly. But he had changed into the clothes, like a good boy, and come down here to wait. As Rev's draped figure disappeared up above, Trez took out his phone and checked his texts. He expected to find something from IM, but, typical of his brother, the guy knew when he needed space and was giving it to him. He fired off a quick update to the mail, telling him that he was going out with Selena and that he'd touch base later on when they came back. Then he reached out to Big Rob and Silent Tom and informed them to route everything that had to do with the clubs through Shex, assuming she could get herself free of the extreme makeover stuff going down in his room. He was about to put the phone away when he saw he'd missed a text. From Rage. The brother had reached out and, "Hey, we ready to go? Where's your female? Speak of the Hollywood." The brother in question came jogging down the main staircase, weapons jangling like human Christmas bells off various holsters that he had yet to strap on his body. "Just got your text," Trez said. "Sorry I didn't respond. You got shit on your mind. It's cool." The two clapped palms, clinched up, pounded shoulders, stepped back. "Check you out." Rage did a walk around. "Lookin' fine." Trez snapped out both of his French cuffs. "I can't embarrass the female. Lookin' like that, she'll be lucky to stand next to you." Rage stopped in front of him. "See, this is what I'm telling my Mary. She wants me to add color to my wardrobe. It's been a thing, like, for the last couple of years." As the brother shuddered, as if his Shellin had suggested he wear women's panties under his leathers, Trez started to smile. "You're into the black Hollywood?" he said. "She wants to match my eyes." Rage pointed to his unbelievably teal peepers. "Like seriously, I say, I've already got aqua on me all the time with these things. Why do we need redundancy? So how much color is in your closet?" "I don't want to talk about it. Too depressing." Lassiter poked his head out of the billiards room. "Hey, Dragon Boy Project runway's on if you want to come watch. Maybe pick up some pointers on your threads." Rage's stare narrowed, but he refused to look at the angel. "Isn't there a Saved by the Bell marathon you have to go watch? Don't hate on Zach. He's like your little fucking brother, beauty queen." Lassiter wandered over, the gold he had on creating an aura around his blonde and black head and his long body, or maybe the glow actually was an aura. "So where are we off to? Your club, Shadow?" "No. An embalmer's ball then? With all that black on, it's like you're getting into the funereal arts." Rage moved so fast it was impossible to track. One moment, he was gritting his teeth beside Trez. The next, he was nose to nose with the angel, his hand locked on Lassiter's throat. Words were spoken so softly, Trez couldn't track them. But a moment later the smartass drained out of the angel's face and attitude. Rage dropped the vice grip and stepped off. So that happened, he muttered as he came back over and started strapping up. Might as well get this shit on. I'm riding shotgun with Manny tonight. Oh yeah. Trez took a deep breath. Hey, thanks for doing. But only because he promised me steak. Trez popped a brow. I'm sorry. Steak? You know, cow? Meat? Heaven on a plate? I know you've had some before. I'm familiar with it, yes. But you're coming to help with the steak consumption. That's why I'm going. There was an awkward pause, during which Rage simply stared at him, as if making the statement that he was not going to be a drama zone. And Jesus, that was probably the most helpful thing the brother could have done. It was like a lifeline out of the emotional suck zone, and Trez grabbed on. Steak, huh? You going to order takeout from Circle the World? Rage recoiled as if he'd been slapped. So, okay, clearly you are not aware of this, which is a stunning lapse in your formal education, but the best steakhouse in Caldy, 518, is right across the street from the skyscraper your restaurant is in. My plan? While you and your girl are up there getting your jollies on and going around in circles, I'ma be down at the ground floor eating like a filet mignon, a roast beef end cut, a Kobe beef burger, a New York strip. Sounds good. Which one are you having? You decide yet? Rage frowned. All of them, with thirds on the mashed potatoes. See, you gotta get your mashed to meat proportion right. Makes all the difference. And then there are the rolls. I'ma get 3 baskets delivered out. Trez put up his forefinger. You know what you need? A meal at Sal's. You should come eat at my brother's joint. Is that Italian? Yup. Talk about best in the city. Shit, why haven't I? Holy motherfucker. At Lassiter's barked curse, Trez and Rage glanced over at the angel. The Pitta didn't notice them, however. His unusually colored eyes focused upward, as if the second coming had arrived at the top of the grand staircase. Just then, a telltale scent reached Trez's nose and rocketed through his blood, the impact wrenching his head and his body around, whereupon he lost all thought, all breath, and all of his soul. Selena stood at the head of the blood-red carpeted steps, her lovely hand resting on the gold-leafed balustrade, her body held stiffly, as if she weren't sure about her shoes, or her dress, or maybe even her hair. There was absolutely nothing to worry about, unless she had a problem with being an H-bomb. Her long dark hair was down around her shoulders, falling to the small of her back. Curled from tip to base, it was such a feminine glory, so overwhelming with its weight and its shine, that he fisted his hands and released them because he wanted to touch it, stroke it, smell it. But that wasn't the half of it. Her face was the only thing that could possibly have put the stuff to shame. Her skin radiant, her eyes sparkling, her full lips red as blood. And then there was the fucking dress. Black, simply cut, with a low-cut bodice and a skirt that ended north of mid-thigh. Very north of mid-thigh. Selena extended a foot, a delicately shod, high-heeled foot that was plugged into a teeny-tiny ankle and a perfectly curving calf that had him grinding his teeth. He had to swallow hard as she started to descend slowly, each step she took bringing her closer to him, being able to touch her, kiss her, take her. Man, that dress was a total knockout, nothing but a sheath that followed the contours of her hips, her waist, and her breasts, with a gathering off to one side at her middle and a second at one of her shoulders. She wore no jewelry at all, but why would she? There was no diamond, no emerald, no ruby, no sapphire that could come near her devastating perfection. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she hesitated, glancing left and right, probably at Lassiter and Rage. Were they still in the foyer with him? Who knew? Who the fuck cared? Selena smoothed the was that silk? Wool? Taffeta? Tinfoil? Paper bag? She reached up and pushed at her hair, then grimaced. You don't like it, do you? I can change. I was going to wear. Something knocked him in the side. Traditional dress. But the girls thought. She looked up over her shoulder to the females who stood at the top of the stairs. I can change. Lassiter cursed. Fuck no. Don't you dare. You look. Trez's upper lip curled off his descended fangs. Then he snapped his jaws in the direction of the fallen angel, like a German shepherd. Or maybe a bull shark doing a test bite before he went chainsaw on his prey. Lassiter put up his palms. Whatever, man, I was gonna say she looks like a charity case. A football referee. A Martha Stewart impersonator. You want me to keep going? I could break into dumbass Disney characters. There are so many of them. That poke in his ribcage came again. Then rage leaned in. Trez, the brother hissed. You gotta fucking say something here. Trez cleared his throat. I. He was dimly aware of the females on the second floor breaking into high fives and cheers of, nailed it, but his queen remained worried. Okay, he needed to pull himself together before Rage's elbow nailed him in the liver again, and Selena bolted back to his bedroom. You or I am. He pulled at the collar of his silk shirt, even though the thing was wide open. You like it? She said. All he could do was nod. He was literally nothing but hormones in a black suit. She was that beautiful to him. Really? More nodding. Aha, really. Selena started to smile. Then she glanced back at the females, who jumped up and down and gave her thumbs up. His queen turned back to him, stepped in close, took his hands and stretched up to whisper in his ear. The only thing they didn't give me was underwear. Naked. She was naked under that. 31. No sleep. Paradise had gotten absolutely, positively no sleep whatsoever in the beautiful house. At first, it had been because she was so excited to have the run of the place that she'd gone through every parlor, bedroom, and bathroom, marveling at the art, the furnishings, the decortwise. Then it had been a case of picking a bedroom underground. She'd chosen the one on the left, and unpack. Her beloved dog Jen Vucci had started to lay a pallet for herself out in the short, stone-walled corridor between the two subterranean suites, but Paradise had insisted her maid go across the way and stay in the other actual bedroom. This had led to a series of protests, whereupon her servant, trapped between a direct order and her discomfort at staying in such luxury, had nearly had a nervous breakdown. In the end, though, and as usual, Paradise had gotten her way, at which point, she'd retreated to her bedroom, changed into nightclothes and discovered the further good news that the Wi-Fi didn't require a password. Stretching out on the velvet duvet, she'd checked Twitter, Facebook, a couple of blogs, and the New York Post and Daily News and continued to ignore texts from Peyton. When her eyelids had finally started to drop, she'd put her phone aside and dragged half the covers over on top of herself, her Syracuse b-ball sweatshirt and her yoga pants the kind of PJs she had slept in many times. And that was when the no-sleep thing had gotten its groove on. Even as she'd closed her eyes, her mind had buzzed with what her father had told her she'd be doing at nightfall to help him with the king. And then there was the fact that that long-lost cousin was alone with her father back at their house. What if he hurt her dad? So, yup, she thought as she stepped in front of the mirror in the bathroom. No shut-eye even when her lids had been down. The good news was that the wait was over, and her father had texted her that his ETA was in about 15 minutes, so clearly he'd made it through the day okay, too. Funny, she was shocked by how badly she needed to see him. After so many years of praying for some freedom, she had found the actual experience marked by a whole lot of homesick. But now I get to work. Turning to the side, she straightened her navy blue blazer, tugged at her white blouse, fiddled with her strand of pearls. As she stepped back, she decided she looked like a 1960s stewardess for Pan Am. Like the ones they'd had in Catch Me If You Can. Ah, come on. She yanked out the tie she'd pulled her hair back with, and fluffed things out. Oh yeah, that's really different. Not. Hair down so did not improve the situation. But she was out of time, and more to the point, who did she have to impress? Anyway? Okay, bad question to ask in any form if you were about to try to hold down your first job and it was not only for your father, but for the king of your entire race and his personal guard of straight-up killers. It was enough to get her praying to the scribe virgin. Stepping out of her. Please, mistress, allow me to make you some breakfast. Vucci was standing just inside the room, dressed in her perennial gray and white uniform, her weight going back and forth between her crepe shoes. The dog Jen had brown hair, brown eyes and skin the color of white bread, but she was lovely in her own way and probably only 50 years older than Paradise. The two had known each other since Perry could remember, as with many daughters of aristocratic parents. The pair of them had been matched with the hopes of a lifelong mistress-slash-servant relationship being formed. In a lot of cases, one's maid was the most important thing taken to your new home when you were mated to a male of similar privilege and breeding. It was your tie to the past, your sanity, and, a lot of times, the only person you could trust. Boy, she much preferred this current relocation that was because of a job, not some overbred Hellrin type. "I'm fine, Vucci." She tried to smile. "Are you hungry yourself?" "Mistress, you did not have last meal either." Perry had no intention of coming clean with the truth, namely, that if she had so much as half a nook or a quarter of a cranny, she was going to go golf sprinkler all over her stewardessness. That kind of candor was only going to lead to a fight over bed rest, and likely Vucci calling in her father for R&R reinforcement. "You know what I would love?" Perry forced a smile. "If you could prepare something for me to eat at my desk." She went over and linked arms with Vucci. "Come on, let's do this." But. I'm so glad you agree. I just love it when we're on the same page like this." Up at the top of the curving, rough-cut stone staircase, they stepped through a life-size portrait of a French royal into the parlor, where the receiving area was located. "It's so quiet," Paradise said, stilling. The room, like the rest of the house, was just so beautifully decorated. Antiques everywhere, silks and satins on the walls and the floors. Even the chairs people were to wait in covered in rich fabrics. It reminded her of articles she'd read in Vogue and Vanity Fair about Babe Paley and Slim Keith. The scale of the furnishing so perfect, the objets dar little whimsies of jade and gold and brass, the colors restrained, but not weak. "I guess father isn't here yet." As if on cue, the automatic shutters rose from all the windows, the subtle whirring sound making her jump. "I shall go attend to the kitchen," Vucci said, "and prepare your first meal." As her maid walked off, Paradise nearly called the female back. But for God's sake, the dog Jen was not a security blanket. Determined to get herself ready, even though she didn't know what she was going to be doing, she went over and sat down behind the desk and played with the mouse, which got her to a password-protected screen she didn't bother trying to crack. Wi-Fi underground was one thing. The computer here was going to be locked, and then some. One by one, she opened the drawers, finding nothing but stationery supplies, and yeah, wow, more stationery stuff. She heard the voices first. Deep, low, very masculine. Then the front door opened, and there was the bass chorus of many, many heavy feet in boots crossing the threshold. Paradise's first thought was to hide under the desk. Members of the Black Dagger Brotherhood filed into the house, all of them dressed in black leather, each one of them armed with brutal-looking weapons. They were bigger than she remembered from her introductions the previous night. And it wasn't like she'd filed the memory of them in the pipsqueak category, either. "Pump a couple of rounds off in their head," one of them said. There was some laughter, and another added, "or their ass. I ain't too proud." Cue the proverbial tire squealing as they all stopped short and looked at her. Thank God she was sitting down, and the desk added a barrier of sorts between her and all that warrior. "Hey," one of them said, the one with the Ben Affleck accent. "Your first night, huh?" As she started to nod, her father flashed in through the open door. I am here. Her dad pressed through the group. "Paradise, how fare you?" As he came up to her, she got to her feet and hugged him hard. She could do this, she told herself. She could absolutely, positively do this. Really. Honest. God, there were a lot of males in the house. Twins. She was having twins. As Layla lay in the hospital bed, she rubbed her belly with her free hand, the one that was not hanging out the end of the cast that ran up to above her right elbow. Her aches from her 2 falls had faded, and the bone break that Manny had taken care of was already knitted back together. The plaster or nylon or whatever it was going to be cut off in a little bit. Twins. Even though she'd had all day to try to get used to the news, she was still stunned, and making things worse, she and Quinn hadn't really talked about it, or what he'd gotten so interested in when it came to those clothes she'd been wearing. By the time he'd come back with a flannel nightie and her favorite pink robe, she'd been asleep. He'd been good enough to lay the robe over her and leave her be. Was he mad at her? Had he guessed that she'd been lying about where her car trips had been taking her? Goddamn, as the brothers would say. The knock on her door brought her head up. Yes. Sure as if he'd read her mind. Quinn leaned his heavy upper body into the room. Hey, I just wanted to check in with you before I left tonight. How are you feeling? Layla took a deep breath and tried to have nothing show in her face. I'm well. How are you? Good. Long pause. That got her heart beating hard. So, thank you for the robe. She stroked the fuzzy length. I really appreciate it. I just woke up, but I'm going to put it on. After a moment, he came in and eased the door shut. His mismatched eyes went up and down her body, and for once, they were reserved. So how are you doing? He said. You know, with the twin thing. Fine. I mean, it's a shock, she shrugged. But I'm adjusting. I'm happy. Too, what a blessing. I mean, yes. Good. Yeah. Aha. Silence. That was filled by him shoving his hands into the front pockets of his leathers, and her playing with the lapels of the damn robe, as well as breaking out in a cold sweat under the hospital sheets. Is there anything you need to tell me? Quinn asked. The pounding in her ears was so loud, she was almost sure she answered him in a shout. About what? What you were doing last night? She forced herself to hold his stare. I went for a drive. Why were your clothes covered with leaves? I'm sorry. Your clothes. Last night, when I took them upstairs, there were dirt and leaves on them. If you walked across the courtyard and fell in the vestibule, why were they like that? She dropped her eyes from his even though she knew that made her seem guilty. Then again, she was guilty. Layla, he cursed softly. Look, you're a grown female. Even though you're carrying my young, I don't have any right to know what's doing in your life except for pregnancy-related stuff. I just want to make sure you're safe. For your sake. For the young. Shit. Now was the time, she thought. Now had to be the time. I feel trapped, she heard herself say. Between Ecker and the Brotherhood. Between danger and safety. Between desire and damnation. I kind of figured that. Quinn nodded. The drives. You're going out a lot. I walk. Where? Outside. In her head, she tried on a variety of come-clean confessions, swapping out nouns and verbs, trying to find a way for her to describe what she was doing without having him lose his shit all over the place. Out in the country. Quinn walked across the room and straightened the already straight framed picture of a weeping willow. People do that when they're working on something. In their head. You got that right, she thought. Dearest virgin scribe, she wanted to tell him. She really did, but the revelation was stuck in her throat. For the first time, she started to get pissed off. At herself. At Ecker. At the whole goddamn thing. Did you trip and fall while you were walking? He said. Yes. She took a deep breath. I was stupid. I fell over a root. So close to the truth. Just with all the salient parts left unspoken. Man, this was killing her. Most females, Quinn came over to the foot of her bed, put his hands on his lean hips and stared down at her feet. Most females have a partner they can go through this with. I want to be that for you. So does Blay. We don't want to let you down. Great. Now she got teary that he might ever doubt how supportive he was. You are incredible. Both of you are. You are utterly amazing. It's just there's a lot going on. At least that was not a lie. More now with twins. He shook his head. Twins, can you believe it? No, she rubbed her belly. I don't know how they're going to fit. I already feel huge. And I have how many more months to go? Listen, please know I got you. I'm here for you. Anything you need. As a shrill alarm started to sound next door, the two of them frowned at the same time and looked around for the source of the noise. Is that coming from Lucius's room? She asked. Oh my God. Is that? Shouting out in the hall. Running footsteps. Jane's voice barking out orders. Fuck. I gotta go see, Quinn said as he pivoted and lunged for the door. I gotta go help. As he bolted for his brother's room, Layla sat up, got to her feet, steadied herself. Whatever was happening next door was bad news, and she was damned if Quinn was going to face it alone. 32. As Selena sat in the back of the giant Mercedes, the one that Fritz drove and was, in fact, driving, she was smiling so widely. Her cheeks were numb and her jaw hurt. Up ahead of the sedan, the skyscrapers of Caldwell glowed like the mythical sentries of some fantasy realm, and she leaned into her windshield, trying to see the particular one they were going to, the tallest of the giants, the pinnacle of them all. "I can't wait to see what the view is like." She turned back to Trez. "I'm so excited." When he didn't reply, but just kept staring at her, she smiled even harder. The male hadn't looked away from her since she'd come down the stairs, his eyes roaming, always roaming, over her lips, her breasts, her thighs and calves, back up to her hair, her face, her throat. His arousal was straining the front of his black slacks. And even though he kept trying to put his jacket or his arm or a casual hand across his hips, she could sense his sex as clearly as if he were naked. She leaned in, getting close. "Kiss me. I don't trust myself." Sounds dire. Stretching up, she nipped the lobe of his ear. Dangerous. The groan that vibrated out of his chest was the most erotic sound she'd ever heard. "Maybe we should take care of this?" As she put her hand on his sex, he jumped and cursed. "Is that a yes?" While he braced himself against the seat and ground his hips into her hand, she glanced to the front of the car, which, due to the vehicle's size, seemed to be in another zip code. Fritz was focused on the road, his old, lined face preoccupied. Maybe they could. Without taking those dark eyes off of her, Trez flopped his hand around his door. A split second later, there was a whirring sound and an opaque partition went up, closing them off from their kind chauffeur. "We don't have a lot of time," she said as she pushed his arm out of the way. "Not gonna need it." From out of a chest pocket, he pulled a white, folded handkerchief and, with a quick shake, freed it of its ironed rigor. As she freed his erection, she was of half a mind to lower her mouth to him, but he took her face between his bare palm and the one that was now covered with fine cloth and kissed her, his tongue shooting in deep, meeting her own. He was hard and hot, velvety and thick, and she slid a grip around his shaft, pumping him. The more she stroked, the crazier the kiss got, until his pelvis was jerking up against her, and his chest was thrashing, and she was breathing as hard as he was. When he orgasmed, he barked out her name and shoved the handkerchief onto himself, and she was so turned on, so giddy with the feel of his mouth on hers and the pump of her palm against his sex, that she felt a welling between her own thighs, an answer to what she was doing, which was so much less than what they both really wanted. Her own release was a surprise, but she welcomed it, absorbing the sharp grabs of pleasure, making them stronger by squeezing her thighs together and rocking. Meanwhile, she continued her stroking rhythm, squeezing at his head, working his length. When it was finally done, Trez fell back against the seat, his lids oh so low, those lips of his parted, his head lolling to the side as if he didn't have the strength to hold the thing up. "Was that a quickie?" she whispered as she pressed her breasts against his chest and kissed him. Before he could answer, she ran her tongue along his lower lip, then sucked the flesh in. Easing back, she said, Was it? Be careful, female. I'm liable to fuck you out of that dress you're wearing. Would that be a bad thing? If any other male sees you naked, yes." He smiled and ran a thong over her lower lip. "I'm protective. You're still hard too, aren't you?" With a quick grab of the back of her neck, he pulled her in tight and kissed the daylights out of her. Although she had been in control of the first part, now he took over, dominating her body, sweeping a hand between her knees and up, higher to her. She orgasmed against his fingers as they sunk in deep, her core firing off round after round of pleasure. "That's my queen," she heard him say from a vast distance. "Come for me." There was no knowing how many times he plied her with that talented touch of his, but eventually, she became aware of the car taking a fat turn that shifted her in the seat. Focusing her glazed eyes through the darkened window, she saw that they were getting off the highway, about to enter the complicated asphalt arteries that fed the countless skyscrapers. "I ruined your lipstick," he said with satisfaction as he tidied himself up. "Did you bring more?" Now she was the one with the case of the Hawats. "Let me see if there's some in here." She fumbled with the slim black purse Marissa had given her. Yup. They've got us covered. As if the females had known exactly what kind of trouble she was likely to get into. There was a tiny packet of tissues, the lip liner they had taught her how to use, and the fabulous red lipstick they'd put on her. There's a mirror up there. Trez stretched out his long arm and popped something down from the ceiling. And it's lighted. She checked herself out and had to laugh. Yup. I think you cleaned it all off. A tissue took care of the smudging, and then it was a case of carefully making a line around her mouth while the car bumped over a road that was mostly, but not completely, even. Shoot, she said, going for another tissue as she ended up with a rose-colored streak headed into her nose. Let me try. Trez took her hand and brought it down. As she looked over at him, his eyes, his soul-shattering, deep black eyes, seemed to be memorizing everything about her. You don't need it, he told her. I like you better without it. Selena smiled shyly. Yes. Yeah. His stare went down her body and came back up. This is wonderful. You look amazing. You're the most beautiful female in the city tonight, and when we get to that restaurant, waiters are going to be dropping their trays. But you need to know, my very favorite look on you. When he paused, she found herself having to swallow hard. What? She whispered. Your very best look, my queen, is the one you were born with. As far as I'm concerned, perfection can't be improved upon by either man nor God. Leaning in, he kissed her softly. Just thought you'd want to know what your male's been thinking as I've been staring at you. Selena started to smile, especially as she realized that sometimes, I love you, could be said without those particular 3 words lined up in a row. See, she said softly, I told you this was going to be the best night of my life. Riding shotgun in Manny's RV ambulance, Rage was eating Doritos out of the bag and totally disagreeing with the doctor. Nah, I'm not a Cool Ranch guy. Original only for me. You are missing out. Manny hit the directional signal to get off the highway. I can't believe you, of all people, are so closed-minded when it comes to a snack food staple. But that's my point. Why improve on a gift from God? Tilting the bag, he looked inside and wanted to curse. He was coming to the end of the big chips. Nothing but the broken parts and cosmic orange dust left. Which was not to say he wouldn't eat it all, and cap things off with a tip-up of the bottom above his gaping maw. But this was the unfun finger dexterity part of the experience. Munching along, he refocused on the ass of Fritz's third-world dictator car. That Mercedes was so big, so black, and so completely tinted, it tended to get more attention as it drove by rather than less. And for shits and giggles, Rage imagined what the humans would think if they knew there were vampires in the back. And that the thing was being driven by a centuries-old butler with a foot that would make Jeff Gordon get a case of the gels. Do we turn right up here? Rage asked as they approached an intersection. That's a one-way. Like I said, do we turn? Manny looked over. Not if we don't want to get arrested. We're in an ambulance. Yeah, but they're not. Oh right, bummer. You know, I really just want to hit the lights on this bitch. Although the instant he said that, his ribcage shrunk around his lungs, and he ended up having to put the window down a little so he could get some air. Did you just leave nacho all over my door? Rage rubbed the bright orange spot away with his forearm. Nope. They kept to Fritz's bumper tight as a stamp on an envelope, turning left, heading away from the river, going right so they were in the heart of the financial district. No dirty alleys. No dumpsters. No slush even during the wet months. And no nasty smells from the rotting remains of cheap restaurants. This was the fancy part of town, where people wore suits and rushed around, channeled like cattle in chutes to their places of urgent, important work. The skyscraper that housed the restaurant they were gunning for had been completed only a couple of years before, its developers touting the enormous vertical rise as the tallest building in Caldwell. Jam-packed with the headquarters of big businesses, to him, it was nothing more than a filing cabinet for humans, each of them locked into their little slots. Snooze. You okay? Rage looked over at the dock. Huh? What's wrong? Nothing. Then why have you stopped eating? Bag's not empty. Rage glanced down. Sure enough, he'd left the detritus where it was, and he didn't have any impulse to finish. Ah, watching your weight? Yeah. That's it. As he crushed the bag, he left orange prints all over the labels and marketing, until the thing looked like it had bruised that color from the rough handling. Then he was stuck orange-handed. Shit, I don't have anything to wipe off with. Are you kidding me? Manny tossed a gauze roll at him. We could do a buff and shine on half the city with what I got in here. Rage unraveled and cleaned up, then crammed everything into the wastepaper basket that was bolted to the floor between the bucket seats. Manny slowed down as they came up to the glass building, and then he parked on the opposite side of the street as Fritz stopped completely at the flashy entrance, the taillights of the Merc glowing red. A moment later, Trez got out and went around behind the sedan, the stiff wind catching his jacket before he did the buttons up, flashing the twin 40s he had holstered under both of his arms. With a gallant move, he opened the door for his female, and Selena emerged from the back, her incredible hair sweeping away from her body, a dark flag that teased this way and that. Good-looking couple, Manny said quietly. She doesn't even seem sick. I know. Trez tucked her arm into his and escorted her up the gray granite steps. And as another couple came out of the revolving doors, both of the humans stopped and stared. Manny. Yeah. You gotta do something, my man. You just have to figure this shit out for them. Manny hit the gas and the souped-up RV's engine revved, taking them onward so they could go around the block to the back. You hear me? Rage demanded. Yeah, I did. Manny took a deep breath. You know what the hardest thing to learn about medicine is? Biochem. No. Human anatomy. 'Cause it's gross. The blinker made a nook-nook-nook sound as the good doctor announced to the world, or at least the street, that they were taking another left around the skyscraper's footprint. It's that there are situations where there's nothing you can do. Rage rubbed his eyes. Something out of his subconscious was coming back to him. Something he didn't want. Rage. Huh. You made a funny noise there. As Manny came up to the service bays, he pulled a neat little driver's ed-style K-turn so that he was able to back that ass right against the building. Shutting things down, he turned in his seat. You sure you're all right? Oh, yeah. Aha. You don't look right. And check out what I'm wearing. Scrubs. You know what that means? That you like having your PJs on all night? That I'm a doctor and I know what I'm talking about. Don't get paranoid, big guy. There was a heartbeat or 12 of silence. Then Manny said, there is nothing I won't do to keep her with him. Nothing. Now Rage was the one pulling the pivot. That's what I needed to hear, document. Just don't put your faith in miracles, Hollywood. That's a dangerous bet. It happened for me and Mary. When we needed one, we got one. Manny stared out the front windshield and didn't appear to see anything of the darkened street ahead. I'm not God, and neither is Doc Jane. Rage resettled in his seat. You need to have hope. They just have to have hope. 33. As the prison cell's door panel slid back into the wall, I.M. wheeled around. But it still wasn't SX. And it wasn't another betting platform. And it wasn't more books he would not read or blankets he would not use or pillows he could give a rat's ass about. It was that made with another meal. Oh, come on, he spat, throwing up his hands. Where the fuck is SX? The female said nothing. She simply walked forward with that tray of hers as the door slid back into place, locking them in together. As she lowered herself to her knees, he wanted to scream. So he did. I'm not fucking eating that. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with you people? The only thing that stopped him from marching over, picking up that frickin' food, and slinging it across the room was the fact that it wasn't the Mychin's fault. SX blowing him off had nothing to do with her, and terrorizing the damn maid wasn't going to get him any closer to freedom and returning to Trez. She was an innocent third party caught up in this bullshit just like he was. Exhaling in a burst, he hung his head. It took him a couple of heartbeats before he was under any semblance of control. I'm sorry. At that, her head jerked up to level, and for a moment, especially as that scent of hers reached him, he wished he could see her eyes. What shape were they? What did her lashes look like? Were the irises as dark as his? Why the fuck was he thinking like this? Breaking off from her, he started walking around. I gotta get out of here. Time is running out. As her head tilted to the side in inquiry, he thought, no. Not gonna go there. He nodded down at the tray. If you want to leave the food, I'll flush it down the toilet so that you don't get in trouble for not feeding me. And that was when she spoke. It is not poisoned. For absolutely no good reason, those 4 run-of-the-mill words stopped him dead. Her voice was deeper than he had expected. All her subservience seemed better paired with some high-octave, super-feminine tone. And there was a husky undertone which made him think about sex. Raw sex, the kind that left females hoarse from calling out the name of their lover. I am blinked. All at once, he had the urge to cover his naked body. Which was kind of bullshit, wasn't it? He'd known she was a female all along, and it wasn't like he'd ever had any clothes on in front of her. Giving in to the impulse, he went over behind the screen, to the stack of towels that had been placed by the inset tub. As he wrapped one around his hips, he felt like apologizing for ever having aired his junk at all. When he came back around, she was sampling the soup and the bread again. You can stop, he said. I'm not going to eat. Why? Again with that voice. Even on only one word this time. I gotta get out of here, he muttered. For a whole fucking lot of reasons. I have to get out. Does something await you? He thought of Trez and Selena. Just death. You know, no big fucking deal or anything. I beg your pardon? Look, I gotta talk to SX. That's what I need to do. Did you tell him? Although it wasn't as if she had any pull. Who is dying? Nothing. No one. Nobody. Who is passing? Not your brother. Look, I need you to go. And not come back unless you're bringing SX with you. Who? And he stopped again. Maids were never imperious, but that was what she sounded like. Then again, his emotions were running so goddamn high. He was capable of reading into just about anything right now and jumping to the wrong conclusion. I came back here for help, okay? He threw up his hands. SX told me he would get me into the palace so I could look through the healer's texts. For whom? My brother's mate. The maid's head came up sharply. He is to mate the princess here, though, no? I heard that he is the anointed one. He fell in love. I am shrugged. It happens. Or so I've heard. And she is the one who is dying? She's not doing well. As he resumed his prowling, he could feel the eyes behind that mesh track him. So that's why I need to get out. My brother needs my help. He is in mourning. The executioner. I am glanced over, and then resumed stalking the cell. Yeah, I know, but he had enough free rein to meet me on the outside. Shorter trip now that I'm in the palace itself. But that is the issue. He left and no one knew where he had gone. The palace wanted him to participate. The palace insisted that he attend to the queen. He is with her now. Just his luck. There are breaks in the rituals, though, aren't there? Can you catch him then? Well, maybe I can take you to the texts? Iam cranked his head around slowly. What did you say? Longest elevator ride of his life. As Trez stood next to Selena in a glass-walled torture chamber, he was resolutely facing the closed doors and praying for some kind of Doctor Who time warp thingy that had him stepping out of the goddamn thing right fucking no. Eyeballs locked on the glowing line of numbers above the chrome doors. He wanted to vomit. L44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 44 had yet to light up because they were in the screaming fast, liver in your loafer, express part of the joyride. Oh, you should look out here, Selena said, pivoting toward the all-access pass to Vertigo. This is so much fun. A quick glance over his shoulder and he nearly hurled. His beautiful queen had not just gone over to the glass, but put her palms on it and leaned into the ever-higher view. Trez snapped back around. Almost there. We're almost at the top. Can we go down and come up again? I wonder what the descent is like. Actually, maybe they should head back to the lobby. He was fairly sure he'd left his manhood there when this rocket ride had ignited. Trez. Tap, tap, tap on his forearm. Look at this. Oh yeah, it's incredible. Yeah. Abso. They were never getting to the 444th floor. Much less level 15,000 gabillion where the cocksucking restaurant was. McDonald's, he thought. Why couldn't she have wanted Mickey D's? Or Pizza Hut, Taco Hell. Beep. At the sound, he braced himself for a die-hard moment where some mastermind in a bespoke English suit blew up the rooftop. Nope. Beep. 45. Beep. 46. And more good news came as the bum rush to the heavens slowed. Trez. MMM? Is there something wrong? Just really psyched for dinner. Oh my God. I can't wait to get there. She tucked her arm through his and leaned her head against his triceps. You really know how to treat a female. Damn right he did. For example, he was very clear that it would be considered highly unromantic to go fetal and suck your thumb because you were nutless when it came to heights. Bing. And the doors opened. Thank you, baby Jesus, to use a butch phrase. Now, he told himself, get your shit together, you sackless wonder, and focus on your female. Flashing his queen a Cary Grant plus fangs, he escorted Selena off the death trap and into a black marble lobby that for a split second took him back to his nightmare at the Hisby. So much glossy black stone on the floors, walls, and ceiling, with lights inset up high and nothing else. Trez. Shaking himself, he smiled down at her. You ready for this? Oh yes. A discreet black-on-black sign with an arrow indicated the way to the restaurant, but his keen senses of hearing and smell had already given him that information. Thanks. As they started off, a human couple steamed toward them, the female's high heels like the F-word being used with every step she took. No reservation? She hissed. How could you not get us a reservation? The man next to her was staring straight ahead, like you would if you were stuck next to a 3-year-old on a bus. I can't believe you didn't get us a reservation, and we had to walk out like that, in front of all the other. As she continued to marching bandit to that theme song, the man's eyes locked on Selena and the poor bastard recoiled in awe as if a living angel had appeared in front of him. After Trez pointed out to his inner bonded male that an appropriate entree didn't include filet-o-fucktard, he realized that he, too, had failed to call ahead and lock down a time for a two-top. Shit. He'd totally forgotten to ask Fritz to make the damn call. And mind control worked on humans, including snotty maitre d's, but what it couldn't fix was rank unavailability of empty seats. You know, I've heard the food isn't all that, he said numbly. That's okay. I'm really here for the view. The entrance to Circle the World was not marked with any signage. Like if you needed to ask, you didn't need to be there. All there was a pair of smoky glass doors as wide and tall as a one-story house. Getting a jump on the black handles, he pulled one half open and let Selena go ahead. Total restraint. That was the first impression of the place. Glossy black everywhere, from the tables and the geometric chairs to the square supports that held the ceiling up overhead. No flowers, no candles, nothing fussy. And the dark night beyond all those windows? Black as well, so that it looked as if there was no divide between the sky and interior. The only touch of whimsy? The curling LED lights that hung from that lofty ceiling on black wires, their twinkling illumination reflecting off of all the high gloss. Oh, and there was a soprano singing over in the corner, her dulcet voice piped in throughout the place. I've never seen anything like this, Selena whispered. It's like there are stars everywhere. He looked around. Yeah. Okay, where was the gent in the penguin suit who was in charge of turning people with good money away? There was no maitre d' stand, just 30 feet of black carpet that led to the first lineup of minimalist tables. They're looking at us. On the whispered words, he frowned and focused on the diners. Well, what do you know? Every one of the humans at the tables seemed to have stopped eating and was looking in their direction. From out of nowhere, a woman rushed over. Like the decor, she was all in black, and even her hair was a cap of stick-straight high gloss. How do you do? She said with a broad smile. Welcome to Circle the World. And we will now self-destruct in 3, 2. Yeah, I didn't call ahead. Oh, Mr. Latimer, yes, you did. Your representative, Mr. Perlmutter, let us know you would be gracing us with your presence. We are so pleased to accommodate you at the windows. Fowuk. Thank you, Fritz, butler lifeboat supreme who had clearly overheard something. As his queen beamed, the woman indicated the way across the open room, and as they followed her, Trez realized that they had stepped onto a vast, slowly revolving plate. The entire restaurant moved around the center core of the elevator shaft and what must have been the kitchen space. They went right to the edge. To a table for two that had one of its generous four sides directly against the glass, under which the entire city of Caldwell stretched out, about 400,000 feet below. Time to sit, he thought, praying his sudden case of the wonks didn't wipe out his knees before he did his queen proper. Helping Selina into her seat, he kept his eyes averted as he went over and fell down into a seat that was hard as rock. The maitre d' cast her pale hand over the table to the godforsaken windows. This will be the spice to the courses of your meal. No, that would be nausea, sweetheart. She turned back to the rest of the place. The interior is designed to be the night, the perfect background for savoring what the chef will provide for your pleasure. When they were alone, Selina shifted herself toward the windows. It's incredible. The lights of the buildings. They're like fallen stars. Trez wiped his sweaty palms on his napkin. Bracing himself, he glanced over and found that, well, yes, it was as bad as he had thought. Peering out the utterly clean glass, it was as if nothing separated him from a fall to the death. The lack of a ledge turning even a split second of eye contact into a terrifying swoop into the abyss. Time to put the napkin to the brow. Trez. She looked over at him. Are you all right? Pulling it together, he reached out and took her hand. Have I told you how beautiful these are? He murmured. Her smile was radiant. Yes, but I never get tired of hearing it. So beautiful. He smoothed his palm over hers, then bent in and pressed a kiss to her skin. Long and lovely, strong too. When he finally looked up, it was into her eyes, and that was when things got better. One single heartbeat later, and he wasn't worried about his terror of heights, and he wasn't thinking about the humans around him, and he couldn't have given a shit that the twinkling view was subtly circling below them. With her hand in his and that beautiful face of hers staring across at him, he was transported away from it all. I love you, he said, rubbing his thumb on the inside of her wrist. No one could do this to me. Do what? Make me forget all my fear. She flushed. I didn't want to bring it up, but why didn't you tell me you don't like heights? I thought you were going to jump out of your skin in just the elevator. We could have gone somewhere else. This was where you wanted to go, and like I wouldn't suck it up for you. I want us to both enjoy tonight. He lowered his lids. I had fun in the car, already looking forward to the trip home. As her scent flared, she let out something that sounded like a purr. Later, much later, he would remember this moment between them the way it seemed to last forever, stretching into the divine infinite. All of the details would stay with him, too, from the sparkle in her eyes to the shine of her hair, from the way she smiled at him to the flush on her cheeks. Memories were especially dear, when they were all you had left of a loved one to hold on to. 34. What's happening? What's that alarm mean? Layla was right behind Quinn as he burst into his brother's hospital room and started talking. Over his shoulder, she saw Doc Jane standing by the bed, and Luch's down flat, his Johnny ripped down to his waist, the covers shoved off his prone body, the pillows scattered on the floor. Some piece of medical equipment had been rolled over and Elena was initiating something on its computer as Doc Jane grabbed a pair of handles that were connected by curlicue cords. Clear, she barked, and then put metal paddles directly on Luch's chest. There was a juicing sound, and then a mini explosion on the bed, his torso jerking upward. And still the alarm sounded, a single note that was a mechanical kind of scream. Luch's, Quinn yelled. Luch's. Something told Layla to hold him back, and she wrapped her arms around his broad torso, pressing her belly into him. Stay here, she said in a voice that croaked. Let them do. Clear, Doc Jane called out. The bed shook while Luch's torso seized again, and as he flopped back down, Layla's own heart thundered. She couldn't believe she was seeing this once more. Yesterday it was Selina, now it was beep, beep, beep. I have a heartbeat. Doc Jane ditched what had been in her hands, throwing the paddles at the machine. I need you to. Elena responded to the commands as fast as the physician gave them, providing medicine-filled syringes one after another, before slipping an oxygen mask over Luch's face and adjusting even more equipment. About 10 minutes or it could have been 10 hours later, Doc Jane came over. I need to speak with you. She nodded toward the hall beyond. Out here, please. As they all stepped from the room, Doc Jane rushed the door shut, even though it was trying to close on its own. Quinn, I don't have time to sugarcoat this. I've barely got his blood pressure and heart rate stabilized, and he's not going to stay this way. If he's going to survive, I need to take that lower leg, and it's going to have to be now. The infection is killing him, and that's the source of the problems. Hell, even if I do amputate below the knee, it may be too late. But if you want to give him a chance, that's what I've got to do. Quinn didn't blink, didn't curse, didn't argue. All right, take the goddamn thing. Layla closed her eyes and put her hand to the base of her throat. Okay, I want you to stay out here. You don't need to see this. As Quinn opened his mouth, the doctor cut him right off. No, not an option. If it comes to it, I'll let you say goodbye. Stay out here. This time the door closed on its own, easing back into place. Closing her eyes briefly, Layla could not imagine what they were doing in there. There had been plenty of surgical equipment with them, thus as if Doc Jane had been prepared for this. And given Quinn's quick response, so had he. He's going to kill me, he said roughly. If he survives. You don't have a choice. I could let him die. Could your conscience handle that? No. So there's no choice. She put her palms to her face and tried to get the image of Luch's on that bed out of her head. God. How has it come to this? Maybe I should tell her to stop it. And then what? I don't know. I don't fucking know. They were out in the hall forever, and Layla tried not to hear the sounds from the other side of that door, especially when there was a subtle whirring that seemed really close to a miniature chainsaw firing up. Whereas she stayed still, Quinn paced back and forth, his head down, eyes on his boots, hands on his hips. After a while, he stopped and looked at her. Thank you, for not leaving me here alone. Stepping up to him, she held her arms wide and he came to her, leaning down, putting his head on her shoulder. As they waited together, she held him because that was all she could do. It didn't feel like enough. Approximately 10 blocks over and 50 floors down from Circle the World, Ecker was standing flush against a sweaty brick wall. The lesser he and Balthazar had been tracking was behind and to the left of where they stood, the stench of its body floating down on a breeze that carried a sting of industrial grit and grime along with it. His body was itching for a fight. Everything that had happened with Layla the night before making his inner demons ride him until he had been so nasty. All of his soldiers had left him underground alone during the daylight hours. Better to face the risk of sunshine than deal with his mood. At least he had a good killing to look forward to. On his signal, Balthazar ghosted over the damp pavement, becoming one with the shadow of the building across the way. There was a clear night sky overhead, but the added moonlight was a largely irrelevant complication. Caldwell's downtown had enough ambient illumination that he could have read a novel even here in this narrow alley. Assuming he were magically literate. Staying in the shadows was not only part of the vampire myth, but a very prudent reality for them all. With a practiced movement, he withdrew his scythe from its holster, freeing the weapon from the strap that ran across his back. Balthazar, on the other hand, preferred the more conventional double-dagger armaments, the pale blades flashing as he sank down on his thighs. Footfalls came at them, fast, multiple, but not at a run. 2 human males, hands in pockets, feet moving quickly, came down the alley. They paid no attention as they passed, and that probably saved their worthless little lives. And then it was a waiting game. A single set of footfalls now at a much slower speed, accompanied by the stench that preceded the undead. As the lesser came into view, rounding a corner and hitting their straightaway, he too was paying no attention to them. He had cash in his hands, the sum of which he appeared to be obsessed with, counting, recounting as he went by. Ecker stepped out in his wake. How much did you get for blowing them? The lesser wheeled around, shoving the money away into a baggy coat. Before it could respond, Balthazar sprang from his position, leaping high into the air and landing dagger first. The slayer screamed as those blades penetrated his shoulder and throat, proving that though soulless and heartless, the bastards had central nervous systems that registered pain quite efficiently. And that was when the bullets started flying. Ecker was twisting around, prepared to swing his beloved scythe wide as soon as Balthazar rolled himself free, when a telltale popping sound echoed down at him. And then another. And then a fury of them. The discharging was too quick for even autoloaders. The first hit he took was in the shoulder. Second was in the thigh. Third grazed his ear, leaving a burning that felt as if he had a bright red car blinker up there. Balthazar was hit as well. They had no choice but to run and pray. Was it humans? Unlikely, but not unheard of. It could not be slayers. They were so pitifully armed. The heaviest firepower any of them brought into the alleys were 9mm, and very few at that. A quick dodge to the right and he and Balthazar were in a narrower lane, temporarily out of the onslaught. That would change as soon as the shooter or shooters got to the corner they had wheeled off around. Left! Balthazar barked. Sure enough, there was another opportunity in the maze of streets to pair off, and they ghosted down the next alley, ironically running past the pair of humans who had sauntered by previously. The two men were likewise going as fast as they could, having clearly heard the racket. Their speed was much slower, however, so as the machine gun came around the corner they provided some vital cover. Screams, deep-throated and terror-filled, exploded as the next round of fire came down at them, the humans taking the brunt of the impacts. Left, Ecker said, leaning into the turn. His thigh was going numb, but he didn't waste time glancing down to measure any damage. That would come later, assuming he survived. Another bullet came close, the sound as it whistled by his ear loud enough to overpower even his sawing breath and thunderous boots. Balthazar was right beside him, that big body going at a dead run. More discharges pinged off of a dumpster as they passed it. Off the brick wall. Off the pavement. From time to time there were pauses, as if the gun or guns were being reloaded or mayhap there were a pair of them working together, one handing off the ammo as the other shot. Keep going. It was all they could do. None of the alleys they were coming upon offered anywhere meaningful to hide. In fact, there were not even doors to break through. It was strictly a question of outrunning the number of rounds the shooters had brought with them, assuming he and his fighter didn't get gunned down first. As the next rounds came at them, he knew without looking over his shoulder that it had to be the enemy and not humans in pursuit. Only slayers could run this fast, this far, and appear to have energy stores sufficient to keep going. It was possible, he noted in the back of his mind, that he and his soldier might be in trouble. 35. The check has been taken care of. Trez paused in the process of taking his wallet out. Excuse me? It's been taken care of. The waiter smiled and bowed. It has been our pleasure to serve you. Jesus, if he hadn't known the guy was human, he'd have assumed one of Fritz's staff had followed them here. The service had been phenomenal all night. Enjoy your cappuccinos at your leisure. Trez looked across at Selina. Her eyes were on the view again, but she was not smiling. Her perfect profile was cast in grave lines. Reaching over, he took her hand in his, a spike of fear going through his chest. You all right? Surreptitiously, he ducked into his coat and palmed up his cell phone. Oh yes, except she didn't look at him. The soft patter of conversation around them dimmed down and the striding movements of the waiters disappeared from his periphery. Selina, what's going on? I don't want it to be over. We can come here again. Yes. She squeezed his hand. Of course. As the restaurant continued to turn, the Commodore's flank came around into view again. The building's tall expanse speckled with random lights, including some in the penthouse. Guess Rev was in res. Trez looked down at the coffee cup he hadn't touched. The steam rising up was spiced with cinnamon, which he'd never been a fan of. He'd ordered it only because his queen didn't seem to want to leave. It was so nice of them, she murmured, to pay for dinner. I'ma take care of that when I get home. You should let them be kind. Trez searched what he could see of her body, looking for signs that she was having problems that would require a quick call downstairs to Manny and Rage. Selina? She shook herself and glanced over. I'm sorry. You want to order another dessert? No, she gave his hand another squeeze before releasing her hold and folding her napkin and placing it on the table. Shall we? He popped out of his chair to help her so fast, The 4 feet squeaked over the glossy floor. "Here, let me." But his queen rose to a stand on her own with an elegant shift. Her body perfectly stable, perfectly at ease. At least physically, that was. He could sense the weight of her mood. Escorting her out, he was aware of the eyes of the room on them once again. Hushed comments being uttered behind the rims of wineglasses and the squares of napkins as the humans tried to place them upon the grid of celebrity. There was satisfaction to be had in the fact that the peanut gallery would never be able to. At the great glass doors, he opened one of the panels for her, and as she stepped through, she paused and stared over her shoulder, as if she were worried she would forget some nuance of the way the place looked or smelled or sounded. "We can always come back," he repeated. "Oh yes." She flashed a smile at him and continued out into that minimalist open space where the elevators were. Going ahead, he hit the down button and then stood next to her, putting his hand on the small of her back. "So where do you want to go next?" he asked. "You mean tonight? I'm rather tired." "No, tomorrow night." She glanced over at him. Come on. Give me the next destination so I can get things ready for sundown tomorrow." The elevator doors opened, and he urged her inside, and he was so focused on her, he barely noticed that hideous glass wall that was open to the lobby. Pressing the L button, he stroked Selena's shoulder. "So?" When she didn't reply, he leaned in and kissed the side of her throat. "This is not the only night we're going to have." "How do you know that?" She met his eyes. "I don't want to ruin this, but how do you know?" "Because I won't have it any other way." Turning her to face him, he deliberately put his hips against her body and dropped his lips to hers. "Unless you're sick of me, or seriously unimpressed by my being a vertical pussy." Her eyes seemed very blue and very scared as they met his. "Boat." He'd expected something else. "I'm sorry. I want to go on a boat ride on the river." "Fast or slow?" "Both." "You got it." "Just like that," she whispered. "Can you make everything happen?" He put his mouth to her ear and whispered, "Come back to my room and I'll show you just how talented I am." As her scent changed, he nuzzled her, kissing her neck, nipping over her vein. He wasn't playing fair, of course. He knew that she was likely to get distracted, and he wanted her to be. In fact, he couldn't guarantee her tomorrow night or even the coming dawn. But like forever memories, the illusion of them having all that time had to stand in for whatever fate had waiting for them. Kissing her, holding her, feeling her body against his own. He discreetly took out his phone and brought it up behind her back. The text to Manny and Rage was short and to the point. "OTX. On way home. Thank you." The elevator reached the lobby just fine, and all the kissing helped him stay good and distracted, too. And then they were walking out of the building, into the cold, blustery fall night. Fritz was across the street in the Mercedes, and the dog-gen brought the car over the second he saw them. There was no waiting for the butler to get out and do the duty with the door. Trez wanted to be the one to wait on her. Just as she was sliding into the warm interior, the last sound he ever wanted to hear when she was in his presence caught his attention. Pop, pop, pop. Gunfire. Fuck. Trez jumped into the sedan with her and jacked up between the seats. "Get us out of here. UAE now." Fritz didn't miss a beat. Throwing the S600 into reverse, he pounded the gas so hard Trez nearly ended up playing air freshener on the rearview. Recovering fast, he covered Selena with his bodice so he could get to her seatbelt. Yanking the band across her, he'd just gotten the catch home when centrifugal force threw him against the opposite side of the back seat. Ringing his bell, but he didn't give a shit. Bracing his feet against the wheel wells and his palms against the roof and the door frame, he kept himself from battering Selena as they finished the spin that got them pointed in the right direction. Make that the wrong way on the one way they'd come in on. "Let us proceed," Fritz shouted over the squealing tires. The roar of the Mercedes-Benz engine and the explosion forward reminded Trez of an airplane takeoff. And as his body was sucked into the bucket seat, he looked over at Selena. Her eyes were popping wide. "What's wrong? What happened?" The buildings on either side of the 3-lane road were steel and glass and pale concrete, and they started to flash by faster, faster, faster. Glancing up in the front, Trez checked the road ahead. the grills of the parked cars facing them like disapproving parents as they went in the wrong direction. "Nothing's up," he yelled over all the noise. "I'm just really excited to get you naked." Selena's brows rose even higher. "Trez, I heard something. 'Cause I'm that desperate to have you." That sounded like a gun. They were both hollering over the engine, going back and forth as Fritz Batout held it away from all the bullets. And then the fun really began. They'd gone about 2 blocks when the Caldwell police cars started showing up. And unlike the Benz, the blue and whites with their flashing lights were going the right way on the street. "I shall have to go onto the sidewalk," Fritz called out. "Just a bit of a bump." That crazy bitch-ass butler yanked the steering wheel to the left and hopped the curb, capping a fire hydrant that promptly exploded in their wake, sending a gusher of water up into the air. And then, by the grace of God, the Benz landed like a gentleman, its superior shock absorbers cushioning what was no doubt a slam and a half. Wrenching around, Trez looked out the back windshield. Cop cars were spinning around and breaking rank to follow them as Fritz hit a wall of newspaper dispensers, sending the red and yellow and green plastic boxes flying behind them. The flimsy things broke apart as they crashed on the sidewalk, sheets of papers fluttering off like doves released from cages. As he turned back to Selena, he braced himself, trying to think of a way to reassure her. Au contraire. Selena was alive with excitement, her fangs flashing thanks to a huge smile, a giggling laugh bubbling out of her as she hung on to the door. "Faster!" she yelled at Fritz. "Let's go even faster." "As you wish, mistress." A fresh roar from that massive piece of German engineering under the hood sent them careening not just down the sidewalk, but right up to the very edge of the laws of physics. Selena looked over at him. "This is the best night ever." "Okay. Time to pull out." Rage nodded at Manny. "I wonder what they had for dinner." He checked his phone again and wished he had actually gone to that steakhouse. He'd only flown that shit to put Trez at ease. He said nothing about the entree or dessert. I mean, come on, he could have given a few deets. "We only got 8 letters from the guy." "Actually, it was 5. That's what I said." The Doritos had worn off an hour ago. Then again, sometimes he could say that about 3-course meals. Manny put the RV in drive and started off, the ambulance trundling over a pothole, then gathering speed. "I'd better get a move on. Fritz has a heavy foot." "Like, did they have the roast beef? I saw a picture of the way they do it up there in a magazine." Boom! Just as they came to a 4-way juncture of alleys, something big flashed out in front of them and bounced off the hood. As Manny slammed on the brakes, the massive weight rolled off. "Jesus Christ, was that a deer?" the doctor hollered. "Try moose." Rage palmed both his guns and was about to jump out when the bullet shower started. High-pitched metallic pings ricocheted off the RV and spiderwebbed the thick glass. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Manny bit out. Then he screamed through the windshield to the shooters, "I just got this thing." Rage went for the door handle, but got nowhere with it. "Let me out." Ping, ping, ping. "No way, you'll get killed. We're sitting ducks." "No, we're not." All at once, the RV settled about 4 inches and metal plating dropped down over every square inch of glass there was. Instantly, the sound of the gunfire was dulled to a distant snare drum. Rage glanced over in the relative silence. "You are a genius. Harold Ramis is." "I'm sorry. You ever see Stripes? My favorite movie of all time. I based this thing on Bill Murray's Ride." "I knew I liked you." Rage quickly glanced at his phone. No brothers were in the vicinity, and that was a good thing given the firepower. "Only one problem: we can't just sit here. The human police are going to be all over." An LED screen the size of a TV rose vertically from the dash, taking up most of the now-blocked windshield space. And on its flat surface was a green pictorial of the streetscape in HDSO. They got a really good picture of the shooters as the pair of trigger fingers ran into their headlights. The two were both sporting long-nosed guns, AKs in his opinion, each discharge causing a bright flash from the muzzles as they kept those rounds pumping. They didn't pause as they went by Manny's vehicle. "Those are lessers," Rage muttered. "They're going too fast for humans. Plus, only slayers would be dumb enough to make this kind of racket. Let me the fuck out of here." You're not going after them. Rage reached over and grabbed the front of the man's shirt, dragging him into the aisle between the seats. Let me out. Manny met his eyes, cursed. You're going to get yourself killed. No, I won't. How can you be so sure? I got fun and games no one can handle. He nodded to the window. Crack it and I can ghost out through the slats between your armed plates. Unless you have steel mesh in there somewhere. Manny started muttering all kinds of vile things as he went for the requisite button, and Rage's little slice of see-through went down about 2 inches. As soon as I'm gone, hit the gas, Rage demanded. We need you on Trez's tail. No joke. Closing his eyes, he concentrated and dematerialized out of the interior, reforming beside the RV and then pounding on the door. The shooters had gone past them, tracking their prey, which put him in a perfect position. As the engine under all that metal plating revved up, and Manny's little portable clinic rambled off, he started to run. The scent in the air told him he'd been right. This was a pair of slayers with a very expensive set of toys. Something they hadn't seen in how long? Not since Lash, that bastard, had been Forlesser. Thighs pumping, guns ready. He was closing the distance when the sirens came behind him. Suddenly, he was spotlit from the rear, and not in a good way. With 2 autoloaders in his palms, they were liable to think he was the goddamn problem, instead of the solution trying to catch up with his enemy. Sure enough, a male voice projected out of a high-res speaker came down the alley. CPD. Stop. Stop or we'll shoot. God damn. Humans. Nature's remedy for an otherwise good time. 36. Back in his cell at the palace, I.M. was busy wearing a track in the polished marble floor, going back and forth between that new bedding platform and the shelf of books. The longer he was left by his little lonesome, the more he became convinced that the Mychin had made the offer to get him to the healing texts out of an abundance of impotent compassion. But, hell, even if she had been serious and did show up again with some kind of plan, it wasn't like he was going to accept her help. There were so many people sucked into this mess already, and he wasn't sure she knew what she was volunteering for. He was a prisoner of the executioners, which meant even though many could have access to him, there was only one son of a bitch who had the keys to his escape. And it was not that lowly female. If she did spring him, even if it was not to the great outdoors, but the library, the monitoring systems would surely report them both, and then sudden death would be the best outcome she could hope for. What was more likely was a long, suffering period of torture during which she would pray to be. As that panel slid open, he made sure his sex was covered and wheeled around. It was the maid, and she had bolts of cloth in her hands. As the door slid back into place, she tucked something next to the jamb to prevent it from closing all the way and rushed over to him. Put this on. We have no time. Wait, what? Put it on. The security staff is changing shift, and they are required to have a mandatory prayer of sorrow and remembrance for the infant. We have to get you down the hallways now. I can't let you do this. You want help, right? For your brother's love, right? I.M. gritted his teeth. Rock, meet hard place. Fuck. I do not know what that means. He grabbed whatever it was out of her hands, but kept up the arguing as he threw the folds over himself. What about the trip back? I'll create a diversion. You're going to need some time in the library unless you know exactly what you're looking for. The heavy robing rushed down his legs. What about in here? Without warning, the lights went out. I activated the circadian system. Yes, the alternation of light and dark without which you couldn't sleep. Click. A tiny flashlight showed her the way to the bedding platform, and she quickly arranged the pillows and duvets such that it appeared there was someone in there. Then she ran back and put something up to his face. Spritz. He coughed as the heavy scent of lavender and something citrus-y shot into his nose. What the hell? More with the spritzing. That's a maid's uniform. No one will question if they happen upon the pair of us together, but your scent is too male. This should cover it up well enough for us to get by. Now crouch down, you're too tall for the robe. We can't have your feet showing or they'll know. Come on. He followed her over to the panel, but before she could open things up, he grabbed her arm and spun her around. You shouldn't be doing this. We don't have time. It's going to get you killed. Your brother needs help. For his mate. Do you have another solution for getting out of here to see those texts? When she went to turn away, he pulled her back. What's your name? Maichin. No, that's your station. What's your name? That's it. Now, come enough talk, she said urgently. And don't forget to crouch. Just like that, he was out of the cell and into the hallway. As he looked left and right, she jabbed him in the side with her elbow. Crouch, she hissed. This way. Bending his knees, he hunched his shoulders and followed in her wake, trying to mimic her spare movements. She was fast and decisive through the corridors, taking lefts and rights in a sequence that rendered him so turned around he was lost in the maze. Incredibly, they ran into no one, but that was the nature of mourning for the Hisby. Lockdown for everybody. Maybe she could just take him to a rear exit after this? Yeah, but then what would happen to her? The security recording, he said. Shut up. When we're back, you need to take care of the monitoring video files, or they'll know what you did if they ever review it. She didn't answer him, just pressed on, leading him down the various corridors. In keeping with the Hisby tradition that simplicity elevated the soul, there was little signage anywhere in the palace. Nothing but subtle plates up high on door jambs to illustrate the covert entrances to various rooms and storage places and exits. Gradually, his years at the palace came back to him, and he was surprised to find he knew where they were. She was taking him the long way to the library, but it was smart. This was the rear of the palace where, if they did run into somebody, it was more likely to be a servant. Which, considering he was masquerading as one, made the route all the better. Up here, she said, taking one last right and stopping on a black marble tile square, the vein of which ran counter to the prevailing direction of all the others. Putting her palm on the wall, she triggered the door, which slid open readily. As they stepped into the darkness, motion-sensitive lights came on, illuminating stacks upon stacks of leather-bound volumes. The air was dry and vaguely dusty, but the library was neat as a pin, the floors polished to a mirror shine, the shelving gleaming. There were no chairs and no tables. If you wanted to read anything, the expectation was that you'd take whatever you needed to your quarters and sit down with it there. Shit, how were they going to find anything in here? The medical journals have been moved, she whispered, jogging forward. He followed her once again, and didn't bother trying to shrink his stature anymore. No one around to see, and this part of the palace was not monitored. The cataloging system, such that it was noted with black-on-black numerals on the flanks of the stacks. But again, it was vague, and presumed that you already knew where to find what you were looking for. Here, she said. We go down here. Eventually, she stopped and indicated a row of stacks. This is where they have been relocated. Frowning, he stepped in. The numbering system on the spines was no fucking help at all, so he pulled one of the volumes out and cracked the cover. When he finally got to some words in the shadow dialect of the old language, he discovered he was about to read a treatise on setting broken bones. Going down a row, he took out another random tome. Something on eyesight. Farther on, he'd made it to pregnancy and childbirth. Diseases, he muttered. I'm looking for diseases, or congenital defects, or recessive genes. I shall help. Maichin began pulling out volumes. What can you tell me about the sickness? It's called the arrest. They freeze, they get it's like bone grows spontaneously, it's supposed to be fatal. God, he didn't know enough about what he was talking about. As the two of them worked their way down the stack, the categories and organization of the volumes became clearer and clearer. Like all vampires, shadows didn't have to deal with human viruses or cancer, but there were plenty of other things that took them down, although not as many as the Homo sapiens had to battle against. With every book he slid out, he was aware that time was passing, and he was more worried about Maichin getting caught than anything about himself. Faster, faster with the reading, the returning, the picking another from the lineup. There had to be something here, he thought. There just had to be. Trez's entire body was rigid as he remained braced against the interior of the Benz. Fritz was still proceeding down the sidewalk, which would have been great if the doggen had been a pedestrian. Squeezing a sedan the size of an ocean-faring yacht into a concrete lane built for holding 4 or 5 people at a time. Not so great. Selena let out some kind of a yee-haw as they came up to another corner and sent a second set of Caldwell Courier Journal boxes airborne. He was honestly glad she was enjoying herself. He just really fucking wished they were watching this action movie instead of living it. "Fritz!" he yelled over the roaring engine. "Head down toward the river." "As you wish, sire." Without warning, Fritz wrenched things left and sent them flying toward a pedestrian mall that skirted another of the skyscrapers. The Benz took to the stairs like a man wearing knee braces, the bumping, jostling, disjointed ascent, the kind of thing that left your molars clapping and your kidneys begging for mercy. But then they were on the flat area that gave people all kinds of choices as to which of the 4 different entrance points to head through. Fritz, naturally, chose the most direct route. Through the fucking lobby. Glass panes exploded as the S-600 plowed into a wall of see-through, shards flying forward and to the sides before landing on the slick floor and coasting away like snow across the frozen surface of a lake. Glancing out the side window, Trez got a good look at the night watchman jumping to his feet behind the bank of desks in the lobby. Seemed impolite not to acknowledge the poor uni bastard. So Trez popped a Queen Elizabeth and floated a wave as they roared through the interior and busted out the other side. Smash! Round 2 with the glass was just as trippin', the Benz's grill shattering through as they exploded back into the night. "I believe we shall go airborne," Fritz called out. "Do secure yourselves." "Roger that, big guy." Trez went rigid as they approached the lip of the set of stairs, and then zero gravity, or as close as you could get to it without doing a UIE at 30,000 feet, happened as they soared, the ride getting super smooth and relatively quiet, nothing but the throaty engine hitting the ear. All that changed as they skipped over the sidewalk and landed on the paved road. The suspension absorbed as much of the impact as it could, but sparks flew out behind as some portion of the undercarriage got a dental file. "Please forgive me," Fritz said, looking up in the rear view. "The terrain is hardly your fault," Trez hollered back. "But not sure about all that glass." He glanced over to make sure Selena was still hooping it up across the way. Yup. She was smiling and laughing, eyes bright as Christmas lights. When Trez glanced up front again, the butler was still looking into the rearview mirror and talking to him. "Sire, I'm terribly sorry, but I must needs return home." "Fritz, focus on the road, buddy." "Oh yes, sire." Screech-each as the butler course-corrected and narrowly avoided weed-whacking a lineup of parallel parked cars. "As I was saying, sire, I must needs return home," the butler continued without losing a beat. "Last meal preparations have to be supervised. Like this was just a video game you could put on pause?" "Ah, Fritz." All at once the Mercedes went black inside and out, the lights extinguished. And at that very moment, from high up in the sky, a blaring light pierced down to the road, flashing over them for a split second. "Helicopter," Trez muttered. "Fantastic." Twisting around, he checked out the rear window. Blue and white flashing lights were speeding along, but the cops were cutting across their path instead of following, which would give them a pass for only a block or two before the CPD pulled a recalibration of their own. Shit, how were they going to get out of this? Before he knew it, Fritz had them down by the river but not on a road. Instead of taking one of the legal routes, he popped yet another curb and began to fly directly under the raised highway. Pylons the size of redwoods passed by the windows, the doggen playing Dodgem car, jogging left and right like a runner in an obstacle course. No one was behind them, but they could hardly keep this up indefinitely. The Northway, which was what was overhead, was going to rejoin the Earth. Sure enough, the descent from up above started to happen, and at such a velocity, Trez became convinced they were going to mash potato themselves into the coming horizontal asphalt merger. Except, no. Fritz jerked out from underneath, riding a ridge of pavement around to the roads that ran parallel to the Hudson. Somehow, he managed to get them in between a break in the guardrails and then, just like that, they were on an exit ramp that would take them onto the highway in the right direction. Heading away from town, Trez waited for a lineup of CPD units with their lights going all 4th of July to fall in behind them. Instead, he saw a fleet of those boys in blue tearing it up on the other side of the Northway, heading to the site of all the fun and games. Fritz slowed down and put his lights back on, pulled into the stream of traffic, floated away at a modest 70 miles an hour. "How the hell did you do that?" Trez said with H2G respect. "Humans are rather easy to lose," They tend to track lights, rather like cats with a laser pointer. Without the illumination, it gives one a serious advantage. Well, that and possessing twice their horsepower. Trez turned to his queen. You okay? Selena reached over and pulled his mouth in for a kiss. And another. What a night. That was the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me. Adrenaline quickly transferred into lust as he kissed her back and pressed her into her seat. Licking his way into her mouth, he found one of her breasts with his hand. Should I tell him to gas it again? Trez growled against her mouth. 'Cause I don't think I can wait. We'll be home soon, she murmured, smiling. And I like anticipation. I've been hungry for you since the ride in. Trez groaned deep in his throat as he reached for the button to raise the partition. Fritz. Yes, master. A little faster, if you don't mind. My pleasure, sire.